Chapter 841, Blinding Saber Light. Chapter 841, Blinding Saber Light. After the Fiend God came into being, he was supposed to be roaming unhindered in the divine realm. Who knew that when he just came out, he was beaten by a bunch of juniors until he did not have the slightest strength to retaliate, not to mention how aggrieving it was. Stinking brat, you forced me. Fiend God transformation. The Fiend God suddenly shouted loudly. A vast and mighty fiendish chi suddenly erupted. Yi Yuan's group of people were caught off guard, being blasted until they scattered in all directions immediately. Pewalk. This time, it actually directly blasted everyone to heavy injuries. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. To actually force this seat to use the Fiend God transformation, you're prepared to experience a fate worse than death, right? Howled the Fiend God. At this instant, the Fiend God's black shadow actually enlarged several times. The fiendish chi emitting off of his body was also vast and magnificent, teeming the entire underground cavern. The Fiend God's aura actually skyrocketed multiple times instantaneously. Why is it like this? The Fiend God's current strength has likely Serpa. Said Tier 9, right? How can we still fight if it is like this? Sheng Jun said with a bitter smile. What skyrocketed was not just fiendish chi, but also the Fiend God's strength in itself soared instantly. He actually leaped over and reached Tier 9 Sup 1 Sup. This sort of breakthrough that did not conform to common sense seriously made people incomparably despaired. They already all suffered heavy injuries under that attack from the Fiend God just now. But the Fiend God himself had a huge increase in strength. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and said, he should have used some kind of method that stimulates potential. After his strength fades away, he'll probably be even weaker than before. However, Yi Yuan's words made everyone all feel a wave of despair. He did not speak, but the meaning in his words was already very clear. Tier 9 Fiend God, even if the Holy Lords came, it was a road that led to death as well, let alone them, these people. Punk, you're indeed quite knowledgeable. Fiend God transformation can let this seat's strength skyrocket, but it's merely able to last for around a quarter of an hour's time. After this period of time, this seat will be even weaker than before. However, with you guys, these blood feed around, this seat will recover as good as new very soon. Ha ha ha. The Fiend God laughed wildly. Suddenly, the Fiend God put away his smile and swept a glance over everyone's faces. Who to start with first? You, brat, are the most troublesome. Better start with you first. The Fiend God's target actually locked right onto Yi Yuan, but Blackwind blocked right in front of Yi Yuan and said coldly, want to kill master, you must go through me first. Boom. A streak of fiendish chi attacked and actually sent Blackwind flying with one hit. The Fiend God after displaying Fiend God transformation was devastatingly powerful. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Too strong. Blackwind was one of the strongest one among them. His strength was right on the fringe of entering Tier 9. But he was actually too weak to withstand even a single blow in front of the Fiend God. A little snake dares to be insolent in front of this seat too. If you evolved to become true dragon bloodline, this seat would have some fear and respect towards you. But you, this half-baked guy, is completely lacking. The Fiend God snorted coldly and slowly walked towards Yi Yuan. Brat, it's your turn. Amar. SS of fiendish chi meandered out of the Fiend God's body, heading straight for Yi Yuan. He actually wanted to capture him directly. Yi Yuan's expression changed. Leaping, he was about to evade. The Fiend God gave a cold laugh and said, want to escape? How can it be that easy? That fiendish chi extended unbelievably swiftly and actually caught up to Yi Yuan in an instant, intertwining him up tightly. Bang! Yi Yuan fell heavily onto the ground. All the martial artists turned their heads over, unable to bear to look at this scene. A genius like Yi Yuan was destined to radiate splendor in the divine realm, but he did not expect that he was actually going to die today at the Fiend G. OD's hands. Ha ha ha, brat, you seem to be rather extraordinary. Killing you is such a shame. Become this seat's fiend servant. As he was talking, a trace of the Fiend G. OD's fiendish sense sup invaded the Yi Yuan lying on the ground. Then in the next instant, the Fiend G. OD let out a terrified cry. Ah! It's actually an essence fire clone. DAM and brat, I'm going to kill you. The Fiend G. OD howled like a pig getting slaughtered, reverberating throughout the entire cave. Everyone had yet to understand what was going on when suddenly, they discovered that Yi Yuan's entire person started burning. Fierce flames traced along the fiendish chi and instantly besieged the Fiend G. OD's main body. In a wink, the Fiend G. OD actually caught on fire all over. Fiery, burn him to death. Yi Yuan's voice transmitted out from the void bizarrely, revealing his figure once more. Turns out that the Yi Yuan caught by the Fiend G. OD earlier was actually just one of Fire's clones, being burned by the cleansing sandal sacred flame, the Fiend G. OD let out wretched wails shrilly. If it were ordinary essence fires, even if it was a tier 9 essence fire, it might not cause any damage to the Fiend G. OD. But the cleansing sandal sacred flame purified all things on earth. Dealing with the Fiend G. OD, this kind of demonic thing, was the most effective. But Yi Yuan knew that Fire's level was still a little low and could not cause any substantial injury to the Fiend G. OD at all. This action, it was only in order to buy time. Wait until after the Fiend G. OD transformation's power, it would be the Fiend G. OD's hour of doom. Ah. Devil flame, come out for me. All of a sudden, a black-colored flame actually erupted on the Fiend G. OD's body, and it started to confront the cleansing sandal sacred flame. The grade of this devil flame was clearly a great deal higher. Very soon, it repelled the cleansing sandal sacred flame in its entirety. Yi Yuan's expression changed. This devil flame's degree of troublesomeness was outside of his expectations still. In order to deal with the Fiend G. OD, he could be said to have used all of his trump cards. It actually could not even accomplish delaying for a short while. The Fiend G. OD's pair of eyes stared fixedly at Yi Yuan, saying with a furious roar, "Brat, forcing this seat to such an extent, you can be sufficiently proud. Now, go to HELL." With this, Yi Yuan thoroughly infuriated the Fiend G. OD. He decided to kill Yi Yuan straight away. The Fiend G. OD came in with a howl, instantly arriving in front of Yi Yuan. Facing the Fiend G. OD under the state of Tier 9, Yi Yuan was truly at the end of his rope at this moment. I didn't think that this Fiend G. OD is actually so powerful. Could it be that I can only reach this step? Yi Yuan shut his eyes, filled with unwillingness as he thought. Right at the critical moment, a powerful to the extreme saber light tore right through the void. That blinding saber light lit up the entire underground cavern with a glaring light. The power of this saber made all the martial artists feel asphyxiated. Boom. The saber light bombarded directly onto the Fiend G. OD's main body without deviation. Ah. The Fiend G. OD gave a miserable cry, flying out backward immediately. That boundless fiendish chi actually dissipated a great deal instantly. Furthermore, it gradually showed a trend of weakening. Clearly, this cut caused immense injuries to the Fiend G. OD, resulting in his fiendish chi to weaken substantially. The crowd of martial artists was struck dumb with amazement looking at this scene. The Fiend G. OD who used Fiend G. OD transformation was a true blue Tier 9 powerhouse. What kind of cut was this, to actually be able to chop him until like this? Crack. Crack. Everyone looked over in the direction the saber light came from and discovered a skeleton currently walking over here step by step. Everyone's faces changed. They all had an impression of this skeleton. Wasn't this that skeleton that was in a stalemate with Yi Yuan earlier? The skeleton carried a saber, slowly walked in front of the Fiend G. OD step by step, and said coolly, "Jiolan, long time no see." Chapter 842, Unexpected turn of events again. Chapter 842, Unexpected turn of events again. Jiolan, long time no see. The skeleton's words actually had some hint of old friends meeting again. Your tyrannical saber, Xing Aotian. You actually haven't died yet. In the fiend God's words, leaked out thick astonishment. Dead, long dead. It's just that you're not dead, so how can I dare to die completely? Leaving behind a wisp of remnant soul was for the sake of today, the skeleton said coolly. The fiendish chi on the fiend God's body became increasingly thinner. Clearly, that cut earlier caused tremendous injury to him. When he heard that, the fiend God said in a livid rage, "You'd and ghost, not being peaceful even after dying. But so what? That cut earlier was still less than 1 in 10,000 of your heyday. What can you do to me? Even absolute heaven couldn't kill me, just like the likes of you." On the skeleton's face was forever that dead person expression. There naturally would not be any changes. But he turned to Yi Yuan and said calmly, "Of course I know that I can't kill you. But absolute heaven's will, there's bound to be someone who inherits it. If you want to bring disaster upon the human race, it probably won't be that easy to accomplish. Plus the fiend God looked at the skeleton, and glanced at Yi Yuan again, suddenly letting out a roaring laugh as he said, "You aren't talking about this boy, right? He's indeed quite capable, but he's far too lacking compared to absolute heaven. Give him another 1,000 years, and he also can't reach absolute heaven's height. Furthermore, do you think that I will give him 1,000 years' time to grow?" The skeleton said indifferently, "Karma is all destined. I've already returned to dust. This is no longer something I can be worried about. As for what extent he can grow to, it will depend on him." He turned to Yi Yuan again and said, "Young man, you've done very well, far exceeded my expectations. This dignified self has nothing valuable on me. With these countless years, what I've learned during my lifetime is already forgotten for the most part as well. These remaining few comprehensions will be imparted to you then." Finished talking, the skeleton extended a finger and tapped on Yi Yuan's glabella. Yi Yuan's entire body shuddered, many information instantly appearing in his head. Seeing this information, Yi Yuan was unbelievably shocked, because this information was none other than precisely the divine inscriptions that Yi Yuan were very familiar with. Except, these divine inscriptions, Yi Yuan was not familiar with them. There was actually not one duplicate with the ones father imparted him, but this tyrannical saber Xing Aotian's divine inscriptions were not many. There were only a scanty few several dozen words. He previously said that his memories before his death were already incomplete. It was most likely this reason. "Young man, the matters hereafter will be handed to you." After saying this sentence, the skeleton no longer made a sound. A peerless powerhouse of his generation finally had even this final strand of consciousness in this world dissipate away. These countless years, what was frittered away was not just fiend Jiolan's strength, but also depleted Xing Aotian's residual thought. Until today, he was already like a dying lamp without oil. Otherwise, there was no way he would not have any movements at all with people secretly laying down this sacrificial altar forces. Presumably, he also knew that Jiolan coming into being was already unstoppable. Hence, he held back a burst of energy to leave behind this final cut, in order to severely wound Jiolan. However, Yi Yuan judged that Xing Aotian should still have the ability to unleash a saber cut. Except, this cut did not have great significance to Jiolan. Coincidentally, he ran into the vast Heaven Steely's successor here. In the end, he chose to impart the divine inscriptions in this final trace of residual thought to Yi Yuan. Bang! The long saber in the skeleton's hand fell to the ground. His skeleton frame also fell apart thoroughly, without even a trace of essence energy on it anymore. Yi Yuan revealed a complicated expression but was filled with great respect towards Xing Aotian. Even though it was just 2 encounters of fate, Xing Aotian's pride and loyalty left a deep impression on him. A trace of residual thought guarded the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array for several tens of thousands of years. This persistence and unswerving will were not what the average person could have. And all of his actions were for the sake of the human race's righteous cause. Yi Yuan knelt on the ground and gave a kowtow to Xing Aoqian's bone remains most respectfully, saying deferentially, "Senior, have a safe trip. Many thanks to Senior's grace of teaching. What Senior has yet to accomplish, let Yi Yuan finish it." Finished talking, Yi Yuan lightly formed an incantation with his hand and put away Xing Aoqian's bone remains. Finished doing these, Yi Yuan slowly walked in front of Jiaolan and said icily, "Fiend Ji. Oh D Jiaolan, right? I know that I can't kill you now, but the taste of the cleansing sandal sacred flame, you've sampled it too. I'm going to seal you now and let fiery burn you every hour every minute. There will come a day when I'll utterly burn you into nothingness." Jiaolan suffered Xing Aoqian's blow. At this time, the fiendish qi on his body was very faint, and he did not have the ability to resist Yi Yuan's sealing at all anymore. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Jiaolan cried out shrilly, "Brat, you dare to seal this seat? Do you know what kind of existence this seat is? Let me tell you, who, do you think I dare or not?" Yi Yuan smiled coldly, but his hands already started to cast and lay down the formation. Don't. Young man, as long as you can let me go, we can become sworn brothers. I can let you possess unbelievably powerful strength. In the future, this divine realm, if there's half for me, there will be half for you." Jiaolan was finally afraid. The proud fiend Ji. Di actually lowered his noble head to plead for mercy from Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan did not pay any attention and was still setting up the formation and casting spells. Right at this moment, all the hair on Yi Yuan's body stood on its end. An immense sense of danger hit him. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan raised his speed to the limits, fleeing from the area just now. Boom! The region Yi Yuan was standing at previously was blasted until dirt scattered everywhere at this time. TSK, this brat indeed has some skill, to actually be so vigilant. We expended such a huge effort before releasing Lord Jiaolan. How can we allow you to seal him again? Two black-clothed people appeared in front of Jiaolan. They were precisely those two holy followers. After the two of them landed, they turned to Jiaolan and saluted as they said, "Congratulations to Lord Jiaolan for descending upon the human world anew. Ha ha ha. Good. Very good. Turns out that it's you two who aided this seat to break the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array. However, why did you take so long to come?" Jiaolan's tone suddenly changed as he said in a solemn voice. Those two holy followers hurriedly said, "Lord Jiaolan, forgive our sins. The two of us left in order to prepare for Lord Jiaolan's blood feed." One of the black-clothed holy followers casually waved a hand. A bunch of martial artists appeared in front of everyone. They were precisely Wei Cheng and the others who had already left. Wei Cheng's and the others' dantians were sealed presently, unable to use even a trace of essence energy. They were like lambs awaiting slaughter. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, his expression could not help changing greatly. If Jiaolan absorbed them as blood feed, he would probably soar greatly in strength immediately. The moment Jiaolan heard, he was immediately overjoyed. The black qi on his body directly extended out, engulfing a dozen over martial artists right away. "Ah! Help! Young Lord Yi, help!" That group of martial artists let out shrill cries and were actually begging Yi Yuan for help. But those two black-clothed men, their strengths were clearly very formidable. Even Blackwind might not be a match either, let alone him. Gulp! Gulp! The fiend Ji. D seemed to be digesting. Very soon, those dozen over martial artists fell silent. Chapter 843, Seizing Possession Again? Chapter 843, Seizing Possession Again? Ha ha ha. Boy, didn't you want to seal me? Bring it on. After devouring a dozen over martial artists all at once, Jiaolan's aura recovered considerably in no time. Yi Yuan had a solemn look. He had a feeling of shooting himself in the foot. He originally thought that bringing more people in would mean he had more helpers. He did not expect that they actually all became Jiaolan's blood feed in the end, boosting the enemy's strength instead. Wei Cheng, you really are a pig. We went all out before scarcely beating the fiend Ji. OD to heavy injuries. You bunch of idiots actually helped him recover so much in a short while. Sheng Jun seriously could not hold it in anymore and let loose a torrent of abuse. Wei Cheng had his dantian sealed currently. His hands and legs were restricted too, completely unable to move. He did not take in Sheng Jun's cursing at all. His entire person was currently trembling. A look of despair showed in his eyes once more. Earlier, the scene of Jiaolan gobbling up the rest, the shock it gave him was too intense. At the thought of himself about to become a meal in this fiend Od's stomach, Wei Cheng's collapsed internally. Lord Fieng Ji. I'm willing to become a dog of yours. I beg you not to kill me. Wei Cheng struggled, kneeling down towards Jiaolan. Seeing this scene, Sheng Jun was utterly speechless. He knew that the scolding just now was completely playing music to a pig. He seriously could not figure out how this kind of spineless moron was selected to become the young lord by the Cloud Watchtower Holy Land. Oh, you want to serve me as your master? Jiaolan slowly came in front of Wei Cheng. Wei Cheng sweat profusely and hurriedly said, Yes, Lord Fiend Ji. I'm willing to serve you as my master. As long as you don't kill me, you can make me do anything. Wei Cheng, you're the young lord selected personally by the Holy Lord. What kind of price did the Cloud Watchtower Holy Land expended in order to groom you? You actually dare betray the Cloud Watchtower Holy Land now, shouted a Cloud Watchtower Holy Land's elder. He reproached Wei Cheng with boundless rage. But Wei Cheng said without any shame, Fine birds select their roost. Lord Fiend Ji. Od is an existence who's going to unify the divine realm. What difference is there in me following Lord Fiend Ji? Od and being at the Cloud Watchtower Holy Land? You. That elder was angered by Wei Cheng's shamelessness until he shook all over. But his essence energy was sealed and completely could not do anything to Wei Cheng. Ha. Good that you have this heart. I'll give you an opportunity. Capture this punk for me, and I'll naturally take you in to be my fiend servant, Jiaolan said with a big laugh. Wei Cheng was overjoyed and kowtowed to Jiaolan fervently as he said, Thank you, Lord Fiend Ji. Od. Thank you, Lord Fiend Ji. Od. Remove the seal on his body, Jiaolan said to the two holy followers. The two holy followers nodded their heads to acknowledge his instruction and cast a spell to remove the seal on Wei Cheng's body. Recovering his freedom, Wei Cheng's face made people abhor even more. He slowly arrived in front of Yi Yuan and said with a smug look, Yi Yuan, didn't expect it, right? You finally still landed in my hands. Today, I'll make you die very horribly. Without that Black Flood Dragon's help, I see how you still swagger before others. Prior to this, Blackwind was also wounded considerably under Jiaolan's blow. At this time, there were another two holy followers glaring like ravening tigers by the side. They would not give him the opportunity to make a move at all. Therefore, Yi Yuan had to face the 9th level heaven enlightenment Wei Cheng all alone. Master. As the servant, Blackwind obviously could not passively watch Yi Yuan get captured. Don't come over. Dealing with this kind of shameless guy, it's enough by myself, Yi Yuan said very disdainfully. Ha, truly shameless boasting. I want to see how you'll deal with me. Wei Cheng laughed wildly and said, Humph. Wouldn't you know if you come to try it out yourself? Yi Yuan said scornfully. Reckless, blind thing. Prepare to die. Wei Cheng was fiercely triggered by Yi Yuan's eyes. Yi Yuan's talent and capabilities made him jealous until he wanted to go crazy. With the formidable power of Heaven Enlightenment Realm, Wei Cheng attacked towards Yi Yuan. Wei Cheng's strength could not be said to not be strong. Unleash. Plussing it in full power at this time, it actually gave people a feeling of pillousness. Fiery. Boom. What made everyone's jaws drop was that this powerful blow of Wei Cheng's had yet to touch Yi Yuan and he actually flew out backward. An intense explosion sound rang out of the void in front of Wei Cheng, blasting him flying immediately. When everyone came back to their senses, there was already an additional youth beside Yi Yuan. How could it be but Fiery? All along, Fiery was always one of Yi Yuan's ace in the hole. Unless forced to, Yi Yuan would not expose Fiery in front of people. But today's situation was too difficult to handle. Yi Yuan also had no choice but to let out Fiery's main body. Fiery had been cultivating in the vast Heaven Pa Ji Oda all along and had long broken through to Tier 7. Currently, he was already a middle-stage Tier 7 essence fire. Adding in the fire-controlling art Yi Yuan imparted, Fire's combat power was right on the brink of late-stage Tier 7. Just now, Fiery suddenly sneak attacked Wei Yi Cheng. Caught unprepared, Wei Yi Cheng was directly blasted flying out. Wei Yi Cheng crawled to his feet with a grunt and was just about to hurl all kinds of abuse when a figure already arrived in front of him. It was precisely Yi Yuan. What Yi Yuan wanted was this effect. How could he give him the chance to catch his breath? His and Fire's cultivation realms both could not compare with Wei Yi Cheng's. Only by seizing the initiative could there be chances of victory. Although Wei Yi Cheng's cultivation realm was high, his fleshy body was more than a grade lower than Yi Yuan's. Bang! A firm and solid punch smashed right onto Wei Yi Cheng's body. If not for Wei Yi Cheng's protective essence energy being too strong, this punch would absolutely blow up his fleshy body. Even so, he was still smashed flying out by Yi Yuan. Detonate! Fiery was long awaiting eagerly for battle already. Controlling the cleansing sandal sacred flame behind Wei Yi Cheng, it was another violent explosion. Wei Yi Cheng's figure had yet to retreat a few steps when he was actually blasted back to Yi Yuan's side. Fiery, catch well. Another Street URDY punch smashed Wei Yi Cheng toward Fiery. Fire's figure appeared behind Wei Yi Cheng again bizarrely. Throwing out his palm, it was another intense explosion. Just like this, Wei Yi Cheng was treated as a human sandbag by Yi Yuan, beating back and forth non-stop. It was incredibly wretchful. Seeing this odd scene, everyone was staring wide-eyed, their mouths agape. Was Yi Yuan really a boundless realm martial artist? This kind of strength was simply too heaven-defying. That youth is an essence fire. My God. Brother Yi actually has a Tier 7 essence fire that gave birth to a primordial spirit. This kind of lucky encounter is simply heaven-defying. Sheng Jun was long blank from staring. Young Lord is absolutely a person with a great destiny. I truly didn't expect that he actually still has such a trump card. Wu Siyuan muttered under his breath too. This boy. Just what origins does he have? His trump cards follow one after another, simply without an end. Not only does he possess a Tier 7 primordial spirit, true dragon body, 5th stage supreme true intent. However, it's all too perfect to be my new fleshy body. Heh. The corners of Jiolan's mouth smiled strangely, and he vanished with a whoosh. Plus Yi Yuan and Wei Yi Cheng were in the midst of fierce fighting. Suddenly, he felt his eyes blur. A stream of black qi tunneled right into his body. Yi Yuan's body turned stiff abruptly, while Wei Yi Cheng's body directly flew out far away. Chapter 844, Fleeing in Defeat. Chapter 844, Fleeing in Defeat. Brother Yi, young lord, big brother. Everyone was greatly shocked when they saw this scene. The current Yi Yuan was swathed by a cloud of black qi all over his body, his entire person seemingly controlled by something, frozen stiff there. This brat is indeed rather peculiar. To be selected by Lord Jiolan as his new fleshy body, it's his honor too, said a holy follower. This brat's fleshy body realm is even higher than his essence energy cultivation realm. Furthermore, his methods emerge in endless streams. It is indeed conforming to Lord Jiolan's requirement. It's just that his cultivation realm is a little too low, the other holy follower said. Cultivation realm is not an issue to Lord Jiolan. Right now, Lord Jiolan has already broken free and found a suitable fleshy body too. In a few years' time, he'll recover to his peak state. The two people did not seem to be surprised about Jiolan choosing Yi Yuan to be his new fleshy body. They all saw Yi Yuan's battle earlier. He was indeed most suited for Jiolan. When the group of martial artists saw this scene, their eyes were filled with despair. Unknowingly, Yi Yuan already became their backbone. Although Yi Yuan's cultivation was the lowest among them, his means emerged ceaselessly. Even such a powerful existence like Jiolan suffered losses at his hands repeatedly. Without any doubt, if there was anyone able to help them defeat the fiend God, that was only Yi Yuan. But now, Yi Yuan was actually seized to be possessed. It's over. This time, it's utterly over. Sheng Jun shut his eyes painfully. Regarding what was about to happen next, he already did not need to think anymore. But right then, a cloud of black qi suddenly flew out from within Yi Yuan's body. Ah! Soul-suppressing pearl. It's actually the soul-suppressing pearl. How can this brat have such a thing? The fiend Ji. Od shrieked as if seeing something terrifying. Exceeding everyone's expectations, Jiolan's current state was actually even weaker than before he seized possession. Clearly, he suffered heavy injuries once more during this period of time that he was seizing possession. With a swoosh, Jiolan actually tunneled into Wei Cheng's body directly. Just a slight struggle for a short while and Wei Cheng did not move anymore. Everyone did not expect that Jiolan actually chose Wei Cheng as the target for possession in the end. The pitiful Cloud Watchtower Holy Land's young lord was obliterated by Fiend Ji. Od Jiolan just like that. He abruptly raised his head, his gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was actually filled with fear. A Fiend Ji. Od of his generation actually experiencing fear towards Yi Yuan, and currently, Yi Yuan actually fell into a slumber after Jiolan's possession. All of this happened too suddenly. Everyone had not figured out what on earth happened. But one thing was certain, Jiolan failed to take possession of Yi Yuan. The current Wei Cheng was already no longer Wei Cheng, it was Fiend Ji. Od Jiolan. He looked at the Yi Yuan who had fallen into a slumber with an expression as dark as water and a conflicted look. Suddenly, he released powerful fiendish qi once more, directly devouring all of the several dozen martial artists that those two holy followers control. But this time, his recovery was not as quick as last time. Damn it. Being severely wounded by the soul-suppressing pearl, wanting to recover my strength this time will have to expend even more effort. Luckily, that brat is unable to control the soul-suppressing pearl. Otherwise, I would really fail miserably at a simple task this time. The two of you, kill this brat for me. This boy has the soul-suppressing pearl. We absolutely can't let him walk out alive. Jiolan's words were said to the two holy followers. Those two holy followers clearly had baffled looks too and did not know what happened at all. Although they did not know what the soul-suppressing pearl was, to be able to severely wound Fiend Ji. Od Jiolan, it was clearly some incredible thing. Hearing Jiolan's order, the two people's hearts went cold. Yi Yuan could actually even seriously injure Jiolan. The two of them were really quite fearful now. Don't worry, that boy's divine soul suffered a serious injury from me just now and has already thoroughly fallen unconscious, without any strength to retaliate anymore. Now is precisely the opportune moment to kill him, Jiolan also urged when he saw that the two people were somewhat hesitant. Hearing Jiolan's words, the two people calmed down slightly in their hearts. Their figures moved and attacked Yi Yuan. Don't think about harming Master. Even though Blackwind was already an arrow at the end of its flight, he used the last bit of strength at this time too, wanting to stop the two. But these two people's strengths were too powerful. The already severely injured Blackwind was clearly not the duo's match. Blackwind knew that these two people were very powerful and was already prepared to die. But right then, an enormous Paji Oda dropped from the sky, directly cruise. Hi+ing the two holy followers into pancakes with a momentum as swift as a sudden peal of thunder that left no time for covering the ears. When Blackwind saw the situation, he was pleasantly surprised as he said, "Lord Throne. Many thanks to Lord Throne for lending a helping hand." A black-robed person appeared in front of everyone. Who could it be if not Long Ting? Looking at this huge Paji Oda that suddenly appeared, Jiolan's eyes became wide saucers. Vast heaven steely. It's the aura of the vast heaven steely. This, Jiolan felt like his brain was a little lacking to comprehend it. He never would have thought that on the first day he came out of the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array, not only was he severely wounded by the legendary soul-suppressing pearl, he even saw the vast heaven steely which suppressed him back then, even though he had never seen before this vast heaven Paji Oda in front of him. The vast heaven steely's aura, he recognized it at a glance. Fiend Ji. Od Jiolan, right? To actually dare have designs on Yi Yuan. Today, I'll use this vast heaven Paji Oda to kill you. Long Ting's cold voice transmitted out from the black robes. Jiolan's expression changed several times, his figure abruptly burst out, and actually ran frantically over towards the entrance of the cave, virtually Vonnie's. Plussing from everyone's sights in a blink of an eye. After Jiolan left, the Long Ting within the black robes also slightly spat a mouthful of turbid air, seemingly breathing out a sigh of relief. This series of unforeseen events happened too abruptly, making it too much for Sheng Jun and Wu Siyuan they all to take in. Until now, they also had not figured out what was going on. But this black-robed person in front of them saving them was an indisputable fact. Sheng Jun led the remaining few people, hurriedly came forward to give a bow to Long Teng, and said, "Many thanks for Senior's life-saving grace. Please accept a bow from Sheng Jun. The events that happened here today, you all had best forget all of it. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself," Long Teng said coldly. Sheng Jun and the others, their hearts went cold. He hurriedly said, "Rest assured, Senior. Even if I die, this junior won't say a single word." "All right, you guys can go already," Long Teng said indifferently. Sheng Jun was stunned and said somewhat hesitantly, "Then Brother Yi Yuan naturally have this old man to keep an eye on. You guys just leave." Long Teng already said it until like this, Sheng Jun they all naturally did not dare to defy. Giving another bow to Long Teng, they left. Even though they were unclear about the origins of this black-robed person, his relations. Hi+P with Yi Yuan was clearly very close. With such a powerful existence like this guarding, Yi Yuan should be fine. But Sheng Jun looked at his group of people and also had a bitter look. When coming in, it was in a mighty formation of over 100 people. Now, there was only around 10 left. The losses actually exceeded 90%. But he also knew that if not for Yi Yuan, they would probably be completely wiped out long ago. Chapter 845, Life and Death Uncertain. Chapter 845, Life and Death Uncertain. Cough, cough, cough. After everyone left the underground cave, Long Ting suddenly started coughing violently. Blackwind's expression changed, and he said, "Lord Throne, you." Long Ting waved his hand and gasped for air as he said, forcefully deploying the vast heaven Pa Ji. "Oda greatly damaged my vitality. If that fiend Jiolan didn't leave, I would really be helpless against him." Turns out that earlier, Long Ting cutting down the two holy followers with the momentum of a thunderbolt was just for the sake of scaring away Jiolan. And he himself merely just had the power of one attack. The composure from before was all feigned. Blackwind still found it odd previously. Since Long Ting had such formidable strength, why didn't he come out earlier? Looks like, deploying this vast heaven Pa Ji. Oda was also an immense burden on Long Ting. "Lord Throne, is Master okay?" Looking at the unconscious Yi Yuan, Blackwind said worriedly. Long Ting's brows furrowed and he shook his head and said, "I can't tell either. Maybe he can wake up, maybe he'll never wake up again." Sigh, earlier, Fiend Od Jiolan's actions were too swift. Even I didn't react to it as well. Jiolan's fiendish sense was too powerful, virtually tearing Yi Yuan's divine soul into shreds instantly. Blackwind's expression changed as he said, "What? His divine soul was torn into shreds? Doesn't that mean that Master is already a dead man now?" Long Ting hesitated for a moment before saying, "Logically speaking, it's indeed so. But I don't know why. Yi Yuan's torn-up divine soul did not dissipate, but it retained a hint of life force without extinguish. Hi+ing. That Jiolan also said before previously, Yi Yuan obtained a soul-suppressing pearl. Looks like it's some incredible treasure. Perhaps that soul-suppressing pearl really can bring Yi Yuan back to life, who knows?" Talking until here, he was secretly alarmed too. From the endless world to the divine realm, Long Ting already followed Yi Yuan for a very long time and had always been observing Yi Yuan in the dark. He thought he already knew Yi Yuan like the back of his palm. But looking at it now, Yi Yuan actually still had many secrets on him which he did not know. Long Ting boasted of having extensive knowledge and experience, but this whatever soul-suppressing pearl, it was still his first time hearing of it. A thing which even Fiend Od Jolan was extremely fearful of was bound to not be an ordinary item. Then, when will Master wake up? Blackwind calmed down slightly in his heart, but he still asked worriedly. Now, that is uncertain. Maybe 3 days, maybe a month, maybe, he'll never wake up again. But Yi Yuan is a person possessing great destiny. He shouldn't die young. This place should already have no dangers. You keep guard over him. Long Ting heaved a sigh and said. Finished talking, Long Ting leaped, and entered inside the vast heaven Paji. Oda, while the vast heaven Paji. Oda became small once more and enter inside Yi Yuan's body. In a wink, 2 months Pares said. From the White Valiant region's 7 great holy lands, there were 6 young lords who perished in the boneyard. This caused a massive upheaval in the White Valiant region. Through the soaring Rainbow Holy Land and the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, 2 great holy lands exaggeration, the boneyard already became the White Valiant region's restricted area. Nobody dared to step foot in it anymore. In fact, the one who suffered the greatest loss was probably the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Tuyu finally managed to find a successor. Now, his life and death were uncertain. This was a tremendous blow to him. 2 months without news, clearly, hope for Yi Yuan to return alive was already very bleak. Tuyu already did not have many good years left. This period of time, he could be said to pass each day as if it were a year. Every day was spent in the midst of torment. On this day, he seriously could not sit still anymore and finally went to get Chen Qi. Chen Qin, I plan on making a trip to the boneyard to investigate what's going on, even though Wu Siyuan repeatedly said that I can't go down, not going to take a look at Yi Yuan's fate, I still can't set my mind at ease, Tuyu said. Chen Qin's face revealed a complicated expression. About Tuyu's condition, he saw it clearly too, but he was at a loss on what to do. These 2 months, Tuyu's entire person aged considerably again. At this rate, Chen Qin reckoned that it would be very hard for Tuyu to even make it through next year. Chen Qin took it into his sights, was anxious in his heart, but could not do anything at all. Holy Lord, Wu Siyuan said before, there's a senior with unfathomable strength guarding Yi Yuan. It should be fine, right? He exhorted over and over again, that senior forbade people from going to the boneyard. Holy Lord going there, what if you offend him? What to do then? Chen Qin said. I don't care anymore. At most, just kill me and be done with it. This body of mine already can't last for much longer. Finally managed to find Yi Yuan, this fine sapling, I'm not reconciled to it. Tuyu said. Chen Qi was helpless and could only say, Holy Lord, I'll go. This Crimson Afterglow Holy Land still needs Holy Lord to take charge of the overall situation, but Tuyu said firmly, no, this time, I'll go personally. With my current condition, I can't last for much longer anymore. If I die, then I die, no big deal. After I'm gone, this Crimson Afterglow Holy Land will temporarily be administered by you. Understood. Holy Lord. Chen Qin said anxiously. Tuyu waved a hand and said, my will is set, no need to say any more. Finished talking, Tuyu prepared to get up and leave. Right at this time, a voice transmitted throughout the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's members listen up. I limit you all to hand over Yi Yuan within 10 breaths of time. Otherwise, kill without mercy. Tuyu and Chen Qin exchanged glances, both seeing the serious looks in the other party's eyes. The person outside is clearly threatening us, making no attempt to conceal his strength in the slightest. The arrival's strength is so strong, likely. 3rd level Dao profound strength. Tuyu said solemnly. Chen Qin frowned and said, when did Yi Yuan provoke such a powerful enemy? This kind of adversary, our Crimson Afterglow Holy Land isn't a match at all. Holy Lord, what should we do? 10. The powerhouse outside already started counting down. Tuyu looked up and heaved a long sigh as he said, could it be that the heaven wants my Crimson Afterglow dead? Holy Lord, we'd better go out and take a look first. Perhaps, there's still room for maneuver. Chen Qin said. Tuyu nodded slightly and said, there's only this as well. Facing such an expert, the 2 people did not dare to dawdle. This time, Tu Yu personally took the field. Tu Yu flew into the air, but he discovered that the enemy only had 2 people. He slightly breathed out a sigh in relief inwardly too. One was a middle-aged man. This person's strength was unfathomable, it was that 3rd-level Dao profound powerhouse, while the other was a young man, also 9th-level phaseless rel. I wonder how did Yi Yuan offend my lords? I'll offer an apology on his behalf to you gentlemen, is that good? Tu Yu, this Dao profound realm expert, already lowered his attitude very low. A large group of martial artists already gathered outside at this time. Each and every one with an appearance as if facing a great enemy. But when they saw Tu Yu, they were stupefied. Isn't that the Holy Lord? Why is he like this? No way, right? That old man at the end of his life is really Holy Lord Tu Yu? How is this possible? Turns out the rumors were true. Even though Holy Lord Tu Yu is still around, he is already not far from Pares Sing away while in meditation. When the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's martial artists saw Tu Yu, they all did not dare to believe their own eyes. However, that young man did not care so much. He just nonchalantly said one sentence, not good. Chapter 846, Overbearing Attitude. Chapter 846, Overbearing Attitude. Ju Yu, what are you still stoning there for? Continue counting down. After 10 breaths, if I don't see Yi Yuan, you all will have to be buried with him. No, wait, another breath of time Pares said just now, it should be 8 breaths, the young man said coldly. This young man was none other than precisely the Ju Yang who came all the way here. Ju Yang's attitude was overbearing right now, not giving Tu Yu a chance to speak at all. His objective was very simple, that was in order to capture Yi Yuan. Tu Yu's expression was very ugly. His attitude was already placed subserviently, but the other party did not go for it in the slightest. His appearance clearly already utterly shattered the false impression that he constructed for many years. But right now was already the Crimson Afterglow's most critical moment. Tu Yu could not care that much anymore. Tu Yu gritted his teeth and said, not hiding from this little brother, but Yi Yuan isn't in the Holy Land at the moment. 7. Ju Yu still counted down unhurriedly. Ju Yang darted Tu Yu an indifferent glance and said with a cold smile, Holy Land? A 1st-level Dao profound on the verge of death also dares to call this place a holy land? Heh, whether he's here or not, I don't care. I only know that he is your place's young lord. Finding you guys is definitely not wrong. Also, little brother is not what you can call. Tu Yu's face fell, angered by Ju Yang until his entire body trembled. This Ju Yang was completely unreasonable. Yi Yuan's life and death was uncertain right now. Where on earth would he go to find Yi Yuan? Even if Yi Yuan were really here, he would not hand Yi Yuan over either. But this Ju Yang was too unbridled, thinking nothing of the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land at all. I plussing others too far. Do you think that by bringing a 3rd-level Dao profound expert here, this emperor will really be scared of you? Humph. We won't hand Yi Yuan over. If you really want to pester unreasonably, this old man will cut you down right here even if I risk my life too. Ju Yang was clearly not giving Crimson Afterglow a way out. Tu Yu finally exploded. Although he was already an expiring lamp without oil at present, using all of his power, cutting down a phaseless realm martial artist was still achievable, even if the other party brought along a 3rd-level Dao profound realm powerhouse. Ju Yang raised his eyebrow slightly and gave Tu Yu a disdainful look as he laughed. Oh? With just the likes of you, an old fellow halfway buried into the dirt, you dare to talk drivel too? Fine. This young master will give you this opportunity. If you can touch me even a little, what's the harm if sparing you all? Tu Yu's eyes lit up, and he said, are you challenging me one-on-one here? Dealing with trash like you, how is there a need for Ju Yu to take action? If not for the sake of making provisions for contingencies, I wouldn't even bring Ju Yu here, Ju Yang said nonchalantly, his words filled with contempt towards the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. You're the one who said it. Although Tu Yu was very displeased with Ju Yang's disdain, this guy's arrogance gave the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land a chance. Without the slightest hesitation, Tu Yu sent a palm straight towards Ju Yang. The seemingly ordinary palm in Compa. Said the might of heaven and earth. It was as if the entire world was cruise. Hi plusing towards Ju Yang. This was a strength of a Tao profound realm powerhouse. They did not need to deliberately maneuver heaven and earth essence energy at all. Each and every move in Compa said the strength of heavenly Tao. In this present era where divine Tao dwindled to zero, Tao profound realm was hailed as the realm closest to heavenly Tao. Even if it was a first-level Tao profound, their strength was terrifyingly powerful too. TCH, I thought what ultimate move there was. Turns out it's such a move. Wasting this young master's time. Break for me. Ju Yang just stood where he was, both eyes glaring. The air in front of Tu suddenly exploded, emitting extremely scorching power. Tu was taken by surprise and hit flying out directly by this attack. Pewalk. Tu immediately spewed out a mouthful of blood. The death chi on his body was getting increasingly heavier, virtually possible to lose his life at any moment. He was originally an expiring lamp without oil already, and he could not maneuver heaven and earth essence energy at all. Forcefully taking action, he already brought out the last trace of vitality. In his state, even just moving would make vitality flow away, let alone attacking with such great intensity like this. Even if he could cross this hurdle today, Tu probably could not survive past half a year either. Receiving this blow, Tu's expression changed dramatically and he said, "It's actually an ocular art, furthermore, the power of flames. Your people of Vast Sun City, what? They are actually Great Seong region's Vast Sun City's people. That's a rank 1 holy land. This isn't young Lord an ascender? How did he provoke Vast Sun City, this kind of Leviathan? It's over, this time. It's utterly over. With Vast Sun City's strength, we wouldn't even be sufficient to fill the gaps between their teeth. No wonder this youth is so arrogant. Turns out that he really has the capital to be arrogant. Great Seong region's Vast Sun City and Bright Moon City were too distinguishable, both renowned throughout the divine realm for rarely seen ocular arts. Practically no one did not know these two great cities. In front of a rank 1 holy land like this, Crimson Afterglow was completely lacking. Heh, you old man's strength is lacking, but you have some experience and knowledge. That's right, we came precisely from Vast Sun City. If you don't want Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's Tao teachings to be eradicated, I advise that you guys better hand Yi Yuan over, Ju Yang said smugly. Tu shook his head and said, Yi Yuan he really isn't in the Holy Land. Forgive this old man for not being able to hand him over. Ju Yang's expression turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, Humph. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Looks like you want to use the entire Crimson Afterglow to be buried together with him. Forget it, this young master will fulfill your wishes. At this point, Tu did not have any more thoughts of getting lucky either. Although he did not know how Yi Yuan offended Ju Yang's hatred towards Yi Yuan, he could feel it distinctly. This grievance of Ju Yang's was probably not that easy to resolve. Crimson Afterglow's people listen up. Today, Crimson Afterglow has encountered a foreign enemy. This old man beseeches everybody in the name of the Holy Lord. Unity of will is like a fortress, repel the foreign enemy. Tu suddenly said to everyone in a clear voice. This shout was to have a last-ditch battle. For so many years, Tu managed Crimson Afterglow firmly like a metal bucket. Even though he had not shown face for many years, his prestige was still there. Adding in Ju Yang's merciless tone, everyone was already long aware in their hearts that there was no way to escape by sheer luck. So they flashed their weapons one after another, planning on taking a final plunge. Seeing this kind of situation, Ju Yang's expression was as dark as water. He did not expect that this lousy rank 9 holy land would actually rather the whole army be completely annihilated and also not be willing to hand over a young lord who had just ascended not long ago. What capabilities did Yi Yuan have? Why did everyone all want to revolve around him? The present Ju Yang was already on the brink of rampaging. He snapped, a bunch of thick-headed things. Since you guys are seeking death, then this young master will send you on your way. Ju, kill for me. Don't leave even a fragment of armor behind. Yes, young master. After Ju voiced his assent, a powerful pressure instantly enveloped the entire Holy Land. Third-level Tao profound strength was exhibited without holding back in the slightest. Mighty heaven, vast sun palm. Juyu stood in the air and smacked a palm down, only to see an enormous palm formed from flames slap downwards directly. This enormous palm was seemingly an apocalyptic divine palm to crimson afterglow. That horrifying energy undulation made everyone give up all hope within. Chapter 847. Disaster is brought about by careless talk. Chapter 847. Disaster is brought about by careless talk. Tao Profound Realm, one world. Juyu's third-level Tao Profound was more than a level stronger compared to Tuyu's first-level Tao Profound. It was nothing difficult for one Juyu to sweep across the entire White Valiant region. Furthermore, Vast Sun City's martial techniques were all fire attribute martial techniques with extremely powerful destructive powers. This mighty heaven vast sun palm being unleashed was truly akin to an apocalyptic palm. If this palm landed, there was bound to be countless casualties. Tuyu shut his eyes painfully, not daring to look at the subsequent scene. The disparity was too great. Disregarding that he was already a dying lamp without oil now, even when he was at his prime, he was worlds apart from Juyu too. Ju Yang looked at the ants below the enormous palm with a cold smile, feeling delighted inwardly. To dare oppose this young master, this is your outcome. Just as he was going to see the flesh and blood of everyone under the huge palm flying in all directions, his eyes suddenly became wide circles. That enormous palm actually gradually became faint under his eyes, finally dissipating into nothing. Ju Yang's expression changed, and he swiveled his head in 4 directions as he said, "Who's sneaking around furtively? Scram out here for this young master." Slap. A hand slapped over from inside the void, directly hitting Ju Yang until he somersaulted in the air. To dare speak impertinently to this seat, is this how Ju Jiao taught you? A cold voice sounded out, able to let people discern that there was that hint of sullen anger in his words. Ju Yang flew out 10,000 feet away in the air before barely managing to stabilize his figure. Reaching his hand towards his face and touching, he discovered that his face was clearly already badly swollen. Although he clearly knew that the other party already showed mercy, his fury still towered into the clouds. Since the other party knew to pull his punches, that meant he was wary of Vast Sun City. Since that was the case, what was he still afraid of? Insolent thing! To actually dare attack this young master. I think that you're tired of. Ju Yang's words had yet to finish when Juyu arrived at his side with a flash and hurriedly covered his mouth up. Young master, this person's strength is unfathomable. This subordinate is absolutely not a match. We mustn't readily provoke. Juyu hurriedly said. A disaster was brought about from careless talk. This mysterious person concealed within the void, he could not discern his position at all. That slap earlier, he completely did not know how the other party took action. This level of strength, Juyu knew that he absolutely could not afford to provoke. Moreover, the other party said Ju Jiao's name the moment he opened his mouth. He was probably at least a character on the same level as Family Head 2. Ju Yang was burning with rage at this time. How could he still listen? He exerted his strength to shake off Juyu's hand and roared, "What are you scared of? I don't believe that there's really someone who dares to kill Vast Sun City's young lord today. Cowardly rat, listen up for this young master. If you don't kill this young master today, you're a wuss." When that person within the void heard this, he fell silent. Ju Yang even thought that the other party was scared and laughed even more unbridled as he said, "Ha ha ha, I knew you don't have the guts. Really a pansy. If you don't dare to make a move, then get lost quickly for this father of yours." Ju Yang was looking at the side, hi plussing that he could go up and beat Ju Yang down. This young master was too ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. In this divine realm, although forces stronger than Vast Sun City were not many, they were not few either. This person hidden in the void was definitely an expert of a region. Even if he really was somewhat apprehensive of Vast Sun City, he might really harden his heart and kill after hearing these words. At that time, who would he find to reason things out? All of a sudden, Ju Yang's words were directly stuck at his throat, his pair of eyes becoming round as balls. At this instant, it was as if his heart had stopped. An immense sense of danger hovered around him. Zhu Yang's entire person was bound up by some kind of inexplicable energy. He could not even breathe. He did not doubt in the slightest that as long as the other party was willing, he could kill him at any time. Zhu Yu's expression changed drastically by the side. He was clearly standing by Zhu Yang's side, but he was completely unable to get rid of the shackling forces in this space. This person's strength was too terrifying. In his desperation, Zhu Yu directly knelt down in the air and said with clasped hands, "Senior, please calm your anger. My family's young master is young and ignorant, and he offended Senior. Zhu Yu offers an apology to you on his behalf. Senior, please let my family's young master off on account of family head. Humph. If not for this seat having some friends. Hi+P with Zhu Jiao, with his words, this seat would definitely exterminate your vast Sun City, the person in the void said with a cold snort. Hearing these words, Zhu Yu's expression changed greatly. Looks like they provoked a terrifying existence today. From the other party's tone, one could discern that he did not attach any importance to vast Sun City at all. Zhu Yang even provoked him like that. What difference was there from seeking death? Senior, please calm your anger. Zhu Yu had no means and could only kowtow vigorously. You, a retainer, are somewhat loyal. But he offended this seat. The death penalty can be spared, but it's hard to escape punishment. The moment his voice faded, it was as if Zhu Yang suffered some kind of heavy blow. His entire person suddenly convulsed, then he toppled down stiffly. Zhu Yu turned pale with fright and hurriedly supported Zhu Yang. Senior, get lost. If Zhu Jiao feels like challenging me, let him come find me, said the person in the void as he snorted coldly. Zhu Yu's expression changed, and he fled, carrying Zhu Yang at a splitting pace. The Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's people were long dazed from watching. This mysterious person's strength was simply powerful until it made people's hair stand on end. Hearing the other party's tone, he did not even place the rank 1 Holy Land, vast Sun City, in his sights. It was just that all of them were rather curious why this mysterious person would take action to save the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Seeing Zhu Yu retreat, Tu Yu hurriedly brought Chen Qin and the rest to prostrate themselves on the ground towards the void and said, Tu Yu represents everyone in the Crimson Afterglow to give thanks for Senior's life-saving grace. If Senior has any instruction, feel free to instruct us. Tu Yu was a clever man too. The other party definitely would not take action to help the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land for no reason at all. This kind of existence, the Crimson Afterglow would not enter the other party's arcane sights at all. That person in the void was silent for a moment, then he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "You're on the verge of dying and can at most only live for half a year's time. Looks like that guy finding me to refine the 9-yang spring restoring pill was probably in order to refine for you. Take it. Consuming this pill, it will naturally help you to extend your longevity by 300 years. A medicinal pill flew out from within the void and arrived right in front of Tu Yu. Tu Yu was actually somewhat absent-minded for a moment as he held this medicinal pill. 9-yang spring restoring pill. This was the 9-yang spring restoring pill. What kind of character would actually refine such a heaven-defying medicinal pill for him? This mysterious person in front of him was definitely at the Divine King realm without any doubt. But what kind of person could request the other party to refine such a Tier 9 medicinal pill? Tu Yu was very clear that this 9-yang spring restoring pill, even ordinary alchemy emperors could not refine it either. To be able to refine it, they were all characters who had reached the peak of perfection in alchemy. Chen Qin saw Tu Yu in a daze and promptly nudged him a bit. Tu Yu came back to his sense and hurriedly knelt down to give thanks. Senior's great kindness, Tu Yu will never forget it. No need to thank me. Better thank that boy called Yi Yuan. For me to refine this pill on his behalf is also considered returning him a favor. Forget it, looks like he really isn't here. Since there's no luck to meet today, I'll save it for the future. When these words were said, there was no longer any sound in the void. That mysterious person clearly left already. Chapter 848, 1 year. Chapter 848, 1 year in the Holy Hall. All of the Crimson Afterglow's elders were shockingly present. Inside the Holy Hall at present was dead silent. Each and every one of them did not know how to start talking. Too many things happened today. Everyone had yet to digest it. Finally, it was still Tu Yu who was the first to speak up. Gentlemen, these few years, this emperor was also compelled against my will to linger on with my final breath of life until today. It's just that didn't expect Yi Yuan could actually invite such a major power to specially refine a 9-yang spring restoring pill for this emperor. Honestly speaking, I don't know what to say right now as well. Tu Yu was indeed very complicated in his heart. His original intent was to groom Yi Yuan to take over. But little did he think that Yi Yuan actually secretly requested that level of existence to refine the 9-yang spring restoring pill, this kind of heaven-defying medicinal pill, for him. This favor was owed too great. Even throwing in the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land could not match this medicinal pill's value either. Yi Yuan was clearly just a lower realm martial artist who had ascended not long ago. His cultivation realm was merely boundless realm. But he actually had enemies like the vast Sun City and also had friends like that mysterious person. This level of connections was completely not what a rank 9 holy land like the Crimson Afterglow could stick a foot in. Putting aside that Zhu Yang only brought along Zhu Yu, even if Zhu Yang came by himself, eradicating the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was also plenty to spare. Dao Profound versus Phaseless indeed had an overwhelming advantage. But this kind of advantage was not absolute. To Zhu Yang, this level of genius, he could rely on powerful concepts comprehension to heaven-defyingly defeat a first-level Dao Profound. Moreover, the vast Sun Flameheart pupil, this kind of ocular art's lethality was extremely formidable. Crossing realms to battle was even more like having a common meal. These made Yi Yuan's dent. One tie become even more mysterious. Making Yi Yuan become the Crimson Afterglow's young lord seemed to have become a joke. Because Yi Yuan was someone on a completely different level from them. When Chen Qin saw the situation, he hastily said the reason for Tu Yu's great loss in longevity. Everyone felt lingering fear after hearing it too. But after Wu Siyuan heard it, his expression changed drastically and said, "Holy followers. We ran into 2 very powerful opponents in the boneyard. They called themselves holy followers." Tu Yu's expression changed. He did not think that such an incident even happened before in the boneyard. After Wu Siyuan returned, he always had carefully avoided mentioning the boneyard matters. This was still his first time opening his mouth to mention about the matters that happened underground. It was just that Tu Yu never thought that Wu Siyuan actually ran into holy followers at the boneyard. Furthermore, it was 2 at once. What? You guys ran into 2 holy followers? No wonder the casualties were so severe. It's just that, those holy followers all had extremely formidable strength. You guys, how did you guys escape? Tu Yu said in puzzlement. He himself had exchanged blows with a holy follower before and was naturally aware of a holy follower's prowess. If not for the Crimson Afterglow's forbidden art being powerful, he would have long been killed by the other party already. Even so, Tu Yu still lost the Crimson Afterglow's most valuable treasure before considering it spending money to get rid of a calamity. They were killed by Yi Yuan. Wu Siyuan ruminated for a moment before saying, "What did you say? The 2 holy follower were both killed by Yi Yuan? How is that possible?" Tu Yu said in disbelief. "Holy Lord, the specific circumstances, I can't tell you. Otherwise, the entire Crimson Afterglow might suffer a disastrous calamity," Wu Siyuan said with a frown. That black-clothed person's might, he witnessed it with his own eyes. Apaji. Oda slaying 2 holy follower experts. Too powerful. Long Teng's warning was still ringing in his ears. If this matter was divulged, Long Teng might really do away with witnesses to prevent divulgence of one's secrets. Even the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was out of the question. Tu Yu's expression turned apprehensive. The matters that happened in the boneyard was clearly even more complicated than he imagined. He nodded his head straight away and said, "Forget it, this emperor won't make things difficult for you either. Hopefully, Yi Yuan will be blessed by heaven and can return safe and sound." A year's time Pares said in a twinkle. But to Yi Yuan, it was an extremely drawn-out process. He felt like he had a very, very long dream. He walked in the dark, walked and walked, but forever could not walk to the end. Where am I? Seems like my divine soul is being restrained. My divine soul was clearly already torn to shreds by Fiend G. Oh D. Jolan. Why is it still well right now? Could it be I'm already dead? Yi Yuan muttered to himself. This question, he thought for very long in this dark SPSCE but failed to find an answer. Yi Yuan could not figure it out right now, whether he was alive or dead. Finally came. This will suppression seems to be getting stronger and stronger. In this darkness, the only thing that made Yi Yuan feel like he existed was this will suppression. At set intervals, he would be devastated by this will suppression once. This kind of devastation practically made him had a breakdown. But in this darkness without any hope, his breakdown meant nothing at all. Because Yi Yuan did not even know whether he was alive or dead right now. This incomprehensible will suppression was even many times more powerful than that azure dragon will Yi Yuan cut down in the past. Yi Yuan was wrecked utterly dog-tired by him each time before that will would suddenly disappear as if it had never appeared before. From the very beginning 100 breaths of time, to later, a quarter of an hour, 2 hours, then to the current half a day, Yi Yuan felt that he was in the midst of continuously strengthening. That will was akin to great waves was. Plussing away the sand, continuously scouring Yi Yuan's nerves, making him wish that he was dead. That sort of feeling was seriously too overwhelmingly depressing. But right now, Yi Yuan was already thoroughly numb towards this sort of feeling. His endurance was goodness knows how many times stronger compared to when it just started. Who? Finally Pa S said. Am I kind of asking for it a little right now? Why do I feel somewhat uneasy all over if this will doesn't come? But being devastated for so long, it seems like my will suppression became considerably stronger too. Yi Yuan gave a self-deprecating smile but released his own will suppression. He could distinctly feel that he had grown quite a bit in this dark SPACE. All of a sudden, there was a blur before Yi Yuan's eyes. It actually changed scenes. Master, you finally woke up. This 1 year, you worried Blackwind to death. Opening his eyes, the first thing Yi Yuan heard was Blackwind's voice. Yi Yuan blinked his eyes, clearly still kind of dazed. Blackwind. I came out. Yi Yuan said sluggishly. Came out? What came out? Master, you have always been underground here and didn't go out. Blackwind said baffledly. Underground? Yi Yuan furrowed his brows. Memories instantly filled his entire head. He still remembered Fiend G. Od Jolan suddenly making a move at that time, tunneling directly into his sea of consciousness, and grinding up his divine soul. Then he knew nothing after that. Right at that time, a burst of mysterious power blasted right onto Jolan's fiendish sense, shocking him out of his sea of consciousness. After that, darkness descended, wrapping Yi Yuan's tattered divine soul inside entirely. Then afterward, it was that infinite torture. Chapter 849, Transformation. Chapter 849, Transformation. Black bead. What saved him must be the black bead. This black bead was truly miraculous. His divine soul was already heavily wounded by Fiend G. Od Jolan, and the black bead actually brought him back to life. Then what confined him inside the dark SPSCE was also the black bead. Just what the hell is this black bead, to actually be so miraculous? Yi Yuan muttered. What bead is Master talking about? Oh, right, when that Fiend G. Od Jolan came out from Master's body, he mentioned before about some soul-suppressing pearl. Blackwind suddenly recalled something and said, Soul-suppressing pearl? Yi Yuan was stunned but had never heard this name before. Back then, when he obtained this black bead from the Grand Yang True Sex ruins, it entered his sea of consciousness incomprehensibly. And it also saved him several times at critical junctures. This time, it even forcefully dragged him back from an extent from impending death, fully restoring his tattered divine soul. You said just now, 1 year? I've already slept here for a year's time. Yi Yuan suddenly recalled something and said in surprise. Yes, Master. In the beginning, Blackwind was very worried about Master's safety. But later, although Master did not wake up, you continuously broke through cultivation realms in your sleep, making Blackwind endlessly amazed. Only then did I set my mind at ease. Just earlier, Master actually directly broke through to Heaven Enlightenment Realm in your sleep and didn't even trigger any heavenly tribulation. It's seriously too incredible. After Yi Yuan fell into a coma, his aura had always been vague and fleeting, looking very frightening, as if he might pass us away at any time. Blackwind was also anxious but could not do anything by the side, completely at a loss on what to do. But after this kind of state kept persisting for a period of time, not only did Yi Yuan not die, he directly broke through a minor cultivation realm instead, breaking through to the 5th level boundless realm. This discovery made Blackwind unbelievably shocked. He was already going to die and could actually still break through. Then, around a month's time, Pares said again, Yi Yuan actually broke through once more. In 1 year, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm actually soared rapidly, breaking through all the way to peak 9th level boundless realm. From the initial most worry, Blackwind became astonished. Yi Yuan's situation was too strange. Blackwind had no way of understanding at all. But one thing was certain, Yi Yuan was already fine. Which dying person could still break through continuously? But recently, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm already reached the nodal point of breaking through to the Heaven Enlightenment realm. Blackwind became worried again. This heavenly tribulation from middle 3 realms to upper 3 realms was not that easy to transcend. But just now, Yi Yuan directly broke through to Heaven Enlightenment realm, and he did not even trigger the heavenly tribulation. Breaking through the middle 3 realms, one must experience a major heavenly tribulation once. With Yi Yuan's strength, this heavenly tribulation's power was bound to not be small. But right now, he already finished breaking through, and even a hint of the heavenly tribulation could not be seen. This really made Blackwind's jaws drop. Yi Yuan also could not quite make head or tail of it but recalled his experiences inside the Dark Space. Could it be that the will devastation in the Dark Space was actually cultivation? Yi Yuan immediately examined his own divine soul and discovered that between the eyebrows of his divine soul, there was indeed an additional eye. This was the hallmark of breaking through to the Heaven Enlightenment realm, opening a heavenly eye. Upper 3 realms gained enlightenment on Tao. The so-called Heaven Enlightenment realm was the divine soul unlocking a heavenly eye and could have a preliminary glimpse into the secrets of heavenly Tao. This heavenly eye was a kind of resonance between the divine soul and heavenly Tao. Martial artists could see the power of laws that they could not see in the past through the heavenly eye, and comprehend these power of laws and use them for themselves from there. Wanting to reach this step was a tremendous test to middle 3 realms martial artists. One must comprehend sufficiently profound concepts before breaking through to Heaven Enlightenment realm to be able to open up the heavenly eye easier. And after opening the heavenly eye, martial artists' speed of comprehending concepts would be dozens of times faster compared to before. Especially those genius martial artists, their comprehension speed could increase hundreds, thousands of times. Heaven Enlightenment realm was the realm where one truly soared to the skies in one move. Therefore, reaching Heaven Enlightenment realm, martial artists' strength would have a qualitative leap. Boundless realm, martial artists were completely inadequate to look at in front of Heaven Enlightenment realms. However, precisely because comprehending concepts before Heaven Enlightenment realm was more difficult, it was even harder to come by for Yi Yuan to be able to comprehend a supreme true intent to the 5th stage before Heaven Enlightenment realm. In terms of concepts comprehension, Yi Yuan did not choose the easy way in the least bit. He relied on his comprehension abilities to understand it step by step. Yi Yuan examined his essence energy C again and discovered that his essence energy C already reached a horrifying circumference of 1 million feet unknowingly. This level was as many as dozens of times of ordinary Heaven Enlightenment realm martial artists. Solely in terms of essence energy C, Yi Yuan could compare to middle stage Heaven Enlightenment realm martial artists now too. Truly inconceivable. My soul force actually already reached middle stage alchemy saint. What surprised Yi Yuan more was still his soul force. In the past, Yi Yuan's divine soul realm always followed his cultivation realm. Even if his soul force already reached the level of great circle of perfection, it was also not possible to break through the body's fetters. But now, he actually smashed these fetters. Yi Yuan had never heard before that someone's divine soul realm could actually break through the body's limits. Even if your divine soul cultivation method was cultivated any more fearsomely, it was also impossible for initial stage heaven enlightenment realm martial artists to cultivate to middle stage alchemy saint. But now, Yi Yuan did it. What? Master just broke through to the heaven enlightenment realm and your soul force actually already reached middle stage alchemy saint? How is this possible? Blackwind was shocked to the core. Yi Yuan gave a bitter laugh. A surge of powerful soul force was released. Sensing Yi Yuan's soul force, Blackwind's eyes were filled with disbelief. Really middle stage alchemy saint? My God, how can such a miraculous thing happen in this world? Blackwind was already unable to use words to describe his astonishment. This sort of impossible to happen thing actually really happened in front of him. No matter what divine soul cultivation method one cultivated in, it was not possible to break through to the next level at a corresponding cultivation realm. This was common sense. But the current Yi Yuan shattered this common sense. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, I don't know what's going on either. Looks like the problem still occurred with the soul-suppressing pearl. Seems like I still have to find Jiolan when there's a chance and inquire about this soul-suppressing pearl's matters from him. Jiolan coming into being should originally be a matter that made the divine realm fall into immense terror, but he was severely injured by Yi Yuan. Especially the time where he seized possession, Jiolan's fiendish sense probably injured his foundations. He completely had no way of recovering to his peak state within a short time. If Yi Yuan met Jiolan again, Yi Yuan believed that he should have sufficient strength to deal with him. Master breaking through the body's limits, this kind of thing, you must take care not to expose it in front of people. Otherwise, it will stir up huge problems, Blackwind said with a solemn face. Once this sort of thing was revealed, Yi Yuan was surely be treated as a lab rat, drawing countless people's covetous eyes. Yi Yuan said smilingly, you don't need you to remind me about this. I naturally got it. Oh, right, I remember that there were still 2 holy followers at that time. Those 2 people's strengths were extremely formidable. Why didn't they attack us? Blackwind's expression dimmed as he said, Lord Throne, his condition seems to be very bad. Chapter 850, Chaotic Devil Sea. Chapter 850, Chaotic Devil Sea. Hearing Blackwind telling the situation on that day, Yi Yuan's expression was very ugly. After he went into a coma, Long Ting actually forcefully deployed the vast Heaven Pa-Ji Oda and slew the 2 holy followers. Actually, regarding Long Ting's ident. One Tai, Yi Yuan had some surmises long ago. However, Long Ting did not tell him, so he did not go and expose it either. Even if the dragon race's lifespan was a lot longer compared to the human race, it was absolutely impossible for Long Ting to live for 50,000 years either. As for what Long Ting said before, Fang Tian letting him survive until now through altering the flow of time, that was even more absurd. Forget about Long Ting, even Fang Tian himself, as long as he did not break through to deity realm, it was absolutely impossible for him to live until now either. Even if Fang Tian had heaven-defying attainments in the Tao of Time. If Yi Yuan's conjectures were right, Long Ting should be the vast Heaven Pa-Ji Oda's artifact spirit. Although Yi Yuan refined the vast Heaven steely, due to his cultivation realm being too low, he was completely unable to unleash the true power of the vast Heaven Pa-Ji Oda. Yi Yuan reckoned that even if the vast Heaven Pa-Ji Oda's grade did not reach divine artifact, it was probably not far off either. However, Long Ting's condition being poor was true. Yi Yuan estimated that during the Great Monumental Battle 50,000 years ago, Long Ting probably suffered considerable injuries too, resulting in him not recovering until now. Forcefully deploying the vast Heaven Pa-Ji Oda was overly forceful to the Long Ting in this kind of state. Blackwind said that after Long Ting returned to the vast Heaven Pa-Ji Oda, he never came out again either. Even though Blackwind could not make head or tail of the situation, Long Ting's weakness, he perceived it. Yi Yuan's heart stirred, and he immediately entered inside the vast Heaven Pa-Ji Oda. At present, Yi Yuan already broke through to Heaven Enlightenment realm. After entering the vast Heaven Pa-Ji Oda, he distinctly sensed that it was somewhat different from before. Yi Yuan came before the vast heavens steely and sunk his divine sense inside. Some of the hidden SPSE he previously could not sense actually surfaced in his mind vividly. That Fang Tian was indeed a monstrous genius, to actually still have such attainments in the Tao of artifact refining. Vast heaven Pa Ji. Oda is a marvelous creation excelling nature. It's probably not far from the divine artifact of the legends either. Yi Yuan sighed with admiration. Ever since deity realm powerhouses vanished, divine artifacts had never appeared in the divine realm again. For Fang Tian to refine the vast heaven Pa Ji. Oda with his own ability, it could be seen how formidable his strength was. His heart stirred. Yi Yuan's figure appeared inside a secret SPACE in the vast heaven Pa Ji. Oda. In here, Yi Yuan could distinctly sense that the flow of time became much slower. In front of a black silhouette. It was precisely the Long Ting whom he had not met for a long time. Regarding Yi Yuan's arrival, Long Ting did not have any reaction at all. He was still sound asleep. If it were normally, Yi Yuan's appearance would surely have startled Long Ting. Senior Long Ting. The Long Ting in his slumber slowly opened his eyes, clearly very low-spirited. When he saw Yi Yuan, he could not help revealing a relieved expression. Yi Yuan I knew that this brat's life is tenacious and won't die that easily. You broke through to heaven enlightenment realm? Not bad. Not bad. Long Ting forced a laugh. Yi Yuan bowed deeply and said, many thanks for Senior's grace of saving my life. You're the owner of the vast heaven Pa Ji. Oda. Naturally, you can also be called as my master. I obviously can't watch you be killed by that Jolan Pares Sively. Long Teng saying this was equivalent to tacitly acknowledging his ident. One Tai as the artifact spirit. Yi Yuan's intelligence, he had long bore witness before and knew that Yi Yuan definitely guessed his ident. One Tai long ago. It was just that Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was still low at that time and did not obtain his true approval. Yi Yuan could not even control the vast heaven Pa Ji. Oda, how could Long Ting easily acknowledge him as his master? Senior forcefully deployed the vast heaven Pa Ji. Oda. You have likely already injured your foundation. Can you allow Yi Yuan to do a check? Yi Yuan did not have superfluous words of thanks. This kindness, it was enough for him to remember in his heart. Long Ting nodded his head slightly. Yi Yuan's soul force crept up and started investigating Long Teng's situation. Long Ting trembled slightly and exclaimed in surprise, Your cultivation is at the first level heaven enlightenment realm, so why would you have middle stage alchemy Saint Soul Force? I can't make head or tail of this either. But it should be the effect of that whatever soul suppressing pearl, right? Senior, don't resist, wait for me to check a little while. Yi Yuan carefully swept over Long Ting's body, but his brows knitted together. Artifact spirit, this kind of existence, was very special. As long as the vast heaven Pa Ji. Oda was not destroyed, Long Teng could survive for an extremely long time. But for Long Teng, as a proud member of the dragon race, to willingly become the vast heaven Pa Ji. Oda's artifact spirit, it could be seen that his relations Hi+P with Fang Tian was not ordinary. Although becoming an artifact spirit, he could obtain a long life, the price was to never enter samsara. The existence of artifact spirits was somewhat similar to divine souls but had differences. Under normal circumstances, it was very hard for artifact spirits to get injured. But once injured, it was extremely troublesome. Looks like that great battle 50,000 years ago, Senior injured your foundation, forcefully deploying the vast heaven Pa Ji. Oda, Senior's wounds added injuries on top of injuries, Yi Yuan said solemnly. Long Ting said smilingly, looks like you guessed it since long ago. That's right. During that great battle 50,000 years ago, the vast heaven Pa Ji. Oda once withstood a heaven-quaking blow from the heavenly fiend Ji. Od head on before. The vast heaven Pa Ji. Oda itself suffered tremendous damage, while I also damaged my foundation under that blow. Originally, in these 50,000 years, my injuries already improved quite a bit. but forcefully deploying the vast heaven Pa-Ji. Oda this time aggravated my injuries again. But you don't have to worry either, I won't die. Yi Yuan's expression changed slightly when he heard that too. To be able to severely wound the vast heaven Pa-Ji. Oda comparable to a divine artifact, that heavenly fiend Ji. Oda's strength was truly daunting until it made people's hair stand on its end. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "Senior, you don't need to feign composure anymore. Although artifact spirits' longevity is long, they are not of undying bodies. Your injuries have never gotten better because you injured your foundation, and your self-recovery abilities weakened greatly. If it continues to deteriorate like this, you'll probably thoroughly perish before long. Looks like I'll have to make a trip to the Chaotic Devil Sea." Chaotic Devil Sea? Long Ting said in puzzlement. The era when Long Ting roamed the divine realm unhindered, the factions were already completely different from presently. The name Chaotic Devil Sea, it was still his first time hearing it. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, The Chaotic Devil Sea is formed by 7 great regions. These 7 great regions don't belong to any forces. In the Chaotic Devil Sea, the strong reigns supreme, going on a killing spree at the word of disagreement. There is no order to speak of whatsoever. It's a haven for those wicked people and people who aren't willing to be restricted by rules. In the Chaotic Devil Sea, they don't look at the background, only strength. To the divine realm, the Chaotic Devil Sea was a very special place. That place was utterly chaotic. Killing people to seize treasures was common occurrences. As long as you had sufficient strength, you could live very comfortably there. Outside martial artists entering, they were completely unable to adapt at all. Wanting to sit around and do nothing, waiting to die, was totally impossible. Want to survive, one had to become stronger. In the Chaotic Devil Sea, there was no lack of some targets wanted by major forces. But as long as they enter the Chaotic Devil Sea, those forces would not be able to do anything about them at all. Even super holy lands could not either. Putting it bluntly, this was a world where the strong feasts and the weak were prey. In that place, it was teeming with the flavor of primitiveness. Going to that sort of place for what? Even though you broke through to the heaven enlightenment realm, going to that kind of place is too dangerous, right? Long Ting's countenance changed as he said. Chapter 851, Young Lord Returning. Chapter 851, Young Lord Returning. Although Long Ting had not been to the Chaotic Devil Sea before, hearing Yi Yuan's simple description, he knew that place definitely had a large group of murderous and wicked villains. That kind of place, experts were probably in abundance. Experts that were able to survive there, their strengths should definitely be incomparably formidable. Even those great Holy Land's geniuses might not be stronger than them. As for such a place, there were definitely a large group of Dao Profound Realm experts too. That went even more without saying. Even those phaseless realm martial artists might not be people that Yi Yuan could easily cross realms to battle with. The White Valiant region was just one of the divine realm's most remote regions. The martial artists here, their strengths were not very strong. But in the Chaotic Devil Sea, that kind of place could be said to be a place where countless divine realm powerhouses gathered. The two could not be mentioned in the same breath at all. Therefore, Long Ting's concern was not utterly unjustifiable. Yi Yuan just smiled and said, "If I can't even handle a Chaotic Devil Sea, my great vengeance don't need to be avenged anymore either. Senior, rest assured. A mere Chaotic Devil Sea, Yi Yuan, still won't place in my sights. Senior's injuries can't be delayed. Only by going to the Chaotic Devil Sea can it be treated." Long Teng's expression became slightly austere as he said, "Just what does the Chaotic Devil Sea have that you insist on going?" "Skanda Divine Stone." Yi Yuan nonchalantly uttered 3 words but made Long Teng's expression change drastically. "What did you say?" "That Chaotic Devil Sea actually has Skanda Divine Stones?" "That's right. What I know at present, in the Divine Realm, only the Chaotic Devil Sea has Skanda Divine Stones. Only Skanda Divine Stones can aid Senior to consolidate your foundation and nurture your essence, to recover to your peak condition," Yi Yuan said. Skanda Divine Stone was a type of extremely rare wondrous item. It had extremely great nories. HI plusing effects towards divine souls, primordial spirits, artifact spirits, these types of existences. Since Long Ting was an artifact spirit, Yi Yuan had no way of refining medicinal pills for him at all. Only the Skandha divine stone, which was a kind of heaven and earth wonder, could treat his injuries. Long Teng gave Yi Yuan a glance with a complicated expression, but he shook his head and said, "This place that produces Skandha divine stones is probably exceedingly dangerous, right? With your current strength, it's likely too dangerous. And I already don't have strength left to spare to control the vast heaven Paji." "Oh da one more time again." Yi Yuan just smiled when he heard and said, "Senior just have to care about recuperating in this place. Other things, leave them to me." Finished talking, Yi Yuan's mind stirred, and he exited the vast heaven Paji. Oh da directly. Watching Yi Yuan's departing back view, Long Teng was slightly dazed. Only after a long time did he scold with a smile, "Stinking brat." Although Yi Yuan inherited the vast heaven Paji, ODA, for such a long time, he had always been testing Yi Yuan's character. Therefore, Yi Yuan actually did not truly obtain much help after acquiring the vast heaven Paji. ODA for a long time. Without this artifact spirit's approval, Yi Yuan could not even find this secret SPACE. But this time, Yi Yuan entering the boneyard without a single backward glance, wanting to slay Fiend Ji. Od Jiolan, finally made Long Teng thoroughly accept Yi Yuan. This recent period of time, an extremely major incident happened in the White Valiant region. The Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's Holy Lord, Tuyu, actually gained a new lease on life. After secluding for 10 months, he miraculously broke through to second-level Dao Profound. This incident shocked the entire White Valiant region. The Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was filled with exultation from top to bottom. The depressing air Amma S said these few years was instantly swept clean. The other 6 Holy Lands' Holy Lords all issued greeting cards to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, wanting to come to the White Valiant region to express felicitations to Tuyu. Helpless, Tuyu could only organize a grand ceremony to welcome guests from all over. "Holy Lord, the 6 Holy Lands' Holy Lords are all already waiting in the Great Hall," Chen Qin entered and said. Tuyu darted Chen Qin a glance and said, "Sai, you also know that my lucky breakthrough this time was all thanks to Yi Yuan. Now that Yi Yuan's life and death is uncertain, we're hosting some grand ceremony in Crimson Afterglow. I can't get past this psychological hurdle," Chen Qin said helplessly. "This is also something that can't be helped. Holy Lord breaking through to the second-level Dao Profound this time, not only does your strength reign supreme in the White Valiant region, but your longevity also increased several hundred years out of thin air." Although the 6 great Holy Lands' Holy Lords didn't say it explicitly, for them to come personally to congratulate, they are already expressing their intent to submit. If we don't accept it, it will instead cause everybody to panic. As for Yi Yuan, this subordinate also wishes for him to come back safe and sound soon. But his matters are evidently already not what we can poke our noses into. Be that as it may, I keep feeling like I owe Yi Yuan too much in my heart, Tuyu said with a sigh. Talking about owing, it's not a matter of just Holy Lord alone. The entire Crimson Afterglow all owe him far too much, Chen Qin said helplessly. That Divine King Powerhouse said before when giving Tuyu the medicinal pill, he owed Yi Yuan a favor. To be able to make this kind of existence owe a favor, Yi Yuan's background was definitely not small. Therefore, the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was actually very embarrassed said right now, especially Tuyu. He felt like he owed Yi Yuan too much, but he had no way of repaying Yi Yuan anything. Especially now that a year had said, and there was no news about Yi Yuan. This made Tuyu feel even more fearful and in suspense. "Say, do you think Yi Yuan can come back or not?" Tuyu said. Chen Qin could not help choking up, nodding his head, then shaking his head again. But in the end, he did not know what he should say. According to the way Wu Xiyuan said it, Yi Yuan was injured extremely severely at that time. Now, there was already no news for an entire year. The likelihood of survival was probably already very low. In the end, Tuyu gave a long sigh, but he still went out toward the Great Hall. In the Great Hall, the Crimson Afterglow organized a grand celebration. The White Valiant Region's major and minor forces practically all gathered at the Crimson Afterglow, all here to express congratulations to 2U. Congratulations, Holy Lord 2 soaring to the skies in one bound this time seriously made people endlessly shock. Holy Lord 2 is indeed a prodigious talent. In the future, our Cloud Watchtower Holy Land will listen only to the Crimson Afterglow's orders. The Crimson Afterglow is well deserving of being a veteran Holy Land with deep foundations. Holy Lord 2 breaking through to the second level Tao profound this time. You have got to take care of us in the future. The ones talking were all Holy Lords. These Holy Lords had always been contending in secret between themselves to see who could be the first to break through to the second level Tao profound realm. And among them, 2U's age was the oldest. His hope was naturally the bleakest as well. These few years, it had always been widely rumored that 2U entered close seclusion, wanting to break through to second level Tao profound, but he had never succeeded. Not only the Crimson Afterglow's own people doubted 2U, but even these Holy Lords were also very suspicious about 2U's situation too. If not for 2U's age being the oldest and his strength being the strongest too, they would probably have made a move long ago to probe. But now, they never would have thought that among the 7 Holy Lords, it was actually 2U who was the first to break through to the second level Tao profound realm. In front of people, 2U naturally would not display dispirited emotions. He immediately said coolly, "Everybody doesn't have to be courteous. The White Valiant region is everyone's White Valiant region, not my, 2U's, personal White Valiant region. Our White Valiant region belongs to the bottom of the barrel existences in the divine realm. Everybody should support each other, all the more so, like birds of a feather." When making polite and insincere comments, 2U did not even blink his eyes. But right at this time, someone shouted at the top of voice outside the door, "Young Lord came back. Why, young Lord, ye has returned." 2U's expression changed, and his face immediately revealed a look of wild elation as he vanished from inside the great hall with a whoosh. 0. Starting from this chapter, we will capitalized G and S in Great and Super Holy Lands. Chapter 852, Double Happiness. Chapter 852, Double Happiness. On the Crimson Afterglow streets, a group of people centiliter US turned around a young man, all incredibly excited. "Young Lord, it's great that you're all right. You have no idea, we were all worried sick about you in this 1 year. Yeah, young Lord. Elder Wu came back and said that your situation was very bad. We were all worried to death. You're the hope of our Crimson Afterglow's future, nothing must happen. Ye, young Lord, you broke through to the Heaven Enlightenment realm already?" One could tell that these young men truly took Yi Yuan to be like an idol. They were very worried about him this period of time. Although the time Yi Yuan became the young lord was not long, his series of methods still brought everyone into submission. Even Wu Siyuan yielded, let alone the rest. Furthermore, Soul Martial Divine King, Zhong Zizhen's appearance the previous time made Yi Yuan's prestige in the youngsters' hearts rise to an impossible height even more. To have relations with such a terrifying existence, this young lord was truly remarkable. 2U gaining a new lease on life and breaking through to the second level Tao profound realm, people coming from all around to pay respects, these were all intricately linked to young Lord Yi Yuan. If there were no Yi Yuan, those 6 holy lords would probably not be here to pay respects but sending out an army to attack instead. But when they discovered that Yi Yuan actually broke through to the Heaven Enlightenment realm, each and every one of them was so astonished that they could not close their mouths. Didn't Wu Siyuan say that Yi Yuan was badly wounded and that his life was in critical danger? Why did he directly break through to the Heaven Enlightenment realm after a year of not appearing in public? Reality seemed to be entirely different from Elder Wu's version of things. Yi Yuan saw through everyone's doubts, but said smilingly, "What Elder Wu said was right. When he left, I was indeed on the verge of dying. But later, I obtained some good fortune. Not only did my injuries recover fully, I even broke through cultivation realms consecutively." Wu Siyuan was at loggerheads with Yi Yuan. This was something that was known to all in the Crimson Afterglow. These youngsters having doubts, that was within reason. In reality, Wu Siyuan also suffered considerable skepticism in this 1 year. They did not know what happened in the boneyard. There were even people who suspected whether or not Wu Siyuan struck a vicious blow against young Lord. But the Holy Lord did not seem to look into this matter excessively. In this 1 year, Wu Siyuan had constantly lived in the seclusion of his own home and rarely came out. He himself withstood tremendous pressure too. If not for Wang Zon supporting Wu Siyuan fervently, probably even Tu would not believe Wu Siyuan either. Thanks to Yi Yuan, Wang Zon also returned alive this time. And this Wang Zon was First Elder Chen Qin's trusted confidant. Yi Yuan. You. It's great that you came back. A figure flashed. Tu revealed his figure, his appearance extremely agitated. Yi Yuan returning safe and sound, a huge rock in his heart finally landed on the ground. Seeing Tu appear, the others all gave a bow, then withdrew in succession. The Crimson Afterglow's people all understood why Tu would be so agitated. Yi Yuan smiled as he cupped his fists and said, "Congratulations to Holy Lord for breaking through to second level Dao Profound." Those youngsters chiming into the conversation, Yi Yuan also figured out what was going on in the Crimson Afterglow today. For Tu to be able to break through to the second level Dao Profound realm indicated that Zhong Zizhen already came by before. Tu was originally peak first level Dao Profound. Except, he had always been stuck at this bottleneck and was unable to break through. In proportion to the difficulty of refining, the 9-yang spring restoring pill's medicinal effects were extremely strong too. Tu breaking through to second level Dao Profound was within Yi Yuan's expectations. It was just that Yi Yuan did not expect that he would actually be gone for a year's time. What's there to congratulate about? Any greater joyous occasion can't match up to your safe return too. Tu went up agitatedly to pull Yi Yuan into his arms, rather like old friends who had not met for many years. At this time, the other holy lords also followed outside. Seeing this scene, they could not help clicking their tongues in amazement. The relations. Hi+P between the Holy Lord and the young lord can be said to be a relations. Hi+P of a master and an apprentice as well. But there would never be a holy lord with such an attitude towards the young lord. The Sheng Jun following behind the Cloud Watchtower holy lord was rather understanding towards this scene. He had witnessed before Yi Yuan's methods underground. He was certain that even if these holy lords were present, they absolutely could not do it to Yi Yuan's sort of extent either. Furthermore, hearing the news of Tu breaking through to the second level Dao Profound realm, Sheng Jun's first reaction was that it had something to do with Yi Yuan. This was just a kind of intuition. Sheng Jun could not say why either. Tu had always been announcing that he was in seclusion to assault the second level Dao Profound these few years, but he had never succeeded all along. Now, Yi Yuan just became the young lord and Tu successfully broke through. This was a bit too coincidental as well. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "What's Holy Lord saying? You're the backbone of the Crimson Afterglow. Now that you broke through to the second level Dao Profound, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land has at least several hundred years of glory. This is the first-rate joyous occasion for our Crimson Afterglow." Yi Yuan's position in Tu's heart was long not what a young lord could be summarized with. But today's protagonist was Tu. Yi Yuan obviously would not be a gatecrasher and usurp the host's place. Furthermore, he was going to leave soon after. Coming back this time was primarily still for the sake of saying goodbye, but he did not expect to just happen to run into the grand celebration. Haha, this emperor has too many things I wish to tell you. Let's have a good chat later. There are many guests present today, so let's not neglect them, Tu said. Tu naturally had a belly full of words he wanted to say to Yi Yuan. But these words were not appropriate to say explicitly in front of people, so he could only hold it in as well. When those holy lords saw Tu's joyful appearance, each and every one of their expression turned dim. Entering the boneyard this time, 6 out of the 7 great holy lands' young lords perished all at once. Only Sheng Jun alone returned. This threw their hearts into turmoil. To be able to become the young lord, each one of them depended on numerous resources of the Holy Land. The holy lords definitely also expended painstaking effort. Losing it all at once, it was hard for them to avoid feeling downcast in their hearts. It was just that they never thought that after a time interval of a year, Yi Yuan actually survived miraculously. It touched their sore spot all of a sudden. Gentlemen, today, my crimson afterglow is blessed with two joyous events at the same time. This emperor is very happy. Everybody, come into the great hall. Yi won't return without getting drunk, Tu said heroically. Seeing Yi Yuan return safe and sound, he was too happy in his heart. As for his current behavior, it was very different from how he usually acted. These holy lords were all shrewd and astute and naturally perceived something different. Regarding this crimson afterglow's newly ascended young lord, they all cast over curious looks. When he was passing by Sheng Jun also said with a cheerful look, Brother Yi being able to return safely, this Sheng is glad from the bottom of my heart. I just didn't expect that Brother Yi profited from a misfortune this time and actually broke through to the Heaven Enlightenment realm. When Sheng Jun saw Yi Yuan, he was incomparably shocked in his heart too. Having his divine soul minced by Fiend Ji. Od Jiolan, not only did Yi Yuan's injuries recover fully, he even broke through a major cultivation realm in a year's time. This was simply something inconceivable. Yi Yuan gave Sheng Jun a glance with a profound meaning and said smilingly, "Time waits for no man, Brother Sheng got to buck up too. Perhaps someday when the divine realm gets thrown into chaos, I still have to rely on Brother Sheng's strength." Sheng Jun's heart went cold, immediately feeling greater pressure. The might of the Fiend Ji. Od was already deeply imprinted in his mind. If Fiend Ji. Od Jiolan really could recover to his pinnacle strength, that would truly be a great calamity to the divine realm. Chapter 853, Send-Off. Chapter 853, Send-Off what? You want to go to the chaotic Devil Sea? After the great celebration, Tu dragged Yi Yuan into a hidden chamber without delay to carry out a conversation. But the words Yi Yuan's threw out gave Tu a fright. Yes. I have important things and must make a trip to the chaotic Devil Sea. Yi Yuan nodded and said. But, Yi Yuan suddenly mentioning that he wanted to leave thoroughly threw Tu's tempo into confusion. He actually did not know what to say for a moment. Only after thinking for a long time, did Tu say, "Then, will you still be coming back?" At present, Tu was already aware that the crimson afterglow, this temple, was too small, and simply could not accommodate Yi Yuan, a great deity. It was just that Tu never expected that this day would actually arrive so quickly. Yi Yuan was naturally aware of Tu's concerns and said smilingly, "Rest assured, Holy Lord. No matter where I go, I'll always be the crimson afterglow's young lord. But I probably can't make it back for a short while." This sentence represented Yi Yuan's promise to Tu. When Yi Yuan soared in the future, he would absolutely pull the crimson afterglow Holy Land along. It was just that right now, Yi Yuan was unable to stay in the crimson afterglow anymore. Yi Yuan was carrying too many things on his shoulders. He had more things to do. A measly little crimson afterglow was not his stage. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Tu's expression became complicated. He finally gave a sigh and said, "Ever since that lord appeared, I knew that you'd leave sooner or later one day. But didn't expect that it was so soon. Since your mind is made up, I won't hold you back anymore. This life of mine was given by you. If you have any needs, feel free to speak." "That's not right, Holy Lord. The crimson afterglow's foundation, the desolate ancient drip essence pool, was ruined by me. Yi Yuan is seized with fear. Just a measly little 9-yang spring restoring pill. Holy Lord don't have to worry about it," Yi Yuan said. The value of the Primeval Dragon Bone was far above that of the 9-yang spring restoring pill. Its significance to Yi Yuan was absolutely not what a 9-yang spring restoring pill could compare to either. If not for so, how could Yi Yuan possibly utilize such a huge favor to make the sole martial divine king of the 10 great divine kings, Zhong Zizhen, take action to refine this 9-yang spring restoring pill? Yi Yuan could feel that Tu was truly planning on grooming him as the successor, so he had quite a favorable impression towards Crimson Afterglow as well. But Tu shook his head and said, "The desolate ancient drip essence pool's significance was actually already not great to Crimson Afterglow. Otherwise, we wouldn't have kept on going downhill too. Forefather, that sort of peerless genius, is not so easy to show up." You being able to walk to the 7th level of the desolate ancient drip essence pool was already a miracle to the crimson afterglow. The desolate ancient drip essence pool was good, but not everybody could walk to the 7th level region. Except that this time, the crimson afterglow really produced several fine saplings. Especially Yi Yuan, he actually walked to the final level. This was already a tie with Forefather's record. If there were no accidents, Yi Yuan breaking through to the Divine King realm was no issue at all. One had to know that the Forefather was an existence comparable to the 10 great Divine Kings. His strength was unfathomable. Furthermore, no matter which aspect one looked at, Yi Yuan's talent was heaven-defyingly scary. His future accomplishments might not be lower than Forefather's. Oh, right, with that guy's temperament, seeing that I'm not in the crimson afterglow, he shouldn't take the initiative to make an appearance. How did you detect that fellow's existence? Yi Yuan suddenly thought of something and asked. Tu Yu's heart was slightly apprehensive. Yi Yuan's tone when talking was very casual, like he was old friends with that lord. Tu Yu was shrewd with age and could naturally tell that Yi Yuan was not putting on an appearance. But this involuntarily made him become even more curious. Just what kind of person was Yi Yuan, to actually be able to become friends with that kind of existence? A person who was able to think nothing of vast Sun City, no matter how one racked their heads. He was not an ordinary Divine King powerhouse either. Seeing Yi Yuan inquire, Tu Yu naturally would not hide it either, giving a recount of the situation that happened that day. Yi Yuan frowned hard when he heard that. He did not think that there was still such a thing in between this. This was really an accident arising from many causes. Otherwise, when he returned now, the crimson afterglow would probably be a wasteland already. Thinking about it, he was filled with lingering fear after the event too. Yi Yuan really did not expect that Zhu Yang actually refused to give up on his evil designs, and he even came to the crimson afterglow holy land. Looks like not teaching him a bit of lesson. This fellow would really go from bad to worse. Yi Yuan's expression was as dark as water. A terrifying aura emitted very naturally. Tu Yu could not help being slightly startled when he saw the situation. Yi Yuan was clearly only heaven enlightenment realm, but he actually gave rise to feelings of dread towards Yi Yuan's aura. Looks like after coming out from the chaotic Devil Sea, I'll have to drop by vast Sun City, Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. Tu Yu was speechless when he heard that. Vast Sun City was a rank 1 holy land with deep foundations. Just the Divine King powerhouses were quite a few. Even if Yi Yuan's talent was shocking and he was already a phaseless realm martial artist after coming out of the chaotic Devil Sea, it was not possible to deal with a vast Sun City too, right? But thinking about how Yi Yuan knew that lord, Tu Yu let go of his worries too. As long as he called that lord, presumably vast Sun City would really not dare to act rashly without careful consideration, right? The next day morning, in front of Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's large-scale transmission array, came a dozen over figures. They were all here to send Yi Yuan off. Brother Yi, I didn't expect that you'll be leaving right after you came back. This Sheng was still planning on finding you to enjoy a cup of wine and have a nice chat. Seems like there's no opportunity. The chaotic Devil Sea is different from the White Valiant region. Brother Yi got to be careful everywhere. Sheng Jun clasped his hands and said. Yi Yuan smiled as he said, rest assured, Brother Sheng. This he is naturally aware. Brother Sheng understands the righteousness of a cause. In the future, your accomplishments are bound to be limitless. This White Valiant region is too small. If there's a chance, best to go out and walk around more. Entering the boneyard this time, Sheng Jun's performance made Yi Yuan's eyes lit up. The human race had an enormous population but was in a state of disunity. People with courage and were worthy like Sheng Jun were really not many. Now that the divine realm's undercurrents were surging and Fiend Ji. Od Jiolan came into being, it was precisely a period of trouble. People like Sheng Jun, naturally the more the merrier. Sheng Jun smiled and said, Brother Yi has the same thought as this Sheng. Even if Brother Yi didn't say, this Sheng plans to go out and walk around sometime soon too. Yi Yuan nodded his head and fished out a small bottle, and threw it to Sheng Jun as he said, this is a Dharma word pill that this Yi refined yesterday night. I believe it will be of some help to Brother Sheng. Sheng Jun's entire body trembled as he received the Dharma word pill in Yi Yuan's hand in disbelief. This is really a Dharma word pill? This Sheng has long heard before of the name of Dharma word pill, but no body in the White Valiant region is able to refine this pill. Didn't expect that Brother Yi actually has such capability, Sheng Jun marveled. Dharma word pill was a medicinal pill that helped Heaven Enlightenment Realm medicinal pills break through to phaseless realm. Although it was a Tier 7 medicinal pill, it was extremely hard to refine. Even that Cloud Watchtower Holy Land's alchemy venerable powerhouses could not refine it at all either. Sheng Jun was unable to imagine that Yi Yuan actually only used a night's time to refine a Dharma word pill. Regarding Yi Yuan's martial strength, Sheng Jun had a clear understanding long ago. But he did not think that Yi Yuan actually still had such heaven-defying attainments in alchemy. Dharma word pill isn't considered some incredible medicinal pill. It's not hard for this Yi to refine. Alright, thanks so much for coming to send me off, everyone. Let's meet again if fate wills it. Yi Yuan said with a smile. Chapter 854, Super Transmission Array. Chapter 854, Super Transmission Array. Yixi City was the Dinghe region's rank 4 Holy Land, and Yixi City was a subordinate force of Dawn Heavenly Palace, one of the 8 great super holy lands. Yixi City was very prosperous because in the nearby several major regions, only Yixi City had a super long-distance transmission array. In the Divine Realm, wanting to cross several major regions to go on a journey, one must pass through a super long-distance transmission array. Martial artists likely required several years, even several decades to complete the journey if they relied solely on one's own strength to fly. Of course, if one's strength reached the Divine King realm, that was something else entirely. Boy, stop looking. The super transmission array is spoiled. Want to hop onto the transmission array? Go queue up and register over there. A 9th level Heaven Enlightenment City guard berated and did not have any respect towards this young man in front of him at all. And the target he was berating was precisely Yi Yuan, who came far away from the White Valiant region. The fees required for constructing a super transmission array was an astronomical figure. Places like the White Valiant region did not have the ability to build a super transmission array at all. Therefore, for Yi Yuan to want to go to the chaotic Devil Sea, he had to pass through a place with a super transmission array. Yixi City's super transmission array led to a large city in the proximity of the chaotic Devil Sea. Hence, Yi Yuan came to Yixi City. Not only did constructing a super transmission array need to cost a huge sum of resources, it even required a coalition of several Tier 9 array emperors before it could be completed. Yixi City naturally did not have this ability. This transmission array was assisted by the Dawn Heavenly Palace to build for Yixi City in order to strengthen the control over the nearby several major regions. But when Yi Yuan made it to Yixi City, the transmission array was spoiled coincidentally. What made Yi Yuan depressed was that now, there was already a large group of martial artists held up in Yixi City. Even if the transmission array were fixed, if Yi Yuan queued up according to the protocol, it would need a month's time before he could leave as well. After all, a super transmission array like this, the essence crystals it needed to expend each time was a rather terrifying figure. This transmission array could only activate once every 3 days. Each time it activated, it could only transport 300 people. Yi Yuan familiarized himself with it earlier. Right now, there were already several thousand people registered. He probably could not leave Yixi City for a few months. Currently, the surrounding of the transmission array was already sealed off. Far away, some array masters could be seen currently carrying out repairs inside. This brother, I wonder when this super transmission array can be fixed. Yi Yuan secretly stuffed a bag of earth essence crystals to that city guard and asked. The city guard darted Yi Yuan a glance with a profound meaning. Clearly, he did not think that this young man was actually so adept. Only then did his expression ease up considerably. Taking the money, that city guard naturally answered every question, maybe 10 days, maybe a year. How can I be certain about this? Repairing this super transmission array requires a Tier 9 array emperor to personally take action. Our Yixi City doesn't have a Tier 9 array emperor. Right now, City Lord His Excellency already ordered people to go to Dawn Heavenly Palace to invite a Tier 9 Array Emperor. But the Tier 9 Array Emperor is in great demand. Whether he comes or not, what time he comes, it's all uncertain. This was awkward. Yi Yuan was very worried about Long Ting's situation and was not willing to delay even a second. Therefore, he departed on the journey on the second day after he returned to Crimson Afterglow. He did not expect that although he did not delay at Crimson Afterglow, he was held up in this Yi city. Like this I wonder how this transmission array spoiled? Yi Yuan asked curiously. Upon mentioning this, that city guard immediately flared up and said, "Don't talk about it. That Heaven Dam Ned fellow. Turns out that he was hunted down by the Dawn Heavenly Palace's elders until here. It was also a coincidence when that fellow arrived here. Our transmission array was in a state of activating. That guy killed quite a few people upon making a move and even wrecked the Grand Array." One could tell that when this city guard mentioned that person, a look of fear showed in his eyes. Clearly, that person's strength was extremely formidable. When Yi Yuan heard, he was shocked inwardly too. An existence who could be chased down by the Dawn Heavenly Palace was probably not a good guy. Furthermore, one could tell that from destroying the Grand Array, that fellow was definitely a ruthless character. Damaging the Grand Array from the interior, one could be swept into a turbulent spatial flow at any time. This was going for broke. Yi Yuan mused for a moment and said to that city guard, "This one knows about array formations a little. Why not let me lend a hand and try helping out?" The city guard was stunned and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "Forget it. Even though our Yi city doesn't have a Tier 9 Array Emperor, we have some Tier 8 Array Masters. You take a look at those people inside, they are all Master Class SS figures. What help can you, a little brat, offer?" Yi Yuan stuffed another bag of Earth Essence crystals to him and said with a smile, "Big brother, younger brother has been interested in formations since young. You look, there are so many masters inside. Younger brother also just wished to go in and learn. You look, their age isn't young anymore either. I can always come in handy for some manual labor, right?" Looking at that bag of Earth Essence crystals, the city guard was clearly somewhat hesitant already. Thinking about it, he said, "How about this, I'll go and speak for you. But whether they use you or not isn't something that I can decide. But this thing," his meaning was very clear, regardless whether it was a success or failure, this bag of Earth Essence crystals was his. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Don't worry, big brother, whether it works or not, since younger brother took this thing out, I've never thought about taking it back. Big brother has a hard job here too. Taking it to drink a bit of alcohol to get over your fatigue is also good." That city guard said with a hearty laugh, "Boy, you're very sensible. I like you. You wait here. I heard that the transmission array was damaged very badly this time. Master Wu, they all are really lacking manpower." Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, "Then I'll have to trouble big brother." Yi Yuan smuggling inside was naturally not in order to learn. He wanted to fix the Grand Array. Rather than waiting for that whatever Array Emperor to come, it was not as fast as getting to work himself. The Super Transmission Array was not one Grand Array, but combined together from many major and minor array formations, very complicated. Among these had Tier 9 array formations, Tier 8 too, and even Tier 7 array formations. Those array masters inside right now were all repairing array formations under Tier 9. Tier 9 array formations, naturally only array emperors understood. However, these array formations was not a difficult thing to Yi Yuan. Hence, that was why he came forward of his own accord to offer his services, saying that he wanted to go in and learn. When Yi Yuan looked over at this time, that Master Wu was currently utterly exhausted from overwork. Managing the restoration of such a grand array was clearly somewhat forceful to him. Yi Yuan saw the city guard went up to exchange a couple of words with him, then turned back. Seeing Yi Yuan, the city guard smiled and said, "You, boy, are lucky. Master Wu just happened to be lacking manpower and asks you to hurry over. But Master Wu said, if you go over and cause trouble, he'll slap you to death with one palm. Don't blame me for not warning you. Master Wu's temper is very bad. You have to be careful." Regarding this result, it was not out of Yi Yuan's expectations. Super transmission arrays were very complicated. To Tier 8 array masters, it was indeed a little forceful. He swept a glance earlier and knew that inside was really lacking manpower. So with people delivering themselves to the gate, they should not refuse. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Don't worry, big brother. Don't look at how younger brother is young, my foundations are still very solid. I won't make a mess." Chapter 855, Experts Walk Among the Mars. Says. Chapter 855, Experts Walk Among the Mars. Says En, "Good that it's solid. If it isn't solid and you annoy Master Wu, the one courting death is yourself too." "Alright, come with me then," the city guard said coolly. Regarding Yi Yuan's life or death, he could not be bothered. As long as there was money to earn, it was fine. The two people were just about to turn around and leave when suddenly, a clear and melodious voice stopped them from behind. Hey, two big brothers, are you guys lacking people who know array formations here?" Turning around to take a look, turns out that it was a beautiful lady wearing a flaming red fur dress. This lady seemed to be even a little younger than Yi Yuan's age. But her strength could not be underestimated. It actually reached 9th level heaven enlightenment already. The girlie looked very pretty. That city guard was still thinking of flying off the handle, but the moment he saw her, he immediately put out the fire. "Ah, you know array formations too?" the city guard asked. The girlie nodded her head like a chicken pecking for rice and said with a wide beam, I know. Don't look at how I'm young, I'm a true blue tier 7 array master." The city guard sized this girlie up and down a bit, his gaze filled with disbelief. "Huh? You don't believe? I'll display a move for you to see." The girlie seemed to have suffered some stimulation, casually lay down a miniature array formation. Her technique actually flowed smoothly and naturally. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up. This girlie looked like she came from a family with profound teachings. Just this move was even stronger compared to quite a few tier 8 array masters. The city guard's eyes turned intent, and he nodded and said, "Alright, you come too." The girlie looked at Yi Yuan with a smug smile and followed along as well. "Master Wu, these two." The city guard had yet to finish talking when he was interrupted by Master Wu. "You two each set up a miniature tier 5 array formation for me. If you can't set it up, get lost right now for me." Master Wu was clearly very impatient. There were even people coming up to seek guidance from him every now and time and were given a good dressing down by him. Looks like he indeed had a hot temper. That girl's lips pursed and she said disdainfully, "TCH, isn't it just a tier 5 array formation? Watch carefully." As she said, the girlie imitated what was done before, and only used around 10 breaths of time to finish laying down a tier 5 array formation. Master Wu was overjoyed the moment he saw and repeatedly praised, Good. A fine mystic crystal dipper formation. You, Lane SSIE, do indeed have some Dao attainments. You can stay. You follow me in a while, I'll tell you what to do." When experts made their move, the genuine and the fake would become clear at a glance. Although the Lane SS looked young, her technique was extremely skillful. To be able to set up a tier 5 array formation within 10 breaths of time, her formation's attainments would not be too poor. Master Wu was an expert. He could naturally perceive clumsiness at a glance. Honestly speaking, he really lacked this kind of people who knew the ropes under his charge to act as an assistant. This girlie just happened to be perfect. "Hey, your turn," the girlie looked at Yi Yuan sneeringly and said. She was roughly as old as Yi Yuan and did not believe that Yi Yuan could casually set up such a tier 5 array formation. "Hurry up, don't waste this old man's time. This super transmission array is damaged very badly. We must complete some fundamental array formation repairs before the tier 9 array emperor comes over," Master Wu said impatiently. Witnessing the girlie's methods, Master Wu did not think that Yi Yuan could reach this sort of level either. The Mystic Crystal Dipper formation was a very profound tier 5 array formation. Wanting to finish setting it up within 10 breaths was indeed rather challenging for tier 7 array masters. Yi Yuan nodded his head and made his move like lightning. With this movement, Master Wu and the girlie's gaze immediately sharpened. "This boy is intentionally provoking me, no? It's actually the Mystic Crystal Dipper formation too." This missus doesn't believe that you can set it up even better than this missus. The girlie was secretly displeased. But Yi Yuan's performance disappointed her. 10 breath. Just nice 10 breaths of time, no more, no less. Yi Yuan similarly finished setting up the formation. Seeing Yi Yuan finish setting up the formation, Master Wu could not help being slightly dazed. Experts in arrays were the same as alchemists, all rare species. To be able to have such formations attainments at a young age was even rarer. He did not think that today he would see 2 of them all at once. The mystic crystal dipper formation which Yi Yuan set up was virtually identical with the girlie's. Even the time was grasped just nice. This skill was not what ordinary people could accomplish. Master Wu, done, Yi Yuan said with a slight smile. Ah. Good, very good. The 2 of you are both pretty good, really not bad. There's a tier 7 child formation over there that's damaged very badly. Not many people here are qualified to take on the duty. The 2 of you go and give it a try. Keep in mind, if you encounter anything you don't know, come and ask me. Don't ruin the array formation, Master Wu said. All right, Master Wu. We'll get going. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, Hey, what are you walking so quickly for? Wait for me. The girlie hurriedly chased after when she saw that Yi Yuan left. The girlie caught up to Yi Yuan and said with an unkind tone, Hey, punk. Did you do it intentionally just now? Yi Yuan acted dumb and said, Intentionally? What does miss mean? The girlie pursed her mouth and said, Quit playing possum. Similarly mystic crystal dipper formation, likewise 10 breaths. How can there be such a coincidental thing? Own up, did you go easy just now? With Yi Yuan's formations attainments, how could setting up a tier 5 array formation require 10 breaths of time? The reason why he did it was just that Yi Yuan did not wish to stand out too much. As long as he controlled it at 10 breaths of time, Master Wu could not say anything. Yi Yuan still feigned ignorance and said, Not at all. I already tried my best before barely managing to complete within 10 breaths. Miss is overly sensitive. The girlie blinked and said, Is what you said true? Of course it's true. The mystic crystal dipper formation isn't an ordinary tier 5 array formation. Completing within 10 breaths, I already performed exceptionally well, Yi Yuan said with a smile. The girlie thought about it and felt that it made sense too, and she said, Makes sense. Just that old fellow earlier, setting up a mystic crystal dipper formation is probably around 10 breaths time or so as well. Even if you're any stronger, it's impossible to surpass him too. That's right. Alright, time is tight. We'd better not lose time and repair the array formation at once, Yi Yuan said. The girlie was startled and revealed a look of panic in her eyes. She quickly nodded and said, Oh, right, quickly repair the array formation. This set of tier 7 array formation was an utter piece of cake to Yi Yuan. That lane SS clearly had exceedingly high attainments in formations Dao too. In less than an hour's time, the 2 people finished repairing this tier 7 child formation. Hihi, really couldn't tell that you're pretty impressive in array formations. To actually be able to keep up with this Mrs. Speed. I'm called Ding Shi plus you? Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan. Really never heard before. This region's famous formations Dao geniuses, I know all. Never heard of your name before. Looks like experts walk among the Ma. S says. Ding Shi plus you thought for a long time and did not figure out who Yi Yuan was either. Yi Yuan said with a smile, The divine realm is so large, how many people can you know? Alright, let's report completion of the task to Master Wu. Chapter 856, Secretly Making a Move. Chapter 856, Secretly Making a Move. What? You guys already finished repairing? The 2 of you weren't slipshod with the task, right? Hearing Yi Yuan duo report completion of the task, Master Wu was startled until he raised his voice. TCH, how can a mere tier 7 array formation stump this miss? If you don't believe me, you can go and take a look, Ding Shi plus you said disdainfully. Master Wu really did not believe and immediately went to inspect the array formation the duo repaired. With this look, he could not help being greatly astonished once more. This tier 7 child formation was really restored perfectly. He looked at the duo somewhat, not daring to believe it. Wasn't this efficiency a little too high? Tier 7 array formations are too simple. I say, Master Wu, can you give us more complicated array formations? This miss is still in a hurry. Ding Shi plus you said. This. Can you repair Tier 8 array formations? Master Wu said, rather uncertain. Of course. Initial stage Tier 8 array formations are definitely not a problem. Ding Shi plus you said with a proud look. Restoring array formations and setting up array formations was different. As long as one understood the principle and structure of Tier 8 array formations, Tier 7 array masters were able to do it. Ding Shi plus U's basics were very solid. Tier 7 array formations should have been thoroughly memorized in her heart long ago. She might really have dabbled in Tier 8 array formations. Master Wu thought about it, nodded his head, and said, fine then, Tier 8 array masters' helpers are just kind of short right now. You go over there and help them. Ding Shi plus you smiled sweetly when she heard that. Giving Yi Yuan a smug look, she went over in the direction of that group of Tier 8 array masters. Yi Yuan could not help shaking his head and chuckling. This lane SS was clearly secretly contending with him. This was insisting on competing with him. That glance earlier was clearly saying, I can repair Tier 8 array formations, can you? After Ding Shi plus you left, Master Wu asked rather weakly, can you repair Tier 8 array formations too? But Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a smile, I can't repair Tier 8 array formations. Master Wu, you go and work first. I'll walk around and see where needs help. Master Wu sighed in relief and said with a nod, all right, then you go around and take a look. There are still quite a number of Tier 7 array formations that require people to help. You see which place needs it, then go ahead yourself. If Yi Yuan could repair Tier 8 array formations too, Master Wu would really have to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Two little brats had this kind of strength. His many years of life was really wasted away. But regarding Yi Yuan's strength, Master Wu was still very certain. Helping to repair Tier 7 array formations, Master Wu felt very safe. He did not plan on bothering about him either. Ding Shi plus you already started work on this side. Tier 8 array formation, it was clearly much more strenuous on her. However, she still paid very close attention to the situation on Yi Yuan's side. Seeing Master Wu come over alone, she still felt slightly disappointed. Since young, she had yet to encounter before an array master in the same age group who could contend with her. Therefore, meeting Yi Yuan today, her desire to prevail over others was stirred up too. Although she was rather confident in her formation's ability, no idea why, she kept feeling that Yi Yuan held back to some extent. Master Wu, why isn't that Yi Yuan coming over? Ding Shi plus you could not help going forward to ask. Master Wu said, he says that he can't repair Tier 8 array formations, so I let him walk around by himself and see which place needs help, then he can go for it. With his strength, repairing array formations under Tier 8 shouldn't be a problem. Logically speaking, Ding Shi plus you should be very happy right now. But don't know why, Ding Shi plus you felt that her interest was somewhat waning. The opponent must be comparable in strength and skill for it to be interesting. Finally managed to encounter an opponent, but it was this kind of conclusion. This made Ding Shi plus you feel dull and bored. Like that then I'll get to work, Ding Shi plus you said dejectedly. After Master Wu left, Yi Yuan started strolling all around by himself. Occasionally, when he saw that people needed help, he would go over and lend a hand. It was obviously not that he could not repair Tier 8 array formations, but what he wanted to repair were the Tier 9 array formations. It was just that rashly mentioning that he wanted to repair the Tier 9 array formations, Master Wu definitely would not agree. Therefore, he drove away Master Wu, but he himself slowly moved over towards the Tier 9 array formations there. Really impressive, little brother. I've been doing for a long time here and didn't figure it out either. You solved the problem the moment you came, said a Tier 7 array master, raising a thumbs up to Yi Yuan. This array formations array element is a bit confusing. Actually, figuring it out isn't hard. You carry on, I'll go over there and walk around, Yi Yuan said. Little brother, Over there is the Tier 9 array formations region already, warned the array master. I know. Tier 9 array formations are not so easy to encounter. I'll go over and take a look, Yi Yuan said with a smile. That array master nodded his head but was filled with admiration towards Yi Yuan in his heart. Look at that young man, so studious. No wonder he has such strength at a young age. The Tier 9 array formations area did not have a single person. Everyone was busy with their own work, and no one noticed Yi Yuan's actions either. Apart from Yi Yuan, there would not be people overestimating their own strength to come and repair Tier 9 array formations either. A super transmission array's Tier 9 array formations, speaking in terms of formations Dao, it was not considered very hard. Initial stage array emperors could repair them already. After comprehending the array formations 3 volumes, Yi Yuan's attainments in formations Dao scaled new heights. Repairing this kind of array formations was naturally nothing difficult. Observing one round around the array formations, Yi Yuan already had a score in his heart about the structure of these array formations. Tier 9 array formation stability was still very strong. So the damage was not too severe. This super transmission array, the most serious damage were still those low-level array formations. This set of Tier 9 array formation, only a section of some small-scale array elements was ruined. It was just that these array elements' structure was very complex and belonged to the scope of Tier 9 array formations. It was very hard for Tier 8 array masters to understand. But these were not a problem to Yi Yuan. Setting up such a large-scale array formation, he could not do it. But repairing this kind of small-scale array formations, it was still not a problem to him. Yi Yuan did not delay much either and directly started to repair these small-scale array elements. Have you all seen Yi Yuan? Oh, he's a young man, a little over 20 years old, Master Wu asked. He encountered a troublesome Tier 7 array formation over at his side, but he could not handle it alone, so he thought of Yi Yuan. Even though Yi Yuan was very new to everyone, he was too young. Placed among this group of people, it was very obvious. Oh, he said that he wanted to study Tier 9 array formations and went over there, the Tier 7 array master that Yi Yuan helped previously said. Master Wu's face turned black, and he said, "What nonsense. He, a measly little Tier 7 array formation, learning what Tier 9 array formation?" Master Wu's figure moved, and he arrived at the Tier 9 array formations area very soon and saw a young figure bustling about over there. He immediately flew into a thunderous rage. Yi Yuan, what are you doing? You actually dare to touch the Tier 9 array formations without authorization. What if you break the array base? Can you shoulder the responsibility? Quickly stop for me. If you still don't stop, don't blame me for not being courteous anymore. Master Wu originally had a fiery temper. Upon seeing this sort of situation, he immediately flared up. This was a mission the city Lord Pares said to him. If he screwed it up, that would be terrible. Chapter 857, Observation. Chapter 857, Observation. Master Wu's roar startled everyone. Quite a number of people all put down the work in their hands and ran over to watch. The moment Ding Shi+U heard Yi Yuan, she immediately ran over. The moment she saw, she could not help jumping in fright. Yi Yuan was bustling about on the Tier 9 array formations and was actually repairing the array formations. Come, men. Quickly come, men. Capture that punk for me. Master Wu roared. Ding Shi+U beautiful eyes swiveled around, staring fixedly at Yi Yuan. Several city guards hastily rushed over when they heard Master Wu's yell. Master Wu ordered, "Capture this brat for me. Break his legs first before talking." Several city guards received the order and were just able to go forward when they heard Ding Shi+U say, "Calm your anger, Master Wu. Look closely, that small-scale array element in Yi Yuan's hand is almost finished repairing." Master Wu was stupefied. Only then did he carefully observe the movements in Yi Yuan's hands and could not help getting a huge shock. Hold your horses. Hold your horses. Wait a while more. Yi Yuan seemingly did not hear the racket below at all. He just restored the array formation at his own pace. Very soon, that array element in his hand was fully repaired finish. He did not remain and ran over to another array element place to start repairing. The expression on Master Wu's face became incomparably fascinating. He looked at Yi Yuan's back view like he saw a ghost. Although he could not repair Tier 9 array elements, whether the array elements were repaired or not, he could still discern it at one glance. Yi Yuan, he actually repaired the Tier 9 array element. What kind of joke is this? This boy is merely at the Heaven Enlightenment realm. He can actually repair Tier 9 array elements. Too impressive. This guy is simply a genius. How old is he only? To actually have such heaven-defying attainments in the formations Dao. Heaven-defying. Too heaven-defying. Likely, even Grand Yang Divine King did not have such terrifying strength when he was at this age too, right? Could it be that this boy will be Grand Yang Divine King's successor? Yi Yuan repairing a Tier 9 array element struck these array masters dumb with amazement. This kind of breathtaking performance made them involuntarily think of the Grand Yang Divine King, Lu Linfeng, and carry out a comparison between the two of them. Ding Shi plus you bit her red lips lightly, her eyes were big and moist as if about to drip water out. This guy, turns out that he completely feels it beneath his dignity to compete with me. He says that he didn't know how to repair Tier 8 array formations was also because he was too disdainful to repair Tier 8 array formations. The goal for coming in was totally for the Tier 9 array formations. At this point, how could Ding Shi plus you still not understand Yi Yuan's objective? Yi Yuan was definitely in a hurry to leave too. So he deliberately sneaked inside for the sake of restoring this super transmission array. He, a Heaven Enlightenment realm, saying that he wanted to repair Tier 9 array formations would definitely make people laugh their heads off. So he deliberately says to help, then take the chance when everyone was not paying attention to repair the Tier 9 array formations himself. This guy was truly too hateful. His strength was clearly formidable, but he intentionally tied with her. This was an insult to this young lady. Yi Yuan did not know that he had already been inexplicably hated by Ding Shi plus you without rhyme or reason. Still stoning there for what? All get your ass says back for this old man. If you delay the restoration of the array formation, this old man will give you all a good one. Master Wu boomed. Those array masters watching the show dispersed with a single command, each returning to their stations. When Master Wu looked at the Yi Yuan with his hands full, his gaze was filled with astonishment. After an hour, Yi Yuan finally could not hold on anymore and backed down. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and said helplessly, "Restoring Tier 9 array elements really consumes essence energy. Even with my essence energy recovery speed, it's actually a bit too much for me. Setting up the grand array naturally needed to expend massive amounts of essence energy too. Otherwise, with Yi Yuan's strength, wouldn't setting up Tier 9 array formations be easily accomplished? Even if it was a measly little Tier 9 array element, the essence energy expended was rather considerable too. Master Wu, really sorry about it. This Yi is in a hurry to leave too, so that's why I resorted to this plan. Please don't take offense," Yi Yuan said with an apologetic look. Master Wu's face flushed crimson red. Being called a master by a person who could repair Tier 9 array elements, how could he live up to it? Don't, in front of you. How can I dare to be master, this word? That. Master Yi, this Tier 9 array formation, Master Wu hurriedly said. Yi Yuan naturally understood his meaning. Nodding, he said with a smile, this Yi's cultivation realm is too low. The repair speed is a little slow. Give me a day's time, these Tier 9 array formations should all be able to be repaired finish. Master Wu's eyes became wide saucers as he muttered, A day. What kind of joke of was? Even if Tier 9 array emperors were invited over from Dawn Heavenly Palace, it was also not possible for them to finish repairing these Tier 9 array formations within a day. Yi Yuan actually said that he only needed a day's time. And this was even slow. Master Wu was really speechless. The words that a monster say would really make ordinary people break down. A day's time, should be about there. Master Wu, I'll recover for a while first. Finished talking, Yi Yuan swallowed a medicinal pill and went to one side to recover essence energy. Before long, Yi Yuan was brother IMMING with essence energy once more and returned to repairing the array formations. Master Wu followed in Yi Yuan's footsteps, seemingly having some words that he found hard to speak out. Yi Yuan said in puzzlement, "Does Master Wu have something you want to tell this Yi? Please stop calling me Master. This old man is Wu Junran. Master Yi, you just call me by my name directly will do." That. Master Yi, when you're repairing the array elements, can you let this Wu observe by the side? Master Wu said bashfully. Formations were the same as alchemy, both with secretly learning from a master being a taboo. Observing the repairs of array elements at the sides undoubtedly had some suspicions of stealing secrets. Yi Yuan was stunned, but he said magnanimously, "No harm. If Master Wu wants to look, just observe by the sides." Thank you so much, Master Yi. Wu Junran gave a deep bow to Yi Yuan. The martial artist world, those who reached first served as teachers. Wu Junran's formations attainments could not compare to Yi Yuan's. Learning from him was also something very natural, nothing to be ashamed about. On the contrary, Wu Junran's strength being lacking, that would be looked down upon by people. To a Tier 8 array master, he wanted to become an array emperor powerhouse even in his dreams. Such a splendid opportunity, how could he miss it? Even the array emperor powerhouse who hailed from the Dawn Heavenly Palace would not possibly let him observe the restoration of the array formations at close quarters too. In comparison, Yi Yuan was much more generous. Yi Yuan did not have any taboo areas regarding this. He and Wu Junran did not have any conflicts of interests at all. Even if he really succeeded in stealing secrets, with Wu Junran's comprehension abilities, it was impossible to catch up to him in this lifetime too. Therefore, what harm was there in allowing him to learn a little? Sherry's plussing one's own old broomstick, that was all something that only those people without confidence would do. Observing Yi Yuan repair the array elements at close range, the shock in Wu Junran's heart became even more intense. When this super transmission array was being set up, he was there. When those Tier 9 array emperors were setting up the array formations, he had naturally seen before from far away too. But those Tier 9 array emperors' skills were actually not as proficient as Yi Yuan's. This Master Yi was too formidable. Chapter 858, Green Sea Mercenary Group. Chapter 858, Green Sea Mercenary Group. For an entire day, Yi Yuan virtually spent it swamped with work. Repairing Tier 9 array formations was also a tremendous challenge to him. His essence energy was depleted fully several times, then replenished back through medicinal pills again. This kind of intensity made Wu Junran unbelievably speechless from watching. But Yi Yuan did not brag. He only used less than a day's time to finish repairing all of the super transmission array's Tier 9 array formations. Done. Along with the final array element being fully restored, Yi Yuan felt rather excited too. Finally leaving this place. Master Yi is truly a genius. Even if a Tier 9 array emperor was here, it's not possible to do it better than Master 2. Wu Junran gasped in admiration. Sup this entire day's time, he constantly followed by Yi Yuan's side just like an apprentice. Once in a while, he would even help as Yi Yuan's assistant. As a Tier 8 array master, how long has it been since Wu Junran had this kind of feeling? But this one day's time, Wu Junran learned a lot by Yi Yuan's side. Some areas he did not understand, he would pose questions to Yi Yuan. And Yi Yuan would never keep it all to himself either, explaining these problems to him. The more Wu Junran listened, the more terrified he got. In the end, he was even more in awe of Yi Yuan. Fortunately, this Grand Array's core formation's damage wasn't severe. Otherwise, I would be at a loss on what to do as well. Master Wu, now that the Grand Array is already repaired finish, I wonder if this Yi can be the first group to leave or not. Can, of course can. Not only can Master Yi be the first batch to leave, but the fees for passing through this transmission array can also be waived directly, Wu Junran said. Each time the transmission array was activated, the Earth Essence crystals expended was not little. Each person who rode the transmission array had to pay a considerable fee. But with Yi Yuan's contributions, Wu Junran naturally could not let him pay any more. Hey, and me, Master Wu, this young lady contributed quite a bit of effort. At this time, the other damaged array formations were already repaired finish too. Probably receiving Yi Yuan stimulation, Ding Shi plus U restored the array formations like crazy and indeed contributed quite a bit of effort. Wu Junran laughed and said, that is, of course. Finest. Hi plusing with some preparation work, Yixi City announced to everybody that the super transmission array was opening up anew. This news made everyone all feel very surprised. They had already made the preparations to stop over in Yixi City for a period of time. Did not expect that they only used a few days' time to finish repairing. The first batch of 300 people already entered the super transmission array one after another. When the transmission array activated, Yi Yuan and Ding Shi plus you were naturally among them too. Didn't they say that the Tier 9 array emperor had not reached Yixi City yet? How was this array formation fixed? I heard that it was a young man a little over the age of 20 who finished repairing it. A young man slightly over 20? You have got to be kidding. Hair hasn't even grown fully yet, and he can repair a super transmission array? I originally didn't believe either. But someone personally saw Master Wu, who was presiding over the array formation's restoration, following behind that young man, calling him as a master time and again. This first batch of people already waited for a number of days. They were naturally burning with anxiety. They also each displayed remarkable abilities to inquire about the transmission array's restoration progress rate. But hearing that this super transmission array was actually repaired by a youngster, each and every one of them were incomparably stunned too. These words naturally landed in Ding Shi plus U's and Yi Yuan's ears. Ding Shi plus U involuntarily looked towards Yi Yuan but discovered that Yi Yuan had a perfectly calm and collected face, as if he did not have any relation with what others were talking about at all. Ding Shi plus U could not help being slightly amazed in her heart. Other people were praising him by the side, and he actually did not have even a bit of a smug look. This sort of bearing was completely not like what a young man should have. If it were her, she would more or less be a bit pleased with herself at this time. And this sort of feeling would naturally be shown on her face too. Wu Junran originally planned to personally come and see Yi Yuan off but was rejected by Yi Yuan. Wu Junran coming to see him off personally, these people would definitely know that the one who repaired the transmission array was him. He did not wish to be sized up non-stop by people with eyes like he was a freak. Moreover, this trip to the chaotic Devil Sea, best to prioritize keeping a low profile above all. After all, the chaotic Devil Sea's danger was far from what other places could compare to. The super transmission array slowly activated. The array formation erupted with a dazzling light. Right then, a wave of hubbub suddenly emitted from outside. Boom! The guard who watched over the transmission array was directly sent flying by someone. A figure dashed inside. "Miss, quickly come out. You running away from home secretly. Master is greatly enraged and wants you to return at once." That person saw Ding Shi plus U in the crowd with one glance and shouted loudly. But the transmission array already activated at this time. That person was completely unable to stop it. Ding Shi plus U made a funny face at that person and said delightedly, "Humph. You tell grandfather, I, Ding Shi plus U, can also make my mark without relying on the family." Finished talking, the transmission array erupted with rays of brilliant light. The 300 people inclusive of Ding Shi plus U and Yi Yuan instantly vanished from sight. When that middle-aged man saw Ding Shi plus U leave just like this, he stomped his feet in anger. Didn't they say that Yixi City's super transmission array was broken? Why was it fixed so quickly? No matter how I rushed, I was still a step late. Sigh. Once the transmission array activated, the next activation required waiting until 3 days after. In 3 days, Ding Shi plus U would have run to goodness knows where long ago. 10 days later, a group of trade caravans with dozens of people were advancing along a narrow, winding trail. Each and every one among the trade caravans was fully armed to the teeth, akin to facing a great enemy. These martial artists among the trade caravans, each and every one looked very intrepid. Looks like their combat power were all not weak. At this time, the trade caravans already entered the chaotic Devil Sea's boundary. Starting from here, they would have to deal with dangers coming from all sides at any time. Elder brother Liu, I heard that this route isn't very peaceful recently. There are already quite a few trade caravans that were gobbled up until not even bones remained. This trip, we got to be more careful. Don't worry, owner Yang. Our Green Sea Mercenary Group is Luoding City's strongest mercenary group, not one of. With us around, you can feel at ease. With the Green Sea Mercenary Group, this Yang naturally feels safe. If not for so, I wouldn't have spent a large sum to invite elder brother Liu either. It's just that the things being transported this time is too important. This Yang has no choice but to be more careful. Owner Yang is overthinking it. The other trade caravans being annihilated was either because the strength of the mercenary groups they employed were lacking, or the trade caravans were unable to see through an obvious situation. Our two families have cooperated for many years. We naturally won't make that kind of mistake. These two people talking, one was the owner of the trade caravans called Yang Jun. The other was the leader of Luoding City's Green Sea Mercenary Group called Liu Yusheng. Luoding City was the nearest city away from the chaotic Devil Sea, and also a communication bridge between the chaotic Devil Sea and the outside world. The chaotic Devil Sea needed large quantities of goods and materials. All of it flowed into it from places like Luoding City. Due to the chaotic Devil Sea being very chaotic, it had its own set of survival rules. Therefore, some merchants did this sort of high-risk transactions like Yang Jun this kind. But the chaotic Devil Sea was very dangerous. These merchants would naturally hire some mercenary group as well to ensure safety. The Green Sea Mercenary Group was a powerful mercenary group second to none in Luoding City. Chapter 859, Yang Ling. Chapter 859, Yang Ling. Yang Yusheng was a 9th-level Heaven Enlightenment martial artist. Speaking in terms of this tiny little Luoding City, he was already very powerful. Apart from him, the Green Sea Mercenary Group's martial artists were all veterans of 100 battles too. All of their strengths were not ordinary. Luoding City's mercenary group's primary missions were to escort trade caravans into the chaotic Devil Sea. Accumulating year after year, mercenary groups able to survive were all those with very formidable strength. But for so many years, the trade caravans that frequently take this path, they would generally bribe some of the major and minor forces on the way. These small forces in the chaotic Devil Sea were also merely in order to seize some cultivation resources. As long as these trade caravans were generous enough, they would not exterminate everyone either. To these small forces, the trade caravans were like chives they were growing. After growing for some time, they would cut some to eat. It was just that the situation recently seemed to have had some changes. 2 or 3 trade caravan teams previously disappeared on this route incomprehensibly, without leaving behind even a trace. Therefore, the merchants were all on tenterhooks during this period of time. Yang Jun took on a huge deal this time. In order to earn this sum of money, he did not stint to spend a very high price on hiring the Green Sea Mercenary Group. At present, in a horse carriage of the trade caravans, a woman was holding a 5 to 6 years old little girl in her arms, her eyes filled with lovingness. Master Yi, really thank you so much this time. My daughter's ailment has constantly been tormenting her since birth. We've invited many alchemists before who were all unable to treat her illness. If not for running into Master Yi, my little girl probably wouldn't be long for this world, the woman said gratefully. This woman's name was called Lin Shuang. She was precisely Yang Jun's lawfully wedded wife. And that little girl in her arms was naturally their daughter. The Master Yi in Lin Shuang's words was obviously the Yi Yuan who came far away from Yixi City. Passing through several places, Yi Yuan finally went to Luoding City. The outside world did not have transmission arrays that led directly to the chaotic Devil Sea. So, wanting to enter the chaotic Devil Sea, one must enter by foot. In places like the chaotic Devil Sea, moving alone drew too much of people's attention. Those martial artists did not care who you were. Murdering and seizing treasures was a frequent thing. Although the chaotic Devil Sea's borders did not have many high-level martial artists either, Yi Yuan did not fear those people. But this way, it would be a lot more troublesome. As it happened, Yang Jun's trade caravan needed an alchemist and just happened to be recruiting from the outside world. Yi Yuan came forward of his own accord to offer his services. Even though Yang Jun's remuneration was very high, No body accepted the offer at all. Alchemists' combat strengths were very weak. Following trade caravans into the chaotic Devil Sea was no different from committing suicide. Alchemist statuses in Luoding City was very high. But those who genuinely dared to enter the chaotic Devil Sea were a scant few. Yi Yuan did not have a high-level alchemist's badge. When he came to accept the employment offer, it could not dispense with a series of eye-rolling. But with his strength, after he displayed his skills slightly, it thoroughly convinced Yang Jun. Yang Jun's daughter was called Yang Ling. When she was still in swaddling clothes, she was once captured away by a chaotic Devil Seas expert, who used special means to injure her meridians. Back then, Yang Jun spent an enormous price before ransoming his daughter back from the other party's hands. But he never would have thought that his daughter, who was ransomed back, would actually end up like this. But that martial artist who abducted Yang Ling was well renowned in this border zone of the chaotic Devil Sea. Even Liu Yusheng did not dare to provoke either. Helpless, he could only invite alchemists with a king's ransom to come and extend his daughter's life. Except, that person's methods were extremely profound. These few years, the earth essence crystals Yang Jun expended went beyond tens of millions. But Yang Ling's body went steadily downhill. This time, because of some special reason, Yang Jun husband and wife had no choice but to bring their daughter along. But no alchemist was willing to follow their trade caravan. With no other choice, Yang Jun was forced to recruit an alchemist in Luoding City. Coincidentally, Yi Yuan just happened to be thinking of ways to enter the chaotic Devil Sea at this time. After seeing the recruitment, he took the initiative to join in. Big brother Yi Yuan, you're really remarkable. When I grow up, I want to be an alchemist like you too, and become a master looked up to by tens of thousands. Yang Ling looked at Yi Yuan in admiration and said. Under Yi Yuan's treatment, Yang Ling's mental state was already much better. Compared to the pale and sickly appearance from before, it was simply akin to two different people. Yi Yuan rubbed Yang Ling's small head fondly and said with a smile, Linger is naturally gifted with exceptional intelligence. In the future, you'll definitely be a remarkable alchemist. Yang Ling's bright eyes lit up, and she said in delight, Big brother Yi Yuan, are you telling the truth? Of course it's true. When has Big brother Yi Yuan lied to you before? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Yi Yuan was really not teasing Yang Ling to make happy. This little girl was of the innate wood spirit physique, a natural alchemist. To alchemists, the most important was fire control and soul force. And the innate wood spirit physique had a natural affinity with flames, possessing an inherent advantage in the path of fire control that others were unable to compare to. But Yang Ling's family was just par serbi in his life. He naturally would not express too much. However, when Yang Ling heard it, she jumped up happily. Yay! Yay! Wait until Linger is as incredible as Big brother Yi Yuan. I'll definitely treat everybody's sickness and not let them be tormented like Linger. Yi Yuan was slightly stunned. He did not think that a little child could actually say this kind of words. Although these words were very childish, it was a noble aspiration. It should also be the lifelong goal of an alchemist. For a 5-year-old little girl to be able to say this kind of words, it could be seen how painfully she was tormented these few years. Even Yi Yuan got a huge shock when he first laid eyes on Yang Ling. A little girl like this could actually live to 5 years old. This was simply a miracle. One had to know that an infant's meridians had yet to form and were also very fragile. Although that person's methods were extremely profound, it also virtually ruined Yang Ling's vitality. Logically speaking, it was even considered a miracle for Yang Ling to be able to live for a year. Along with the increase in age, Yang Ling's meridians would slowly grow. But this process intensified Yang Ling's agony even more. If not for running into Yi Yuan, Yang Ling would be dead for sure. Even Yi Yuan was very cautious when treating Yang Ling too, not daring to make the slightest mistake. Linger can definitely do it. Yi Yuan encouraged with a laugh. Lin Shuang patted Yang Ling's back and said with tender lovingness, Go find your father to play. Mother still has some words to say with your big brother Yi Yuan. Yang Ling nodded her head obediently and crawled out of the carriage. After Yang Ling left, Lin Shuang's expression became solemn as she said, Master Yi, I know that it's rather brusque, but I still have a matter that I wish to request of you. Regarding Lin Shuang's behavior, Yi Yuan was not very surprised. He said, Madam Yang is worried that this trip won't go smoothly and want to entrust Ling to me. Lin Shuang froze. She did not think that Yi Yuan actually saw through her thoughts already. She nodded her head at once and said, the owners of those 2 trade caravans who went missing, us husband and wife are very familiar with them. They were both very cautious people. They've already traveled on this route for many years and had never gotten into any trouble. Didn't expect that this time, they finally. Chapter 860, Crow's Mouth. Chapter 860, Crow's Mouth. Since Madam knows that this trip is dangerous, why would you still want to do this transaction with owner Yang? Yi Yuan asked curiously. Even though travel trading like them carried their heads on their waistbands in the first place, it was actually not as dangerous as others imagine in normal times. Bribe what was expected, and they could live. Unless they really offended those people badly, otherwise, they would not viciously kill. Especially Yang Jun this kind, he was even more of a veteran of this route. His connections and resources naturally need not be said. Or else, it would be very hard to hire the Green Sea mercenary group too. If this trip was truly dangerous, Yang Jun did not have the need to wade into this messy situation. No matter how the goods were, it was not as valuable as one's life either. Lin Shuang's expression dimmed when she heard that and said, since we're going on this trip, we naturally have a reason for making this trip. Don't ask any more, Master Yi. Yi Yuan said, like this it was this Yi Yuan who was rash. Since Yang Jun was delivering these goods and even brought his whole family, this trip was definitely even more important than their lives. Master Yi, Lin Shuang beseech you. If we encounter any danger, can you bring Ling and leave first? Don't worry, even if us husband and wife die, we'll also carve out a bloody road for you and Ling, Lin Shuang said resolutely. Yi Yuan said with a smile, maybe Madam is worrying too much. There wasn't much danger this trip. But since Madam said so, this Yi will comply with your wishes. Innate wood spirit physique, that was an extremely rare spirit physique. Even Yi Yuan had his heart moved due to the appreciation of talent. Lin Shuang was overjoyed when she heard that and said, then Ling will be entrusted to Master Yi. After Lin Shuang left, Yi Yuan's expression darkened slightly too. Everyone's atmosphere was rather odd. Yi Yuan had clearly detected it long ago. More importantly, Yi Yuan's perception was much more acute compared to ordinary people. In truth, ever since they entered the chaotic Devil Seas area, Yi Yuan had become aware that there was someone staring at them. Such a large caravan team entering the chaotic Devil Sea, not being targeted by people was impossible. But the strength of the person shadowing was a bit too high. Plop, plop, 2 cras. Plussing sounds came from outside one after another. Following that, it became a mess. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he also got down the carriage. Not far away, 2 dead bodies laid on the ground. Liu Yusheng and Yang Jun, the 2 of them revealed solemn expressions on their faces. Master Yi came. Quickly let Master Yi take a look. The 2 of them died so oddly, without any wounds on their bodies. How did they die? Seeing Yi Yuan come over, someone hurriedly said. When Yang Jun saw Yi Yuan, he hurriedly came forward to give a bow as well, saying, Master Yi, these 2 brothers had no illnesses or diseases. Just now, they were walking perfectly fine, how come they said away? Yi Yuan did not speak. Going up and inspecting the 2 dead bodies a little, he said with a sigh, the 2 of them were hit by other people's ambush long ago. Only all the way until now did it show effect. These 2 people were members of the Green Sea mercenary group. Yi Yuan naturally would not diagnose each person once. Yang Jun's expression changed when he heard that and said, these 2 brothers ate and lived together with us. When did they get hit by an ambush? Along the way, the vast majority of the time was spent in the wilderness. Everyone was together too. To be able to ambush these 2 people without a sound, how formidable did their strength have to be? Liu Yusheng frowned and said, these 2 brothers were sent out for a period of time yesterday. Is it possible that they were stabbed in the back by someone during that period of time? This sort of delivery journey was not much different from fighting in a war. Sending 2 people out to scout for a path, and to see if there were any movements, this was something perfectly normal. But they did not expect that the excursion caused them to lose their lives. These 2 brothers' strengths were not weak. They were both Heaven Enlightenment realm martial artists. If they were ambushed by people, it's not possible to have zero reaction, right? Yang Jun's expression was slightly grim as he said. Only 2 kinds of possibility. One is that they were poisoned by people unknowingly. Second is that the strength of the person who ambushed them was way higher than theirs. While talking, Liu Yusheng looked towards Yi Yuan, clearly seeking his opinion. Yi Yuan was the only alchemist in the trading caravans. He naturally had the greatest right to speak. But he saw Yi Yuan shake his head and said, neither. Seeing everyone's puzzlement, Yi Yuan squatted down and lightly pressed a few times on one of the dead bodies. Then his palm force abruptly spat out. A black-color little thing suddenly tunneled out from the skin. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help being struck with terror. At this point, how could everyone still be unaware that what made these 2 people lose their lives was this black-color tiny thing? After the small black bug crawled out from the skin, it turned into a stream of light with a whiz, wanting to escape. Where are you running? But Liu Yusheng was long prepared. A burst of force suddenly fired out and just happened to score a hit on the small bug. Liu Yusheng extended a hand and clutched, grabbing the small bug in his hand. Looking closely, this small bug was merely the size of a soybean. It did not appear to have any extraordinary aspect, but it actually claimed 2 lives. What the hell kind of bug is this? To actually be so formidable? Liu Yusheng said with a grave face. This bug is called heart-devouring bug, specially raised with martial artist's blood and essence. It can bore into the body through the martial artist's skin and arrive straight at the heart through the meridians, infesting within the martial artist's heart and devouring the heart's blood essence. And this process, the martial artist would only have some pain like being bitten by a mosquito, extremely hard to discover. If one were careless, they would suck. UMB to it, Yi Yuan said. Everyone's expressions changed when they heard that. This small bug was totally impossible to guard against. Even if the martial artist heightened their vigilance, it was also not possible to focus attention from morning till night either. As long as one slightly relaxed a little, wouldn't they die without rhyme or reason? This tiny bug is actually so formidable. Yi Yuan nodded and said, it's even more incredible than you imagine. Leader Liu, better throw it away. Your blow just now shouldn't be sufficient to cause death. It's currently in a state of suspended animation. When you loosen up, it might just come and give you a bite. Liu Yusheng's countenance suddenly changed, his entire person nearly jumped up, and he instinctively threw away the heart-devouring bug in his hand. Right then, a cold light flashed. Yi Yuan drew his sword directly to split the heart-devouring bug into 2 halves. With this, it was deader than dead. Although I didn't use full strength just now, I also used 30% to 40% power. This little bug can actually still survive. Liu Yusheng said with lingering fear in his heart. Yi Yuan said, I already said, it's even more impressive than you imagine. The most terrifying thing about heart-devouring bugs is not that it kills people imperceptibly, but heart-devouring bug swarm. Everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Hearing the meaning in Yi Yuan's words, the matter was not as simple as imagined. This heart-devouring bug can not only devour blood essence, but it also has extremely high immunity towards essence energy attacks as well. Therefore, that move of Leader Liu's just now is completely unable to cause death. Can't feel anything with just 1 or 2, but if the numbers go up, that would really be called truly impossible to guard against, Yi Yuan said. As if confirming Yi Yuan's words, everyone suddenly heard a series of buzzing sounds. Immediately after, tiny black bugs that blotted out the skies and covered the earth swarmed over towards the trade caravans from all directions. 0. The title of the chapter is Crow's Mouth. It is a phrase to describe a person with a wicked fortune-telling mouth, inaccurate when saying good stuff, accurate when talking about bad stuff. Chapter 861, Burning of the Linked Camps. Chapter 861, Burning of the Linked Camps. This is a heart-devouring bug swarm. Yang Jun's gaze revealed a look of despair. The heart-devouring bugs already surrounded them up. Even immortals could not possibly fly out either. Liu Yusheng was used to seeing grand spectacles too. But at this time, his scalp could not help tingling. Such numbers of heart-devouring bug swarm, even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms sup 1 sup, he had no way of warding them off either. Yi Yuan currently had his gaze fixed on the heart-devouring bug swarm, but suddenly felt someone hug his leg. Lowering his head to take a look, it was little girl Yang Ling. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "Linger, are you scared?" Linger shook her head cutely and said, with big brother Yi Yuan around, "Linger isn't scared. Good girl." Yi Yuan gently rubbed Linger's small head and said dotingly, "I don't believe that a swarm of tiny bugs can eat us. Sup 2 sup brothers, get into formation and exterminate this group of DAMN bugs for me." Liu Yusheng shouted angrily. Sea Green mercenary group martial artists were all veterans of 100 battles. Experiencing the initial most panic, they calmed down very quickly. Dealing with such a large swarm of bugs, it was naturally the effects of array formations that was the best. Otherwise, being besieged separately by these bugs and getting routed one by one, that would be terrible. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of stopping. If Liu Yusheng could really deal with these heart-devouring bugs, he would naturally be disinclined to make a move again. The Green Sea mercenary group was clearly very familiar with array formations. Only using several breaths of time, the array formation was already formed. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up slightly and started to look at this Green Sea mercenary group in a completely different light. This set of array formation was called Spirit Profound Unity Formation. After forming the formation, a kind of fantastical resonance would form between the martial artists, and let each of their strengths increased immensely from there. Furthermore, the group of martial artists could join hands to lay down an enchantment, letting the power of the array formation increased greatly. Yi Yuan observed for a while. This set of array formation being set up, even if phaseless realm martial artists wanted to break it open, they had to expend quite a bit of effort too. No wonder the Green Sea mercenary group was called the strongest in Luoding City. Looks like it was not without reason. Indeed, once the enchantment activated, it immediately isolated those heart-devouring bugs outside. Quite a number of heart-devouring bugs all crashed into the enchantment like moths into the fire. But the moment they touched the enchantment, a large swarm was killed by a blinding light. Seeing this scene, Yang Jun's heart finally fell back into place. Heaving a long sigh in relief, he praised, "Elder brother Liu is indeed impressive. Hiring the Green Sea mercenary group here on this trip is really too worth it." Liu Yusheng was proud of himself too as he said, "Hey, that goes without saying. For our Green Sea mercenary group to be able to make it to our current status, how can we not have any ultimate trump card ability? With us, this group of brothers here, it's also useless no matter how many of these DAMN bugs there are." The might of the Spirit Profound Unity Formation was extraordinary. It killed large swathes of heart-devouring bugs very quickly. But these bugs were too many. It completely could not be killed finish. These bugs were clearly not intrepid and fearless towards death either. Seeing that they were unable to breach the enchantment, they stopped the attacks very quickly and started circling around outside the enchantment. Suddenly, those bugs seemed to have suffered some kind of stimulation and actually started biting each other. When the martial artists saw this scene, they could not help being astounded. "Haha, these bugs are indeed savage in nature. Not able to breach our enchantment, they actually started killing each other," someone said with a jeer. When these bugs started to chomp down, they did not show the slightest hint of mercy towards their companions. Very soon, a large swarm of heart-devouring bugs died under the gnawing of their own companions. But when Yi Yuan saw this spectacle, his gaze turned grim. "Everybody, don't lower your guard. These heart-devouring bugs chomping down on each other is not savageness being their second nature, but because there is someone controlling them to evolve. Heart-devouring bugs are unable to take human form, but are able to evolve through devouring their companions. Along with the increase in rank, their resistance towards essence energy would also rise dramatically," Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan was just like a jinx. The moment he finished explaining, after those heart-devouring bugs devoured many of their companions, their strength suddenly skyrocketed. With this, The number of heart-devouring bugs reduced a lot, but the quality increased by a large margin. Liu Yusheng's expression changed, and he said, "Careful, they are going to attack. Kill them." This time, the heart-devouring bugs that had a large improvement in strength bounced back with renewed effort after a failure. The Green Sea mercenary group spared no effort to control the enchantment, bombarding wantonly at the heart-devouring bugs. Yet, the bodies of those heart-devouring bugs actually just swayed a little and dropped directly on top of the enchantment. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The heart-devouring bugs actually started to devour the essence energy used to set up the enchantment. Seeing this scene, Liu Yusheng and Yang Jun's expression changed greatly. Wasn't these heart-devouring bugs a little too formidable? Hiss, hiss, hiss. More and more heart-devouring bugs plopped onto the enchantment. The enchantment became a black sky very quickly. Liu Yusheng had sweat streaming down his face from nervousness. He wanted to remove the array formation, but removing the array formation at this time was no different from seeking death. Boom. Right at this time, it was as if the entire world was lit up. A raging flame actually started burning on the enchantment. Buzz, buzz. At this time, virtually all of the heart-devouring bugs were gathered on the enchantment. This fire burned extremely suddenly, burning all of the heart-devouring bugs all at once. The heart-devouring bugs emitted low cries, making people shudder with fear when they heard it. This flame was very fierce, seemingly like a bone-festering maggot. No matter how those heart-devouring bugs struggled, they could not break free. Finally, they turned to ashes. Even though those heart-devouring bugs already evolved successfully, under this flame, they did not have the slightest strength to resist. Liu Yusheng and Yang Jun watched this scene in a daze, both somewhat out of sort. The glow of the fire shone on their faces, radiating light, shaking people to the core. Elder brother Liu, was this flame done by your mercenary group? Yang Jun asked slowly. Liu Yusheng was stunned, then immediately let out a roaring laugh as he said, "Ha ha ha. Oh, of course. Just now, I deliberately showed weakness to the enemy. It was for the sake of drawing all of them over to round them up in one fell swoop. How is it, owner Yang? Is this fire still par-sable?" Yang Jun nodded his head mechanically and sighed with praise. "Elder brother Liu is indeed formidable. If we can return safely from this trip, your mercenary group's reward will add another 30%. Although Liu Yusheng did not know what was going on, this outcome was exactly when he wanted. This baffling fire actually directly increased their remuneration by 30%. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan just smiled slightly and did not have the intention of stepping forward to claim the credit. Earlier, everyone's attention was focused on the heart-devouring words. He took advantage of the fact that everyone was not paying attention and quietly infused the cleansing sandal sacred flame into the array formation. How could a Tier 7 cleansing sandal sacred flame be what these heart-devouring bugs could withstand? With this, it directly burned until nothing was left. This kind of means, only Yi Yuan could accomplish it without drawing attention as well. He was very familiar with this spirit-profound unity formation. Even though it was his first time cooperating with these martial artists, it was seamless. Even Liu Yusheng did not detect it. Don't be happy too early. These heart-devouring bugs should be controlled by someone. Burning them down with this, the perpetrator is probably going to show up, Yi Yuan warned. 0. The chapter title is Burning of the Linked Camps. This is a reference to a battle in the Three Kingdoms era. Soldiers ran around to set fire everywhere, causing chaos. Chapter 862, Earth Carnage Proclamation Expert. Chapter 862, Earth Carnage Proclamation Expert. Yi Yuan's voice had yet to fade when a man appeared in everyone's line of sight. Yang Jun said with a bitter smile, "Master Yi, can we not say any more? If you keep talking, you might provoke some kind of existence out." Liu Isheng grumbled too, "Master Yi, can we keep our mouths shut for a while? Whatever you say, everything will come true. At this rate, we can forget about reaching the place for the rest of our lives." Yi Yuan was stupefied. Only then did he recover to his senses too and could not help saying "Embarrass. Said Li, who, I'll just stop talking." Starting from when the enemy appeared, it seemed like all of the direction of the plot was planned by Yi Yuan. And he became a seer, Whatever he said, everything came true. Yang Jun and Liu Yusheng had clearly become aware of it already and could not help complaining to Yi Yuan. They naturally did not know that if it were not for Yi Yuan, they would already not have the life to complain here. This man who suddenly appeared had a sinister and ruthless gaze. There was even a knife scar on his face. One look and it was obvious that he was not some good person. But this guy was merely 8th level heaven enlightenment realm. This made Liu Yusheng and the rest feel much more at ease. Against a 8th level heaven enlightenment realm, Liu Yusheng sized himself up that he would not lose to anybody. Moreover, in his view, this man should be more formidable in controlling bugs. His combat strength should not be strong. To dare burn all of my blood saber tan size, heart-devouring bugs to death, are you all prepared for a reckoning? The scar-faced man said in a cold voice. The moment these words came out, Liu Yusheng and Yang Jun's expressions changed drastically. You're the blood saber tan sai hu ma's sacred Luoding city's entire Zhong family 10 years ago. Liu Yusheng was incomparably astonished. His hand holding the sword tightened unnaturally. Clearly, this blood saber tan sai's fierce name made Liu Yusheng produce fear. Yi Yuan was very curious when he saw the situation too. Liu Yusheng appeared like he feared nothing and no one. He was actually so fearful of this scarred man in front of him. Is this scarred man very impressive? Yi Yuan asked a Green Sea mercenary group's martial artist. That person's expression was not too good as well. He said in a solemn voice, 10 years ago, Blood Saber Tan Sai was only 6th level heaven enlightenment, but ma's sacred Luoding city's entire Zhong family of 200 over people. One has to know that the Zhong family was a great family second to none in Luoding city. Just the 9th level heaven enlightenment realms were as many as 2 people. There were even several people in the 8th level heaven enlightenment realm. Tan Sai killed all of them with his strength alone. Would you say that's impressive or not? That martial artist even thought that Yi Yuan would get a huge shock after hearing it. Who knew that Yi Yuan just nonchalantly gave an "oh," then there was no more follow-up. This Tan Sai should have comprehended a supreme true intent, that was why he would be so formidable. Now that 10 years had said, Tan Sai already cultivated to 8th level heaven enlightenment realm, his strength was bound to have scaled new heights. If Liu Yusheng matched up, it was indeed quite troublesome. Supreme true intents were not cabbages that anyone could comprehend. Although Liu Yusheng was strong, he was still a little away from comprehending a supreme true intent. Under the circumstances of being at the same cultivation realm, Liu Yusheng was absolutely not Tan Sai's match. But seeing this Tan Sai also made Yi Yuan have a direct understanding of the chaotic Devil Sea's martial artist's strength. This place was merely just at the border regions of the chaotic Devil Sea, and there was already an expert like Tan Sai. Continuing deeper, he might run into some formidable characters. Looks like my Tan Sai's name is still not weak. Since you know my name, you should know that I never leave survivors behind, right? Are you guys taking action yourselves, or are you letting me do it? Tan Sai said with a cold smile. Liu Yusheng's expression changed, and he said, "We have never provoked your esteemed self. It was your esteemed self who took the initiative to control the heart-devouring bugs to come to attack our trade caravans. Why is there a need to be overbearing? Your meaning is that my heart-devouring bugs died in vain just like that. In order to groom these heart-devouring bugs, this Tan expended a considerable price, virtually killing off all of the people in this area. Now, you guys actually burned them to death. Could it be that you still wish to not get involved in it?" Tan Sai said coldly. Liu Yusheng's expression changed drastically, and he said, This area's forces were all killed off by you?" Liu Yusheng was still curious. Originally, walking until this place, there should long have been people jumping out. But along the way, it was unusually peaceful. What? Could it be that you still want to take revenge for them? Alright, enough crap has been said. I'll be sending you on your way right now. Tan Sai made a move right away and actually did not have the slightest hesitation. Into formation. Liu Yusheng knew that he was not a match. With a loud cry, the Spirit Profound Unity formation was instantly formed. Boom. A blood-colored saber light slammed onto the grand array and actually struck the enchantment until it teetered shakily. Even Liu Yuxing and the others staggered unsteadily. This. How could it be so strong? Liu Yuxing turned pale with fright as he said. Just now that blow was virtually equivalent to Tan Sai overpowering their entire Green Sea mercenary group with his strength alone. This kind of strength was simply what no one could ever imagine. Only at the 8th level Heaven Enlightenment realm, the disparity between Liu Yuxing and Tan Sai was seriously too great. Tan Sai was also slightly surprised to see that he did not succeed in one blow and said, "I really couldn't tell that your little mercenary group still have a bit of capability. But the next attack, you guys have to be careful." Just a little surprised, that was all. No matter how powerful this spirit profound unity formation was, he, Tan Sai, did not place it in his sights either. "Elder brother Liu, this. What should we do?" Yang Jun's expression changed greatly as he said. Liu Yuxing's expression was ugly to the extreme. Gritting his teeth, he said, "No other choice. This Tan Sai's fierce name is ill. US try us. There have never been survivors under his hands. Want to live, we can only stake everything on a single throw. Ha ha ha. Stake everything on a single throw? Looks like you guys have already not entered the chaotic Devil Sea for very long. You actually don't know that this Tan is already ranked in the latest issue of the Earth Carnage Proclamation," said Tan Sai with a laugh. It was as if Tan Sai heard some ridiculous thing. He laughed, but the others could not laugh. Yi Yuan faintly revealed a surprised look too. The reputation of the Earth Carnage Proclamation, he had naturally heard before. This list was published by the Heaven's Secret Tower's Chaotic Devil Sea branch. One issue every half a year, divided into Heaven and Earth, 2 proclamations. What the Heaven Carnage Proclamation recorded were all phaseless realm martial artists. What the Earth Carnage Proclamation recorded were all Heaven Enlightenment realm martial artists. Any martial artists who made it on the list would be people with extremely formidable martial prowess in the same realm. Facing experts in the same realm, it was virtually all instant kills. Every martial artist in the chaotic Devil Sea took pride in being able to get on the Heaven and Earth dual proclamations. Just as Tan Sai said, Liu Yuxing they all had already not entered the chaotic Devil Sea for half a year and was completely unaware that Tan Sai actually slaughtered his way into the Earth Carnage Proclamation within this half a year. Facing an expert on the Earth Carnage Proclamation, how could Liu Yuxing they all still have the mindset of getting lucky? More importantly, this Tan Sai troublesome and ruthless, completely not giving people a way out. Even if they pleaded to him, he could not possibly let go of this group of people either. No wonder those trade caravans disappeared, bafflingly. With such a great malefic star around, how could they still have the possibility of surviving? This time, this Tan is not going to pull any more punches. You guys will have to bring out all of your might. Tan Sai licked his lips, revealing a cruel expression. Clearly, the next attack would be a lightning-like blow. Chapter 863, In High Spirits. Chapter 863, In High Spirits brothers. Keep your chins up. This guy isn't easy to deal with, Liu Yuxing said with a solemn face. Earth Carnage Proclamation's expert, however seriously they took him, was not being overboard. If he did not have the Spirit Profound Unity formation to assist, he would definitely turn around and run right now. Of course, whether he could escape or not was another matter. The Green Sea mercenary group members were naturally also aware of what Earth Carnage Proclamation meant. Each and every one all plucked their spirits up 120% to deal with Tan Sai's lightning-like blow. For a moment, the enchantment radiated a brilliant splendor. Its power seemed to be even greater than before. Tan Sai looked at Liu Yuxing and company's actions indifferently and was not anxious at all either. This array formation is rather interesting. However, want to deal with me with just the likes of it? Tan Sai gave a cold laugh. A short blood-colored small saber appeared in his hand. Blood. Moon. Slash. H. Plus Tan Sai said it word for word. A horrifying half-moon blood-colored saber light chopped down at the grand array. Liu Yuxing's expression was incomparably solemn. He poured all of the essence energy in his body into the array formation without holding anything back. The aura of Tan Sai's move was completely different from that previously. The power was more than several times stronger. He knew that just by relying on this spirit profound unity formation, he probably could not withstand this move at all. But at this moment, he did not have a second option either. There was only meeting the enemy with all his power. But right at this time, the spirit profound unity formation erupted with rays of brilliant light once more. A stream of violent flames gushed out once again, colliding together with Tan Sai's saber light. Evenly matched. Liu Yusheng looked at this scene in front of his eyes disbelievingly. Tan Sai's saber light was actually blocked by them. Whoa! Big, Yang Ling suddenly cried out, clearly very excited. But her words had yet to be uttered when she saw Yi Yuan shake his head slightly, indicating to her to not speak. The little girl was very sharp, and she hurriedly covered her mouth. Linger, this is our little secret. Don't tell others, okay? Yi Yuan transmitted. The little girl nodded her head excitedly, as if guarding some earth-shaking secret, exceedingly pleased with herself inwardly. Other people all did not notice Yi Yuan's actions. Only Yang Ling, this little girl, noticed it. Yang Jun did not know what it meant and shouted fiercely, Yang Ling, what are you messing around here for? Quickly go back to the carriage. The Laness stuck out her mouth and ran away swiftly. After Yang Ling left, Yang Jun let out a long sigh and said to Liu Yusheng, elder brother Liu is indeed formidable. This array formation, even an Earth Carnage Proclamation expert is actually powerless against it. Echaha. What Earth Carnage Proclamation expert? I think it's merely nothing more than this. Liu Yusheng said with a big laugh. What's going on today? Could it be that I was performing abnormally well and made the power of the array formation rise to a greater height? Liu Yusheng thought to himself, secretly. One time could still be said to be a coincidence. If it was twice in a row, that it was him breaking through unknowingly. He was the entire array formation's core. Only he could unleash such a swift and fierce attack. Tan Sai's expression was incomparably livid. He did not expect that this lousy array formation could actually block his attack. Especially that flame attack which suddenly appeared just now. The process from beginning to end was unbelievably intimidating. It was actually almost on par with his Blood Moon Slash. Plus, but he did not believe that a measly little mercenary group could possess the power to contend with him. If the other party really had this strength, that slash earlier would absolutely not attain that kind of an effect. Among these people, there must be an expert. It was just that this person did not want to expose himself, so he made use of Liu Yusheng's hand to deal with him. Looks like earlier, it was this person taking action too. That was how it burned the heart-devouring bugs, he nurtured painstakingly cleanly in one go. Tan Sai looked at Liu Yusheng and said with a cold smile, just based on the likes of trash like you are also fit to be my opponent. Liu Yusheng said without fear, knowing that he had something to fall back on. Our mercenary group has never upheld individual strength. Everybody tiding over the difficult hurdles together, that's a victory. Even if I'm not your match, you can't do anything to us either. Leader is mighty. We're the strongest. Leader, we love you. Ha ha ha. Liu Yusheng's words greatly encouraged all of the mercenary group. Even though it made no sense, these members were brother IMNG with confidence at this time too. The fear towards an Earth Carnage Proclamation expert previously already melted away into thin air at present. An Earth Carnage Proclamation expert of the legends did not seem impossible to beat. Yi Yuan secretly found it hilarious in his heart. This guy really knew how to take the opportunity to win over people's hearts. But to be able to make the Green Sea mercenary group cultivate the spirit profound unity formation to this sort of extent, this Liu Yusheng was indeed not someone simple. If not for running into an expert like Tan Sai, there should not be too much of a problem for Liu Yusheng to go in and out of the chaotic Devil Sea's border regions. Tan Sai was angered until his face turned black. The scar on his face appeared even more savage. But Tan Sai did not quibble over anything. At the chaotic Devil Sea, this kind of place, strength was all of the capital to talk. He could not do anything to this mercenary group. Saying any other big talk was also of no help to the matter. His gaze swept over the faces of everyone in the mercenary group, wanting to find that hidden expert. When his gaze swept to Yi Yuan, it paused for a bit. So many years of lingering between life and death made his strength improve by a large margin. It also made his perception become extremely keen. When Tan Sai first laid eyes on Yi Yuan, he felt that Yi Yuan was different from the rest. But very soon, he himself denied his thinking. Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was too low, and his age was too young as well. It was completely impossible to be that hidden expert. But apart from Yi Yuan, he could not find any other suspicious person at all. What are you looking at? Are you fighting or not? If you're not fighting, we still have to hurry on with our journey, Liu Yusheng said haughtily. Tang Shi Plus gave Liu Yusheng a glance and said with a cold snort, "Consider yourselves lucky today. Pray that you don't land in my hands." Finished talking, Tan Sai's figure moved, and he vanished before everyone's eyes. Ha ha ha. An Earth Carnage Proclamations expert was sent packing by our Green Sea Mercenary Group. Returning to Luoding City this time, our Green Sea Mercenary Group status will probably become transcendent, Liu Yusheng said with a big laugh. Yang Jun also clasped his hands and congratulated him. Congratulations, Elder Brother Liu. For Elder Brother Liu to be able to drive an Earth Carnage Proclamation expert away, the Green Sea Mercenary Group is fully deserving of being the #1 mercenary group in Luoding City. From hereafter, no one else will be able to surpass SS. Haha, that doesn't matter. This time, it's still all thanks to owner Yang. If not for you hiring us this time, we wouldn't have this chance. Liu Yusheng was unbelievably high-spirited and enthusiastic at this time. Earth Carnage Proclamations expert. They were all legendary existences to them. One had to know that somewhere as large as the chaotic Devil Sea, how many millions of Heaven Enlightenment Realm experts there were. But the Earth Carnage Proclamation merely just recorded 500 people. These 500 people were the most powerful existences among Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artists. Rumors had it that Earth Carnage Proclamation experts crossing realms to defeat ordinary phaseless realms was nothing difficult. From this, one could tell just how formidable the strengths of Earth Carnage Proclamation experts were. To be able to drive away such an expert, it was sufficient to let the Green Sea Mercenary Group become famous all over the world. Not that I want to pour cold water, that person probably. Yi Yuan's words were spoken halfway. He was stopped by Yang Jun. Chapter 864, Suddenly Turning Back. Chapter 864, Suddenly Turning Back. My Master Yi, don't make any more divine prophecies. Yang Jun was filled with terror after the incident. The moment Yi Yuan spoke just now, it immediately gave everyone a huge fright. Said whatever, it would come. If Yi Yuan's crow mouth kept on talking, they would even worry whether or not it would draw a deity realm powerhouse over. Yi Yuan blinked his eyes twice, indicating he would not talk anymore. Only then did Yang Jun heave a sigh in relief and let go of his hand. Yi Yuan said with an innocent face, "I was only warning you guys a little out of goodwill." Was it necessary? Necessary. Yang Jun and Liu Yusheng cried out in one voice. Scaring away Tan Sai, the party finally set off on the journey once again. The experts in this region were basically all killed off by Tan Sai. Along the way, it became much more relaxed instead. There was not even a single person picking a quarrel. And thanks to Yi Yuan's final sentence not coming out of his mouth, that Tan Sai actually did not come to find trouble either. But along the way, Liu Yusheng kept his spirit up 120%, so as to respond to Tan Sai's ambush. Although Yi Yuan's words were not said finish, he took it to heart. Dealing with Tan Sai, this kind of expert, he did not dare to loosen up at all either. If there were no spirit profound unity formation, he would definitely be instantly killed effortlessly. But no idea why, Tan Sai never appeared again either. Actually, it was not that Tan Sai really did not appear before. He had always been following nearby the trade caravans. There was even one time where he wanted to sneak attack. But each sneak attack, he would always be scared away by a faintly discernible divine sense. His actions could not hide from Yi Yuan's eyes and ears at all. Yi Yuan only warned him not to act rashly without careful thought with divine sense. Only then did Tan Sai confirm that there was absolutely an expert whose strength was a level higher than his within these trade caravans. The other party did not wish to expose his ident. One tie, that was why he would use this kind of method to warn him. If he really had no sense to appreciate favors, the other party would likely really make a move to kill. Tan Sai killed people like flies, but it did not mean that he did not fear death. Throwing an egg against a rock, this sort of thing, he would not do it. Even though Yi Yuan detested Tan Sai's killing on sight habit, he was not a pedantic person either. People like Tan Sai were too abundant in the chaotic Devil Sea, completely could not be killed finish. Since Tan Sai was sensible, then Yi Yuan would not be bothered to make a move on him. After this, Yi Yuan used Fiery to create a clone to leave in the carriage, but he himself entered the vast heaven Parji. Oda to cultivate. Speaking of which, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm increase these 2 years was rather rapid. But concept's comprehension speed slowed down. It was hard for there to be leisure time. Yi Yuan naturally could not waste it. Inside the vast heaven Steely's consciousness SPACE, Yi Yuan's brows were furrowed tightly, muttering to himself, this scorching supreme true intense final step, how should I cross over? No wonder spirit bristle that fellow is so powerful. This scorching true intent is indeed not that easy to comprehend. Yi Yuan already reached the final step of comprehending the scorching supreme true intent. That feeling was clearly right within touch already. But Yi Yuan kept failing to grasp that tiny bit. Legends had it that when the scorching supreme true intent was cultivated to the extreme, it could incinerate myriad life, invincible. It could be seen from this how powerful this supreme true intent was. But the more powerful the thing, the harder it naturally was to comprehend as well. Yi Yuan had advanced on this path for many years and borrowed the help of the vast heaven Steely before reaching his present boundary. But wanting to break through this final hurdle was not that easy. Inside this consciousness SPACE, Yi Yuan had suffered goodness knows how much pain. But this final step, he kept failing to see hope. Yi Yuan suddenly smacked his head and said regretfully, "Why am I so stupid?" The Spirit Bristle 9 Young Divine ART Zone martial techniques originally contains fire attribute true intent inside. Spirit Bristle that fellow also trained in the martial techniques before comprehending supreme true intent. I insist on ignoring the shortcut and not take it, isn't that utterly foolish? It was also that Yi Yuan's comprehension abilities were too high. Along the way, the majority of the time was him comprehending supreme true intents himself, and creating martial techniques himself. Towards the end, he rarely used the Spirit Bristle 9 Young Divine ART Zone cultivation method anymore. Once this kind of habit formed, it would form a serious stagnation, making Yi Yuan disdainful to learn the good points of other martial techniques. Little did he realize that future generations all stood on the shoulders of predecessors. As a divine art, how could the power of the Spirit Bristle 9 Young Divine ART Zone martial technique be ordinary? Training this series of martial techniques to the great circle of perfection, Yi Yuan's scorching true intent would be achieved naturally. Going along with the martial techniques to comprehend a supreme true intent was much easier than comprehending it out of thin air. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath. His consciousness withdrew out of the vast heaven Steely, and he started pondering about the Spirit Bristle 9 Young Divine ART's cultivation method. Starting from the first move, Absolute Young Finger, Yi Yuan slowly tidied up this set of martial technique sequence of ideas. With Yi Yuan's comprehension towards the scorching true intent and transmission true intent presently, he had a brand new understanding when he comprehended these martial techniques anew. As a set of divine art, the Spirit Bristle 9 Young Divine Art was originally par S said down in the same vein. Its martial techniques were naturally par S said down linearly too. Yi Yuan recalled his comprehensions towards true intent and discovered that this series of martial techniques followed along the true intent's development train of thoughts and created this set of cultivation method. The 4th level, Heavenly Flame Palm. The 5th level, Cloud Converging Fire. The 6th level, Void Fire Mark. Yi Yuan discovered to his shock that cultivating the Spirit Bristle 9 Young Divine ART's martial techniques to the 6th level already reached the level of supreme true intent. Didn't that mean that as long as he cultivated according to the prescribed routine, he would have already comprehended the supreme true intent now? This discovery made Yi Yuan smile bitterly to no end. It was really sitting on a treasure mountain but knowing it. The final 3 levels of martial techniques, each level corresponded to 3 stages of supreme true intent. As long as Yi Yuan fully comprehended the final profound meaning of the 9 suns burning heaven, grasping 9th stage scorching supreme true intent would naturally be nothing difficult. Actually, this really could not be blamed on Yi Yuan. His comprehensions in Sword Dao was too strong, resulting in the martial techniques he created to be stronger than the Spirit Bristle 9 Young Divine Art's moves. Of course, the prerequisite was that Yi Yuan's comprehensions into the Sword Dao's supreme true intent already reached 5th stage. Suddenly turning back, but that person is under that waning light sup 1 sup. I rushed forward blindly, but neglected the scenery behind me. Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. No one would not err. It was impossible for Yi Yuan too. Yi Yuan was too confident in his comprehension abilities. But he never thought that his comprehensions into the martial Dao had merely just started for 10 years. Without the accumulation of time, how could these extremely profound supreme true intents be so easy to comprehend? It was true that the Spirit Bristle Divine King was powerful. But the time he spent immersed in this Dao was what Yi Yuan could not catch up to even if he whipped his horse. Thinking through this link, Yi Yuan no longer hesitated and started cultivating the Spirit Bristle 9 Young Divine Art's auxiliary martial techniques anew. Yi Yuan did not slack off. He started cultivating from the first level's absolute Yang Finger. This was a complete martial technique system. Missing any links might cause an enormous influence on the comprehension at the back. With Yi Yuan's experience and knowledge, he naturally would not make mistakes here. But when he truly started to cultivate this martial technique, he still discovered that he thought of things too simply. Chapter 865, Second Supreme True Intent. Chapter 865, Second Supreme True Intent. The martial techniques in the first few levels, Yi Yuan accomplished with high proficiency. He only spent less than 2 days to settle it. But when he reached the 6th level, Yi Yuan's speed dropped all of a sudden. Void Fire Mark. This martial technique was the breakthrough point of the supreme true intent, very hard to train. Yi Yuan spent half a month's time before barely managing to train it to minor accomplishment. It was still a step away from comprehending the supreme true intent. But cultivating the Void Fire Mark corroborated with Yi Yuan's own comprehensions previously. It still let him have a deeper understanding of the scorching supreme true intent. There's still one last Chaos Gem. Looks like without using this Chaos Gem, I'll probably not be able to comprehend the scorching supreme true intent within a short time, Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. The Chaos Gems extorted from Long Teng, Yi Yuan was finally going to use them up as well. Yi Yuan was very decisive and did not have much hesitation before directly firing the Chaos Gem into the vast heaven steely. Strike while the iron was hot. Yi Yuan felt that he was only a step away from the supreme true intent already. Fine steel needed to be used on the edge of a knife. This Chaos Gem, nothing to feel unwillingness to use about. Moreover, Yi Yuan knew that in the chaotic Devil Sea, only by having powerful strength could he ensure his own safety. Different from other places, the chaotic Devil Sea, this sort of place, martial artists that comprehended supreme true intents could be found everywhere. When Yi Yuan faced them, he would not have too much advantage. Therefore, comprehension of the second supreme true intent, it was imperative to him. Next was the dreary martial technique training. Each day, Yi Yuan would train according to the Void Fire Mark series of moves. This process was extremely dreary, but Yi Yuan found joy in it and never got tired. But the effects of focusing on cultivation was also apparent. After 1 month, Yi Yuan's Void Fire Mark was finally cultivated to major accomplishment. But this was still lacking some level of attainment from comprehending the supreme true intent. Yi Yuan was certain that as long as he cultivated to the great circle of perfection, he could definitely comprehend the supreme true intent. The following 3 months, he still cultivated without knowing fatigue. Yi Yuan practically did not have any rest time, his state as if he went mad. Finally, one day after 3 months, a transparent imprint was fired by Yi Yuan into the void. A look of pleasant surprise surfaced on Yi Yuan's face as he said, "Finally done." Scorching supreme true intent, indeed unbelievably powerful. This has merely just broken through first stage, and it's likely going to be even stronger than my third stage Azure Dipper floating zero sword. This void fire mark being cultivated will show a brilliant yellow color mark when it just started. When cultivated to major accomplishment, it was a light yellow color mark. And the transparent imprint launched was precisely the hallmark of the void fire mark being cultivated to the great circle of perfection. Yi Yuan also relied on this move to finally comprehend the scorching supreme true intent. Starting from stepping onto the Nine Heavens Road until now, roughly 10 years' time had said. Yi Yuan finally comprehended a second supreme true intent. The agitation in his heart could be imagined. This scorching supreme true intent's comprehension was far from as quick as the Azure Dipper floating zero sword. Yi Yuan also sunk enormous effort into this path. Just inside this vast heaven Steely's SPACE, Yi Yuan was frozen to death God knows how many times. Even though it was not a true death, that kind of feeling felt like he had experienced it. People lacking willpower, just the agony was sufficient to drive them crazy, let alone talk about comprehending. Now, the painstaking efforts Yi Yuan put in finally had a return. This second supreme true intent was a milestone success to Yi Yuan, because there were many martial artists able to comprehend a supreme true intent, but comprehending two supreme true intents, that was in the minority. No other reason, there was a limit to a person's strength. A person's energy was limited. Comprehending a supreme true intent already expended tremendous energy. How could there still be people with the energy to go comprehend a second one? To be able to comprehend a second supreme true intent and achieve the divine king realm, not one was not a major power of the divine realm with strength far exceeding those in the same rank. If the Azure Dipper floating zero sword's comprehension still had some elements of being opportunistic, then this scorching supreme true intent was comprehended by Yi Yuan little by little indisputable. This process, he only spent 10 years' time. If the spirit bristle divine king knew that Yi Yuan only used 10 years to comprehend the scorching supreme true intent, he would definitely be shocked until his jaw hit the ground. There's still 2 months more. I wonder what kind of power will combining the scorching supreme true intent with the spirit rank dragon wave together produce? Yi Yuan said rather excitedly. Although first stage scorching true intent's power was strong, it clearly had not met Yi Yuan's requirements yet. Back then, Yi Yuan carried out a fusion between the scorching true intent and dragon wave and created the flame movement carnage. But the power of flame movement carnage was already inadequate right now. When Yi Yuan faced the enemies currently, the majority of the Circume stances was to directly use the spirit rank coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Now that he comprehended the supreme true intent, fusing the spirit rank coiling dragon heaven devastating palm and the scorching supreme true intent, the power would definitely be rather impressive. These remaining 2 months' time, Yi Yuan planned on doing this thing. Without a doubt, the difficulty level of fusing the scorching supreme true intent and the scorching supreme true intent coiling dragon heaven devastating palm was goodness knows how many times higher compared to flame movement carnage. The fusion before could only be treated as a reference as well. But with the experience of flame movement carnage, Yi Yuan had a direction to work towards, which was resonance. Back then when he merged the scorching true intent and coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, Yi Yuan only used the flame movement carnage after blasting out countless fists and finding the resonant point of the true intent and fleshy body as well. What he wanted to do presently was to find the resonant point of the supreme true intent and spirit rank dragon wave. Yi Yuan slowly shut his eyes and started to feel, seeking out the breakthrough point of these two kinds of completely different attributes. Merging supreme true intent and fleshy body martial techniques, probably only Yi Yuan, this sort of freak, could be capable of it too. Ordinary heaven enlightenment realm martial artists, forget about supreme true intent, their fleshy bodies were probably not even 1 in a thousandth as powerful as Yi Yuan's. But this process did not make smooth progress. After 2 months, Yi Yuan still did not find the resonant point, but the effects of the Chaos Gem were already over. In this period of time, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm also quietly broke through to second-level heaven enlightenment. Yi Yuan had no choice but to put away his emotions and return to reality. Master Yi, We've reached Cloud Transient City. Outside the carriage, Yang Jun's very polite voice called out to Yi Yuan. Got it. Yi Yuan responded coolly, his voice somewhat HOA. RSE. But the moment he got off the carriage, it made Yang Jun jump in fright. Master Yi, what happened to you? The current Yi Yuan had deep sunken eyes and a sallow face, clearly very haggard. It was as if he suffered a serious illness. Although just 20 days said in total, in reality, to Yi Yuan, more than half a year had already said. This half a year, he was virtually cultivating frenziedly and did not really rest. Relaxing all at once currently, Yi Yuan's entire person had indescribable weariness. No worries. I'm cultivating a divine soul cultivation method. My soul force was excessively exhausted. Rest for a while, and I'll be fine. Yi Yuan waved his hands and casually made up a story. This Cloud Transient City was the group of people's destination. It was a most out-of-the-way city in the chaotic Devil Sea. Chapter 866, Missing Ling. Chapter 866, Missing Ling in the chaotic Devil Sea. Even if people were in a city, drawing swords at a word of disagreement was rather commonly seen as well. As long as it was not a Ma's Saker, no one would care about you. Therefore, people without strength would all have to tuck their tails between their legs and behave. There were no rules to talk about here. Strength was the highest for everything. In order to survive, martial artists naturally formed factions and gangs. It was very hard to survive here all alone. Cloud Transient City was just a small city. The population was not many. This place was obviously not Yi Yuan's end point. His true objective was the core of the chaotic Devil Sea, the slaughter step. And Cloud Transient City had a transmission array that led to the slaughter step. Apart from the transmission array, one still required another item to enter the slaughter steps. This was also one of the objectives of Yi Yuan coming here. This sleep, Yi Yuan slept until the skies turned dark and he blacked out, all the way past the third day before he woke up. The moment he went out, Yi Yuan discovered that the atmosphere was not quite right. Owner Yang, you guys. What's going on? Yang Jun's expression was dark like water. He sat there alone and kept silent. In his eyes actually faintly contained tears. This made Yi Yuan greatly astonished. Although Yang Jun's martial strength was not very great, he was absolutely a tough guy in Yi Yuan's impression. What matter could actually make him sit alone here quietly with tears in his eyes? Yang Jun did not hear Yi Yuan's words at all, still staring blankly there. Owner Yang. Yi Yuan went over and lightly touched Yang Jun a bit. Yang Jun abruptly startled awake and said, Master Yi. Why you woke up? Yang Jun had an appearance like he had lost his soul, making Yi Yuan produce a bad premonition. Owner Yang, what's with you? Where's the rest? Where's Madam and Linger? Yi Yuan asked. The moment Yang Jun heard, tears flowed down uncontrollably as he choked sobbingly. Linger she. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he said, What happened to Linger? This morning, we went to hand over the goods. Schwanger and Linger stayed behind in the inn. Schwanger just left for a short while, but I didn't expect, saying until here, Yang Jun choked and really could not continue anymore. Yi Yuan's expression fell slightly, and he said, Linger went missing? Yang Jun nodded his head with difficulty, with great sorrow. Several years ago, he lost his daughter in this Cloud Transient City too. The result was that he gave out all of his sets before barely managing to preserve his daughter's life. Since then, Yang Jun earned money to support his family desperately as well, in order to treat the recurring chronic illness on his daughter. He did not think that after a time interval of several years, the exact same scene actually played out once more. Toward Yang Ling, this little girl, Yi Yuan quite adored her too. He did not think that she would actually have so many setbacks in her life. This made his feelings of scion stir. Being silent for a moment, Yi Yuan asked, Owner Yang, don't panic first. Tell me about the situation at that time. But Yang Jun shook his hand and said, No special situation either. Schwanger just left for a brief moment, then when she returned to the house, Linger was gone. Virtually identical with the last time. I already requested for elder brother Liu they all to go out and search, But half a day has already passed, said. There's no news at all. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he asked, exactly the same as last time? Do you know who ambushed Linger the last time or not? Yang Jun shook his head again and said, we didn't see that person's true face at all. He just makes us deliver the earth essence crystals to the designated point. We heard a baby's crying sound and went to find Linger. Turning around to take a look, the earth essence crystals were long gone without a trace already. Hearing Yang Jun's description, Yi Yuan was lost in thought. The previous time, the other party was clearly already planning on killing the hostage. It was just that the other party did not expect Linger's life was actually so tenacious, forcefully holding on for several years, resulting in being thoroughly treated by Yi Yuan in the end. If it was just kidnapping and blackmailing, the other party's methods would probably be cut from the same cloth as last time. Right while they were talking, Liu Yusheng walked in hastily. Owner Yang, my brothers have already inquired around and don't have Linger's news. But, Liu Yusheng hesitated. Yang Jun froze and suddenly said, but what? Could it be? Liu Yusheng nodded his head and handed over a slip of paper. Yang Jun's expression could not help changing drastically when he received it and looked. Yi Yuan saw it clearly from behind. The slip of paper wrote, tonight at midnight, warehouse north of the city. 1 billion earth essence crystals. Only Yang Jun is permitted to come alone. Hand over the money in one hand, the person in the other. Indeed, the same pattern from the method last time. It was as if someone had purposely eyed Yang Jun to actually use the same method on him twice. Without a doubt, this was done by the same person. Yi Yuan could also tell from that skill to damage the meridians that the other party was absolutely a martial artist with very formidable strength. Yi Yuan quietly withdrew out of the crowd and came onto the streets. After an hour, Yi Yuan played with a short incense in his hand as he said smilingly, I didn't think that I'd have to use you again. What Yi Yuan was holding in his hand was precisely the soul-guiding incense used to find Lu'er back then. But the soul-guiding incense he refined this time was a much higher quality compared to that time. Its perception toward soul force was also much sharper. He slowly came to Linger's room, pushed open the door, and discovered that Lin Shuang was currently inside holding an item of Linger's in a trace. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said to Lin Shuang, don't need to be sad anymore, madam. I have a way to find Linger. Lin Shuang was originally ashen-faced, virtually without any signs of life in her eyes. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, she jumped up at once and grabbed Yi Yuan's arm, looking as if she was crazy as she said, Master Yi, is what you said true? Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, actually, I've had some surmises already. It's just that I still need to confirm it a little. Madam, do you have any clothing items that Linger frequently wears? Lend it to me to use. Lin Shuang's eyes finally shone with life as she hurriedly nodded and said, just a minute, Master Yi. I'll go get it for you right away. Before long, Lin Shuang brought over a small and exquisite piece of clothing. Yi Yuan directly ignited it together with the soul-guiding incense at the same time. Yi Yuan's heart stirred slightly, and Fiery appeared in front of him. Fiery, you follow the soul-guiding incense and see where they are hiding Linger. Yes, big brother. Fiery received the order and turned into a wisp of fire, following a strand of fragrance out of the room. Seeing this scene, Lin Shuang was dumbfoundedly shocked. After Fiery left, Yi Yuan said to Lin Shuang, actually, I believe you and Owner Yang have some conjectures in your hearts too, right? Except, that person, you feel that you can't afford to provoke, so you weren't willing to think too much. Rescuing Linger this time, you and Owner Yang shouldn't get involved in this messy situation anymore. Come up with other means of livelihood outside the chaotic Devil Sea. Yi Yuan was deeply aware of the chaotic Devil Sea's bloodiness and cruelty. Without absolute martial strength, there was completely no way of ensuring one's family's safety. This kind of travel trading method of earning a living seemed like exorbitant profits, but actually, it was merely just money-making machines being scattered and raised. The power over life and death was still controlled in other people's hands. Forget about Yang Jun, even Liu Yusheng. This kind of veteran was not possibly the other party's match. Chapter 867, Challenge. Chapter 867, Challenge. In a hidden venue in the city, 3 men were currently watching over a little girl. One of them was wearing light armor. He was tall and well built. Clearly, he was the leader of these 3 people. "My lord, this lioness isn't well behaved. Let us take good care of her," one of the martial artists said as he threw a slap on the little girl's face with a smack. The little girl did not dare to struggle anymore after getting hit. But that stubborn gaze was exhibited in its entirety. That lioness that person was talking about was precisely the Yang Ling who went missing. Yang Ling was currently tied up on a chair, struggling endlessly. She glared at the 3 people furiously, filled with resentment. Being kidnapped the last time, she was still young and did not feel anything at all. But the agony of these few years made her life worse than living hell. This point also made Yang Ling much more mature compared to those of the same age. Therefore, being kidnapped by these people, Yang Ling was extremely disgusted by them. That person wearing light armor looked at Yang Ling, his eyes filled with doubt as he muttered, "Back then, I clearly used the pulse-severing divine palm to sever this girlie's meridians. I didn't expect that after a time interval of several years, she actually recovered. Truly inconceivable." The other 2 people's expressions changed, and they said, "No way, right? My lord's pulse-severing divine palm's power is incredible. Forget about a little girl, even a battle-seasoned martial artist can't withstand it either. How can this girlie possibly recover? Could your excellency have identified wrongly?" That person waved his hand and said, "Maybe I'll recognize this girlie wrongly, but her parents, I won't identify them wrongly. The outstanding few people who come to Cloud Transient City for travel trade, I know them like the palm of my hands. Yang Jun is the most outstanding among them. Back then, that deal virtually squeezed dry all of his savings. I didn't think that after several years, he has accumulated considerable wealth again. Heh, so what? Aren't they just pigs that your excellency is rearing? Butchering once they get fat? With this girlie here, will we still fear that Yang Jun not submitting obediently?" said a martial artist. That's true. All thanks to these fat pigs that I am able to have my present strength. Now, this seat is only a step away from phaseless realm," said the middle-aged man in light armor said. "Congratulations, my lord. Congratulations, my lord. My lord is an expert on the Earth Carnage Proclamation. Once you enter the phaseless realm, your future prospects will be boundless. At that time, naturally you won't go without benefit." When the 2 people heard this, they were both beside themselves with joy. That middle-aged man in light armor was actually an expert on the Earth Carnage Proclamation. One of the underlings bowed his body and asked, "My lord, how to dispose of this girlie?" The middle-aged man in light armor said with a cruel smile, "The last time, pulse-severing divine palm didn't kill her. I don't believe that it can't kill her this time too. This time, I'm going to sever all of her meridians. See how she still survives." Bang! 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 "My lord, this subordinate has an important matter to report." Right then, vigorously knocking sounds suddenly sounded out outside the door. The middle-aged man in light armor furrowed his eyebrows and said, "Come in." A subordinate pushed the door and entered. Coming in front of the middle-aged man in light armor all in a fluid US he said, "My lord, things are bad. Somebody wants to challenge you." The eyebrows of the middle-aged man in light armor raised up, and he laughed loudly as he said, "Challenge me? Ha ha ha. It's really been so many years since anyone dared to seek death like this. Doesn't he know that this Cloud Transient City's city lord is an expert ranked 463 on the Earth Carnage Proclamation? That person challenging is merely a second-level heaven enlightenment young man," said the subordinate after he hesitated for a moment. "What? A second-level heaven enlightenment dares to challenge our Lord Xie Ying? Is this someone who's complaining that his lifespan is too long and is tired of living? Ha ha. What a joke. Even though Cloud Transient City is a small city, Lord Xie Ying's reputation is known far and wide. This punk is definitely a moron. As long as one slightly inquires about it a little, they wouldn't do this sort of foolish thing either." The 2 subordinates seemed to have heard a very hilarious joke, both laughing their heads off. Including Xie Ying himself, gave a slight smile too and said to the 3 subordinates, "You guys watch the person carefully. I'll go and chop off that punk's dog head first. Yes, Your Excellency, the three people voiced their assent. The chaotic Devil Seas rule was that anyone could challenge the City Lord. As long as one had the strength to kill the City Lord, they could take his place. Moreover, as long as someone challenged, the City Lord must accept the challenge, all the way until one party was killed. Logically speaking, under this sort of rule, the City Lord being replaced should be frequent occurrences. But in reality, Cloud Transient City's City Lord Xie Ying had already been in this position for over a decade. When he summed the position, there were naturally quite a few people who were unconvinced and issued challenges to him. But in the end, all of them were killed by him without any exception. Gradually, people who dared to challenge him became lesser and lesser. And along with the passing of time, Xie Ying's strength became increasingly stronger. All the way until later, Xie Ying became an Earth Carnage Proclamation expert. Ever since then, no one dared to challenge him anymore. Today was indeed out of the blue. It was the first time in several years. After Xie Ying left, the three underlings all did not detect a small lotus flower growing out from the corner of a wall. Yi Yuan sat in front of the City Lord Manor quietly, closing his eyes to meditate, quietly waiting for Xie Ying's arrival. The one challenging Xie Ying was none other than precisely Yi Yuan. Out of Lin Shuang's expectations, Yi Yuan did not go and rescue Linga right away. Instead, he came straight to the City Lord Manor and issued a challenge to Xie Ying in front of everyone. What on earth is Master Yi selling in his gourd? He's merely an alchemist. Why? Why did he go and challenge City Lord Xie? City Lord Xie is an Earth Carnage Proclamation expert. Challenging with his strength, isn't that seeking death? Didn't he say he was helping owner Yang find his daughter previously? How did he search until he came here to challenge? The Green Sea Mercenary Group and Yang Jun husband and wife were all here spectating. The Green Sea Mercenary Group's members were all gesticulating, clearly very perplexed by Yi Yuan's actions. Lin Shuang grabbed her husband's hand tightly and said with an anxious look on her face, "Husband, Master Yi must have guessed something and wants to give vent on Linga's behalf." But, Yang Jun's expression was very ugly. Although he had never met with Xie Ying before, to be able to abduct Yang Ling away in Cloud Transient City noiselessly, who else could there be other than Xie Ying? City Lord Xie Ying was clearly the greatest suspect. But even if he knew, he was powerless to do anything as well. Earth Carnage Proclamation's number 463 expert was totally not what he could deal with, let alone that the City Lord Manor still had many experts. Yang Jun initially already resigned himself to his fate and brought out all of his savings over these past few years for Xie Ying. What he did not expect was that Yi Yuan actually ran out and challenged City Lord Xie Ying on his own. Finally, Yang Jun could not endure it anymore and came in front of Yi Yuan to urge, "Master Yi, I know that you have good intentions. But Xie Ying is an Earth Carnage Proclamation's veteran expert. His strength is unfathomable. Challenging the City Lord, one has to determine who lives and who dies. You doing this for Linga, us husband and wife will have a guilty conscience for the rest of our lives." Chapter 868, Absolute Kill Token. Chapter 868, Absolute Kill Token. Master Yi, us husband and wife are already endlessly grateful to you for treating Linga. But this Xie Ying, he really cannot be provoked. Quickly go now, leave Cloud Transient City, the further you go, the better. Lin Shuang urged as well. But her voice had yet to fade when a middle-aged man wearing light armor who was flying in air landed in front of Yi Yuan. "Ha ha ha, without my agreement, Xie Ying's, even if you guys want to leave, you can't go either. Since you put forth the challenge, you got to have an awareness of death. Go. Where can you guys go to?" Xie Ying said arrogantly. When Yang Jun saw Xie Ying, his eyes wanted to spew fire. He could not endure it anymore and said, "Xie Ying, was it you who abducted Linga away?" Yang Jun originally thought that Xie Ying would deny it. He did not expect that Xie Ying would actually laugh out loud and say, "So what if yes? Are the Earth Essence crystals I want prepared? Don't blame me for not warning you. Even though there's a fool who's challenging this seat, once the time is up, I'll send your daughter on her way all the same. Don't think that this punk can buy time." Xie Ying admitting it openly made Yang Jun even more enraged. If not for being apprehensive that the other party's strength was too formidable, he would really want to go up and risk his life at this instant. You and I have no grudges, why do you want to target me time and again? Yang Jun denounced indignantly. Xie Ying looked at Yang Jun pitifully and said in disdain, why? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Don't you know what kind of place you're in right now? This place is the chaotic Devil Sea. In this cloud transient city, I'm the king, everything of yours is all mine. What does some mere earth essence crystals count as? I'm not targeting you, but targeting you all, these travel trade merchant. You guys make use of the chaotic Devil Sea's resources to make staggering profits. Since that's the case, I let you all wait until you're fat, then slaughter and eat. What's wrong with it? This kind of excuse might be very preposterous in the outside world. But in this cloud transient city, it was not very hard to understand. This point, it could be seen from the expressions of the people surrounding and watching. They did not cast over very pitying looks towards Yang Jun. More of it was indifference and contempt. In here, one could only end up as lambs that other people talked about without strength. In here, there had never been a reason to talk about. In this cloud transient city, Xie Ying's strength was the most powerful, so whatever he did was right. The reason why he employed kidnapping actions was just in order to not stir the grass and frighten away the snake, to let these merchants have some more time to accumulate. Yang Jun was angered until he trembled all over, but his eyes revealed a look of despair. He originally thought that earth essence crystals could settle everything. However, he was wrong. For so many years, he was merely a lamb that others let loose to rear. It was just that he, this lamb, was fatter, and he was getting slaughtered by Xie Ying for the second time. Whatever you have, come at me. Why do you want to deal with a little girl without a weapon in her hand? Back then, Ling Er was still a baby in swaddling clothes. Lin Shuang trembled as she said. Xie Ying pursed his mouth and said scornfully, baby? In the chaotic Devil Sea, not having strength is the original sin. There is no pity here, only strength. You all have stayed in the chaotic Devil Sea for so many years and actually can't even see through this point. Fools. You devil. Elder brother Liu, I give all of my assets to you. I request you to help kill this fiend for me. Yang Jun could no longer put up with it anymore and wanted to use all of his wealth to gamble for Xie Ying's life. Yang Jun himself was a heaven enlightenment realm too. But in front of Xie Ying, he was too weak. The two of them, husband and wife, attacking together could not possibly be Xie Ying's match either. They could only use money to do things. Liu Yusheng's expression was very ugly. He did not think that Ling Er's disappearance would actually involve Xie Ying. Although he scared away Tan Sai using the Spirit Profound Unity formation previously, facing the Xie Ying whose strength was a level higher, Liu Yusheng hesitated. Owner Yang, not that I, Liu Yusheng, cravenly cling to life instead of braving death. It's just that I'm really not his match. Your money, if I take this job, I have the life to earn, but I don't have the life to spend. Liu Yusheng said helplessly. The moment these words were uttered, Yang Jun and Lin Shuang, all of the pair's strength seemed to be drained, unwittingly falling back 2 steps. The Green Sea mercenary group was his greatest reliance. But even Liu Yusheng was not willing to make a move. What hope did he still have? Xie Ying was even more incomparably proud of himself when he saw the situation and said with a loud laugh, I already said, this cloud transient city is my world, Xie Ying. What can a tiny little mercenary group do to me? Humph. If you're sensible, get the money ready and send it to the location. Perhaps, you can still see that cute daughter of yours. However, wait until I dispose of this trash first before talking. How many years has it been? How many years has it been since anyone has dared to challenge this seat? Xie Ying looked at Yi Yuan with a glimmering gaze, looking in high spirits. Ever since he ascended to the Earth Carnage proclamation, no one challenged him. He did not expect that today, there was actually someone who delivered himself to the gate to let him practice. Although his strength was a bit weak, killing the chicken to warn the monkeys, it was sufficient. Yi Yuan did not speak at the side all along. It was in order to let Yang Jun husband and wife know the chaotic devil sea's cruelty. This kind of money was really not easy to earn. Without adequate strength, it would only be like drawing water with a sieve in the end. Yi Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly and opened his mouth to say, "The nonsense has been said entirely. I can send you on your way already. Are you handing over the absolute kill token on your own, or do you want me to come to take it myself?" Xie Ying was stunned and looked at Yi Yuan like he was staring at a fool as he said, "Just the likes of you want my absolute kill token too? Go back and train for another 100 years. This absolute kill token was precisely the second objective of Yi Yuan coming to Cloud Transient City, because only by possessing this absolute kill token could one enter the slaughter steps. Otherwise, entering inside rashly, one would be obliterated. Each city lord had an absolute kill token in possession. To obtain the absolute kill token to enter the slaughter steps, it could only be accomplished by killing a city lord. If the incumbent city lord entered the slaughter steps would send over another token for the next city lord. Of course, this process would be another gory struggle. Yang Jun duo were battered out of their senses. Suddenly hearing Yi Yuan's words, they could not help being startled. They hurriedly went up to grab hold of Yi Yuan and said, "Master Yi, you're our family's benefactor, we can't watch you cast away your life in vain. Your kindness, Schwanger, and I will bear it in mind. It's just that, we can only repay it in the next life." Yi Yuan smiled broadly when he heard that and said, "Owner Yang is worrying too much. I came to this Cloud Transient City for the sake of the absolute kill token in the first place. It's just that I didn't expect that Ling would run into this kind of incident. Since this matter was done by Xie Ying, then it just nice saves me a lot of trouble, combining two things into one. The pain that Ling suffered these past few years, let him pay it back in blood." Yang Jun was stunned and muttered, But, he's an earth carnage proclamation expert. You're just an alchemist. It's impossible to beat him." Yi Yuan lightly patted on Yang Jun's shoulder twice and said, "I believe that this time, you should have seen clearly what kind of place the chaotic devil sea is. After I rescue Ling, your family of 3 should leave this place and never come here again. This place is not a place that you guys should come." Chapter 869, Fusion. Chapter 869, Fusion. Shameless boasting fool. Going to lose your life right away already and you still wish to go rescue people, Xie Ying chortled and said. Yi Yuan's calm attitude made Xie Ying very displeased. Putting on an act got to have a limit too, right? A second-level heaven enlightenment challenging an earth carnage proclamation expert, this kind of thing had never happened before in the chaotic devil sea. To earth carnage proclamation experts, it had always been them crossing realms to challenge others. When had they been challenged by others before? Yang Jun still wanted to say something, but he was lightly pushed by Yi Yuan's essence energy. Both he and Lin Shuang were pushed aside immediately. Yang Jun could not help being dumbfounded. He was a heaven enlightenment realm martial artist too. Being pushed by Yi Yuan here, he actually did not have the slightest strength to retaliate. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back as he said indifferently, "Was your earth carnage proclamation ranking boasted out with your mouth? So much crap." Xie Ying's expression turned cold, and he said, "Stinking brat, you'll die very horribly." A violent killing intent erupted out, almost materializing. The surrounding audience could not withstand this killing intent at all and hurriedly retreated and spread out. Already have not seen Xie Ying take action for many years. His strength is even greater than in the past. His killing intent has condensed to become tangible. Looks like his comprehension in the slaughter supreme true intent has already improved further. No wonder his earth carnage proclamation rank rose non-stop these few years. Looks like he's already not far from phaseless realm. This brat challenging Xie Ying is simply courting death. Xie Ying's position was fought out using bona fide battle results. Although he had not taken action for many years, his strength was clearly rising steadily. By this time, when Xie Ying exhibited his strength in front of everyone once again, no one would feel optimistic about Yi Yuan at all. The slaughter true intent was a concept universally comprehended by the chaotic devil sea's martial artists. The slaughter concept was also a top-notch supreme true intent. When cultivated to the extreme, it was also not at all inferior to the scorching concept. After cultivating to an exceedingly high realm, one could confuse the opponent's mental state just by relying on the concept released by the martial artist, and then make the first strike from there. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, standing in the center of the storm very comfortably, looking very calm. The slaughter true intent was very strong. But just based on Xie Ying's comprehension, it was unable to shake Yi Yuan the slightest bit. Seeing this scene, Xie Ying's expression changed slightly too. Looks like this brat was also not without capabilities at all to dare raise a hue. Qi. Xie Ying's figure suddenly burst forth. The sword in his hand actually disappeared bizarrely. Shadowless sword. Xie Ying's shadowless sword finally appeared once again. He draws his sword without any traces. It is completely hard to fathom. I can't believe that it's the killing move he used the moment he attacks. The moment Xie Ying moved, someone immediately cried out in shock. Yi Yuan slowly closed his eyes, his entire person entered into heart-like monolith heart realm, knowing all of the surroundings like the palm of his own hand. Clank. A crisp metal class. Hi-plussing sound came over. Yi Yuan and Xie Ying separated upon contact. Yi Yuan was actually repelled back several dozen steps. This boy actually used the power of his fleshy body to have a frontal clash with Xie Ying. Just how powerful is his fleshy body? Such a quick sword move, how did he see it? No wonder this boy dared to challenge Xie Ying. Turns out that his strength was actually this powerful, but it looks like he still isn't Xie Ying's match. One move down, Xie Ying did not move a muscle, while Yi Yuan was beaten back several dozen steps. Whoever was superior was immediately determined. Heh, no wonder you were so COC. Kai, turns out that your fleshy body has already cultivated to such a level. However, no matter how powerful your fleshy body is, it's of no avail to prepare to die. Xie Ying gave a cold laugh. Swinging his sword, he attacked again. Clank, clank, clank. In a blink of an eye, the two people engaged in battle for several dozen rounds. Bang! Xie Ying raised his foot and suddenly stomped onto Yi Yuan's chest, directly kicking him out far away. Master Yi. Yang Jun was long struck dumb with amazement already. He did not think that Yi Yuan was actually still such a formidable martial path expert. Battling an expert like Xie Ying, he was actually just in a slightly disadvantageous position. But this move, it gave Yang Jun a fright. Yi Yuan looked perfectly fine. Crawling to his feet and patting the dust on his body, he said, "Not bad, a little interesting." Again, Xie Ying's foot landed right on Yi Yuan's chest, and he was currently pleased with himself. Seeing that Yi Yuan looked perfectly fine, his expression could not help becoming ugly. This foot, he did not hold back much. Yi Yuan was actually not injured at all. Formidable fleshy body, this defense was also ridiculously powerful. Looks like only the slaughter concept could break Yi Yuan's defense. Humph. Boy, you won't be so lucky next time. Xie Ying wielded his sword and attacked again, battling with Yi Yuan again. Xie Ying's slaughter concept spread out everywhere, violent to the extreme. In comparison, Yi Yuan was like a stubborn rock in howling winds and torrential rain. No matter how fierce the storm was, he still held on as firmly as a rock. It was just that people with discerning eyes could tell that Yi Yuan was still at a disadvantage. Xie Ying very much wanted to use his slaughter concept to deal with Yi Yuan. But each time, it was cleverly avoided by Yi Yuan. However, even though Yi Yuan avoided the vital parts, he was in a sorry plight the entire process. 1,000 exchanges down, he already suffered considerable external wounds. Heh, even if you're a chunk of metal, you'll die from serious injuries at this rate. Xie Ying was very patient. Since Yi Yuan wanted to drag the time, then he would like to see who could afford to waste time. But Yi Yuan was seemingly oblivious. He still brandished his fists non-stop, not giving Xie Ying any chance to catch his breath at all. Master Yi, don't fight anymore. If you carry on fighting, you'll die. Yang Jun really could not carry on watching anymore and shouted at the sides. Haha. You're too naive. At this point, will City Lord Xie still let him leave alive? But to be able to force City Lord Xie to this extent, he can be sufficiently proud already, said one of Xie Ying's followers with a big laugh. Fool. This is a death match. Until one party dies, it won't cease. This brat is overestimating his own ability to actually dare challenge City Lord Xie. It also serves him right if he dies. Seeing as Yi Yuan was going to be defeated, everyone sneered in contempt towards Yi Yuan's overestimation of his own strength. From the start until now, Yi Yuan had always been in a situation of taking a beating passively. No chances of victory could be seen at all. Although Yi Yuan's strength exceeded everyone's expectations, it was very clear that the gap with Xie Ying was too great. They naturally did not discover that starting from just now, Xie Ying's expression became increasingly solemn. The force Yi Yuan wielded became greater and greater. Each punch was like a giant hammer, carrying an enormous impact force. Xie Ying actually had some signs of not being able to withstand it. Moreover, each punch of Yi Yuan's landing, Xie Ying's entire body felt like he was being burned by flames. Tremendous impact force and the power of combustion made his entire person extremely unacclimatized. All of a sudden, Xie Ying's pupils constricted. This punch of Yi Yuan's actually vanished before his eyes. Boom! It was only to hear a loud bang. Xie Ying's body was smashed right onto the ground like a cannonball. Those voices mocking Yi Yuan suddenly cut off. They looked at this scene in disbelief, their brains not being able to wrap itself around it for a moment. Just now, it was clearly Xie Ying who occupied the absolute initiative. Why did he lose in the twinkling of an eye? Chapter 870. Is it her? Chapter 870. Is it her? This. What's going on here? Xie Ying was clearly suppressing this boy all round. How did he suddenly turn out like this? An Earth Carnage Proclamation expert actually lose to an unknown and nameless second-level Heaven Enlightenment realm. It's too unbelievable. Xie Ying suddenly getting hit made everyone unbelievably stunned. Clearly, Xie Ying had suppressed Yi Yuan all round, and he was about to be defeated soon. How did the plot reverse suddenly? Xie Ying struggled to his feet, looking incredibly wretched. He lowered his head to take a look at himself. The light armor he was wearing previously was actually ruined by Yi Yuan with one punch and already completely lost its function. Which was also to say that if Yi Yuan gave him another punch, he would face certain death. The life and death juncture just now, it was this light armor that saved his life. This light armor was acquired by him by spending a huge price. It was for the sake of preserving his life. He did not expect that Yi Yuan only used one punch to shatter it. Recalling the punch earlier, Xie Ying still had lingering fear in his heart. The light armor on him was a high-grade profound artifact armor. It was actually rendered invalid under Yi Yuan's punch. One could imagine just how formidable the might of Yi Yuan's punch earlier was. One must know that devastating a high-grade profound artifact armor beyond repair was a much higher level of difficulty compared to snapping a sword. Apart from the armor, there was still the martial artist's protective essence energy. Not only did Yi Yuan directly smash Xie Ying's protective essence energy, the residual force even destroyed a high-grade protective armor. This blow was too terrifying. Xie Ying looked at Yi Yuan, his eyes showing a look of extreme fear. You were actually testing your moves on me. At this point, if Xie Ying still did not understand that Yi Yuan was only treating him as a target to practice his skill, then he would be too stupid. Yi Yuan's fist technique became stronger and stronger in the battle, increasingly proficient, resulting in unleash. Plussing that terrifying punch at the back. The power of that punch was absolutely able to annihilate a phaseless realm martial artist. Second-level Heaven Enlightenment realm, and he could cross a major cultivation realm to eliminate a phaseless realm martial artist. What kind of concept was this? It was true that the Earth Carnage Proclamation's martial artists were strong, but when they were at the second-level Heaven Enlightenment, it was also not possible to have such perverse strength. The Yi Yuan in midair appeared rather ragged. But his fleshy body was extremely powerful. Xie Ying's attack did not cause very substantial injury to him. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly when he heard that, "You're not too stupid. Thanks to you, my Void Dragon Shadow Punch is finally mastered." This move was the move merged together and formed from the Void Fire Mark and Dragon Wave. The reason why he chose Xie Ying to test the move was that he was strong enough. Of course, Yi Yuan similarly had the strength to kill Xie Ying by relying on the Azure Dipper floating zero sword. Xie Ying's expression was incomparably ugly, but his dread towards Yi Yuan reached the pinnacle. That punch just now, what it contained was actually the scorching supreme true intent. What? The two of them exchanged 1,000 moves, and it was actually just that boy testing his moves. Too terrifying. To actually dare use an Earth Carnage Proclamation expert to test one's moves. Just how confident is this guy? What did Xie Ying say just now? Scorching supreme true intent. Isn't that the supreme true intent that only the spirit bristle divine king could comprehend? This boy, how did he do it? Yi Yuan and Xie Ying's conversation made the surrounding martial artists stupefied. They previously even thought that Yi Yuan could not stand up to a single blow. They did not expect that Yi Yuan completely did not attach any importance to Xie Ying. To dare use an Earth Carnage Proclamation expert to test moves, Yi Yuan must have absolute confidence. Even if he did not use that newly mastered move, Yi Yuan likewise had the ability to kill Xie Ying too. However, Yi Yuan was just second-level heaven enlightenment. Looking at Xie Ying, Yi Yuan said indifferently, "At least you have some insights. Now, I can send you on your way." Finished talking, Yi Yuan's figure moved, planning on eradicating Xie Ying with one punch. "Hang on. If you dare to kill me, that little Lane SS is dead for sure too. Don't you want to save her? I want to see just how you save her," Xie Ying said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan's relations. HI+P with Yang Jun husband and wife, Xie Ying had long inquired clearly. Kidnapping Yang Ling was originally in order to extort a huge sum from Yang Jun. But he did not expect that in the end, it actually became his protective charm. This made Xie Ying incredibly pleased with himself. With Yang Ling around, Yi Yuan absolutely would not dare to make a move. Hearing these words, Yang Jun husband and wife's faces changed as they reproached indignantly, "Xie Ying, you are shameless." Xie Ying roared with laughter and said, "Ha ha ha. Shameless? The victor becomes king and the loser a bandit. Shameless, this term, is utterly not applicable in the chaotic Devil Sea. Boy, since you want the absolute kill token, then have you made the preparations to sink low? Do you want your own life or that little girl's life? Choose one yourself." Yi Yuan landed onto the ground and looked at Xie Ying pitifully as he said with a faint smile, "If I want to kill you, no body can stop me." Xie Ying was taken in by Yi Yuan's imposing momentum and actually involuntarily retreated several steps. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Don't you care about that little girl's life and death anymore?" Yi Yuan smiled and pointed towards the crowd as he said, "Is the little girl you're talking about her?" Tracing the direction Yi Yuan pointed at and looking over, Xie Ying's expression could not help changing drastically. His legs turned weak, and his entire person plopped down onto the ground. How is this possible? In the crowd, a youth was carrying a little girl in his arms. Who could that little girl be but Yang Ling? When Yang Jun husband and wife saw Yang Ling, they could not help rubbing their eyes as they revealed a look of disbelief. Linger? Father. Mother, Fiery carried Yang Ling and came before Yang Jun husband and wife, and he returned her to Lin Shuang. The couple's tears poured down. "Linger, it was all father and mother's fault, causing you to have suffered." The family of three cried bitterly on each other's shoulders. Bang! Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest and finished off Xie Ying neat and tidily. The final protective charm being gone, Xie Ying could not even muster up the courage to resist. Yi Yuan extended his hand and beckoned. A token flew into his hand from Xie Ying's corpse. The moment he caught it, a berserk-killing chi pounced from head-on. A scarlet-red kill word was written on the token. This token was the absolute kill token. With it, Yi Yuan would be able to enter the slaughter steps and start a journey filled with blood and slaughter. Dripping blood to acknowledge a master, a burst of extremely powerful killing chi entered Yi Yuan's body, salting Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. In an instant, it was as if Yi Yuan had fallen into endless slaughter. He actually had an impulse to kill off all the people around him. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan entered heart-like monolith heart realm. It instantly suppressed this bout of killing intent down. How could a mere killing intent beat Yi Yuan's heart like monolith? At this instant, each and every one of Yi Yuan's actions was watched closely by everyone. When everyone saw that he actually dripped blood to acknowledge a master on the spot, all of them were shocked until they could not close their mouths. In the absolute kill token contained extremely intense killing intent. A single mishap could make the martial artist turn into a killing machine. When ordinary people obtained this absolute kill token, they all would find a place without anybody to enter seclusion. Who would be so arrogant like Yi Yuan? But they clearly saw that Yi Yuan's eyes were only turbid for an instant, then it recovered clarity. This newly ascended city lord was too terrifying. Chapter 871, Coercion. Chapter 871, Coercion. Yang Jun trio huddled together and cried bitterly for a while before finally recovering. He led his wife and daughter in front of Yi Yuan and prostrated on the ground. Master, Yi saved my family. Yang Jun has nothing to repay you with, so I'll give these meager family wealth to Master. Hope that Master don't scorn it. Yang Jun offered up a storage ring with cupped hands, stirring the audience into a commotion. No need to think, inside this storage ring definitely had quite a number of earth essence crystals. This made each and every one of them extremely envious. It was just that no matter how great their gall was, nobody dared to provoke this new city lord either. Who knew that Yi Yuan actually pushed the storage ring back and said coolly, "No need to be courteous, owner Yang. In the future, leave this troublesome place and bring your wife and child to live your lives well." Yang Jun showed a look of dilemma. Suddenly, he pushed Yang Ling in front of Yi Yuan and said, "This Yang knows that this action is very presumptuous, but I don't want Linger to live like good-for-nothings like us in the future. Master Yi, I beg you to take Linger in as a disciple. We, husband and wife, will be endlessly grateful." Regarding Yang Jun's actions, Yi Yuan was rather surprised. He could feel Yang Jun's fond love toward his daughter. He did not think that they would actually be willing to part by giving Linger to him to be an apprentice. Yi Yuan said, "This matter isn't up to us. It still has to depend on Linger's wishes herself. Linger, do you want to learn alchemy skills from big brother Yi Yuan?" Linger nodded without the slightest hesitation and said, "Of course I want. Linger wants to become the greatest alchemist. But Linger can't bear to part with father and mother." Linger was very clever. She knew that by acknowledging Yi Yuan as her master, she would likely have to part with her own father and mother. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That's easy to handle. I'll write a letter for you all. You go to the White Valiant Region's Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, say that you were arranged to come by me. They will naturally take you guys in." Yang Jun was overjoyed when he heard that and hurriedly gave thanks to Yi Yuan. Settling Yang Jun's family down, Yi Yuan suddenly said coolly to the crowd, "Tan Sai, do you want to keep on watching like this?" The moment these words came out, Yang Jun, Liu Yusheng, and the rest were all startled. They did not think that Tan Sai was actually hiding in the crowd. Indeed, a scarface flashed out from within the crowd. It was precisely Tan Sai. That expert lying undercover in the trade caravans was indeed you. Tan Sai looked at Yi Yuan and said with a gloomy face. The moment these words were uttered, Liu Yusheng's face changed. If he still did not know that it was Yi Yuan who secretly made a move until now, then he would be too stupid. But the problem was, how did Yi Yuan make a move? One had to know that the one controlling the spirit profound unity formation was him. When did Yi Yuan take action? He actually did not find out at all. Hearing that, Yi Yuan just smiled. The current Tan Sai was very wary of Yi Yuan and said again, "I'm only here to observe the battle and don't have any ill intent." But Tan Sai's appearance caused a commotion. His Earth Carnage Proclamation rank 458, Tan Sai. My God, why would Tan Sai appear in Cloud Transient City? Heard that it was this Tan Sai's first time entering the Earth Carnage Proclamation, charging straight to the 458th place. His a legendary-like existence. But he actually submitted to City Lord Yi. Tan Sai's ranking was even several positions higher than Xie Ying's, indicating that his strength was even stronger than Xie Ying's. But this kind of existence actually submitted to Yi Yuan. This made everyone's jaws dropped. Yi Yuan looked at Tan Sai with a smile that was not a smile and said, "Don't you feel that this sort of explanation is very feeble? If I didn't call you out, would you tail behind owner Yang and leave Cloud Transient City, and then kill them halfway?" Yang Jun's expression could not help changing when he heard that. This Tan Sai actually still refused to give up. If not for Yi Yuan pointing Tan Sai's whereabouts, there really was a possibility that he might lay his hands on him. Tan Sai's expression changed, and he shook his head and said, "I have no such intentions." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Good that you don't have such intentions. Just nice, I'm going to the slaughter steps, and I'm lacking a person to accompany me. I'll have to trouble you to take a trip with me." This time, Tan Sai really lost composure. He said in astonishment, You want to go to the slaughter steps?" I'm not going." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Whether you go or not isn't up to you." Tan Sai's expression was livid with rage as he said, "Do you really think that I'm scared of you?" Yi Yuan said very coolly, "The so-called Earth Carnage Proclamation experts are nothing in my eyes. Killing one is killing two is also the same. Arrogant. Wildly arrogant. In the chaotic Devil Sea, to dare look down on Earth Carnage Proclamation experts, Yi Yuan was still the first one. To Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artists, Earth Carnage Proclamation experts were invincible existences. But Yi Yuan said that they were nothing. I assure you, I absolutely won't kill them. Is this still not enough?" Tan Sai shrunk back once more. He actually did not have the courage to have a battle with Yi Yuan. Tan Sai's performance subverted everyone's understanding of Earth Carnage Proclamation experts. To Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artists, Earth Carnage Proclamation experts were invincible existences. But facing Yi Yuan, Tan Sai, this Earth Carnage Proclamation who was ranked 458 actually did not even dare to make a move. "You only have two options. Go together with me or be killed by me." Yi Yuan did not care about Tan Sai's words the least bit and said indifferently. This was a stark naked threat, or should one say an undisguised kidnapping. To dare talk this way to an Earth Carnage Proclamation expert, Yi Yuan was probably a special one. Tan Sai's hand holding the saber was trembling. He desperately wanted to draw his saber, but at the thought of Yi Yuan's punch earlier, he could not muster up the courage no matter what. Xie Ying did not see clearly that punch of Yi Yuan's. He likewise did not see clearly. Tan Sai could sense that under that punch, he absolutely did not have the possibility of surviving. He truly did not think that a second-level Heaven Enlightenment martial artist would actually have such formidable strength. I'll go." Tan Sai struggled for a long time and finally still yielded. The gazes all of the martial artists looked toward Yi Yuan with were filled with awe and veneration. This man actually coerced an Earth Carnage Proclamation expert to enter the slaughter steps. Too subverting. Yi Yuan slowly came before Liu Yusheng and said to him, "Escort Yang Jun's family safe and sound to Luoding City. If accidents occur, your Green Sea mercenary group don't have any need to exist anymore." Although Liu Yusheng's strength was not bad, his personality was too spineless. Previously, when Xie Ying was taunting, if he stepped forward, Yi Yuan would still think a little better of him. But now, he did not have the need to be courteous anymore. Arranging everything, Yi Yuan brought Tan Sai to the transmission array leading to the slaughter steps. This array formation could only be activated using the absolute kill token. A light flashed, and the two people vanished from sight. When they appeared again, they already arrived at a wasteland. Far away was a magnificent great city. Even separated by several thousand miles, Yi Yuan could still see it clearly. That great city was the legendary Azura City. "If my conjectures are right, you should have come out from Azura City, right?" Yi Yuan asked Tan Sai. "It's clearly your first time entering the chaotic Devil Sea. Why do you know this place like the palm of your hands?" Tan Sai gave an answer that evaded the question. Yi Yuan did not have any hint of killing aura on him, out of tune and different than chaotic Devil Sea martial artists. One look and it was clear that it was his first time entering the chaotic Devil Sea. But what made Tan Sai surprised was that Yi Yuan did not seem to be unfamiliar with this place at all. Chapter 872, Azura Arena. Chapter 872, Azura Arena Yi Yuan took a look at Tan Sai's glabella and discovered that 5 blood-red stars appeared between his eyebrows. 5-star Soul General. Not bad. Yi Yuan still gave an irrelevant answer. This was indeed Yi Yuan's first time coming to the slaughter steps. But he was formerly an apex existence in the divine realm. He was very clear about the rules here. It was just that these things, Yi Yuan naturally would not tell Tan Sai. Tan Sai suddenly discovered that he was actually somewhat at a loss on what to do when he was in front of Yi Yuan. Tan Sai had always been an incomparably vicious and fierce person. He spent these few years in the midst of life and death battles before he had his present strength. No matter how powerful the enemy was, he could always think of ways to kill the opponent. But facing Yi Yuan, he actually gave rise to an inexplicable sense of powerlessness. All of a sudden, Tan Sai's expression changed. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was as if he had seen a ghost. You just entered the slaughter steps, and you're actually already a 3-star Soul General. On Yi Yuan's glabella, 3 stars gradually condensed out in an equilateral triangular arrangement. It was precisely the hallmark of a 3-star Soul General Tan Sai was talking about. For martial artists who entered the slaughter steps, the absolute kill token would condense the slaughter concept within their bodies on their glabella, manifesting the concept distinctly. According to the degree of comprehension of the concept, they were divided from 1 star to 9 stars. A 3-star Soul General was already not far from supreme true intent. Previously, Tan Sai did not feel a shred of slaughter intent on Yi Yuan's body. But after entering the slaughter steps, Yi Yuan actually reached the level of 3-star Soul General all at once. How could this not shock him? One had to know that when Tan Sai entered the slaughter steps for the first time, he had already killed God knows how many people. But it was merely only the level of 1 star. This completely harmless young man in front of him actually already walked so far along the path of slaughter. How was this possible? Little did he imagine, when Yi Yuan was in the lower realms, the martial artists he had personally sacred before was an astronomical figure. Talking in terms of killing people, Tan Sai was not even fit to carry shoes for Yi Yuan. It was just that Yi Yuan's mind was firm. Slaughter true intense violence was completely unable to have an influence on his heart, that was all. On the path of slaughter, Yi Yuan had already comprehended the true intent long ago unknowingly. It was just that presently, the help that particular true intent had on Yi Yuan was already very little. Just 3 stars, is there a need to make such a fuss? This slaughter steps, 3-star Soul Generals can be easily found, Yi Yuan said unconcernedly. Tan Sai was speechless and only asked after a while, you didn't come to this slaughter steps for the sake of going to Azura City, right? Yi Yuan said with a smile, what did I come to the slaughter steps for if I'm not going to Azura City? You're at any rate an expert on the Earth Carnage proclamation. You're actually afraid of going into Azura City? Tan Sai's expression fell slightly, and he said, it's no use even if you taunt me. I won't enter Azura City with you. Once you enter Azura City, you must start the slaughter mode. Either you kill people or be killed. The personnel changes on the Heaven Carnage Proclamation and Earth Carnage Proclamation is tremendous because the Azura City is too cruel. I'm not those fools who crack themselves up to be geniuses. I won't go and seek my doom. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, doesn't matter. If you don't go, I'll kill you right now. Yi Yuan said it with incomparable ease as if he was talking about an insignificant matter. Tan Sai said with a somber face, I've already exercised forbearance in every way towards you. Don't push people too far. Boom. A powerful wind howled past Tan Sai's ears, smars. Plussing out a large crater behind him. Tan Sai's pupils constricted, his entire person frozen there. He was actually unable to move. He desperately wanted to make himself move, but his body would not listen. That punch earlier came very suddenly. But he knew that even if he had made ample preparations, it was impossible to block this punch too. Yi Yuan slowly withdrew his own fist and said with a sigh, accidentally hit crooked. Ah! Why don't I punch again? Plop. Tan Sai suddenly knelt down, his 4 limbs supporting his body on the ground, panting heavily for air. I'll go. Tan Sai said, panting for air. Oh, then, let's go. Yi Yuan opened up his footsteps and walked towards that enormous city. Only when he arrived in front of this enormous city did Yi Yuan feel the magnificence of this city. Around 30,000 years ago, Azura City rose from ground up. Ever since then, the chaotic Devil Sea was born. Starting from then, who knows how many genius martial artists collapsed in this city, for the sake of taking a shot at that 9-star Soul General. Yi Yuan sighed emotionally. The chaotic Devil Sea was a place without rules, especially Azura City. The allure of 9-star Soul General to martial artists was lethal. Cultivating to the level of 9-star Soul General signified the martial artist's slaughter supreme true intent would also reach the Great Circle of Perfection. With a Great Circle of Perfection supreme true intent, cultivating to the Divine King realm could be easily accomplished. Moreover, the combat strength of the slaughter concept was on par with the scorching concept. As long as one could cultivate to 9-star Soul General, it would mean that one could step into the ranks of the Divine Realm's pinnacle Divine Kings with one fell swoop. This sort of temptation was too great. Therefore, martial artists who came to Azura City were not just those martial artists being hunted down by various major forces, there were even more who were genius martial artists that came from all over the Divine Realm. Because cultivating to the level of 9-star Soul General had a shortcut. That was to kill the opponent inside the Azura City's Azura Arena. One could absorb a part of the other party's slaughter concept and convert into their own concept. This sort of conversion would become increasingly more along with the increase in numbers and quality of the opponents the martial artist killed. As long as one account mulated to the level of 9-star Soul General, the martial artist would comprehend the supreme true intent to the Great Circle of Perfection naturally. This was the miraculous aspect of the absolute kill token. Of course, it was way too difficult to kill opponents at a corresponding level. The vast majority of martial artists would all be buried in the sand with broken halberds in the end, dying in the Azura Arena. Tan Sai knew that Yi Yuan wanted to enter the Azura Arena. So he refused to come to Azura City no matter what. It was just that now, he had no choice at all. Not coming to Azura City, he would be killed by Yi Yuan at that time. Following Yi Yuan into the city, Tan Sai's face was grim as HL. Yi Yuan patted his shoulder with a smile and said, "Relax a bit. Maybe, when you achieve 9-star Soul General in the future, you'll even have to thank me." Humph. For 30,000 years, there are countless geniuses who came to the Azura Arena. But how many people were able to cultivate to 9-star Soul General? Yi Yuan, if I die, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Tan Sai said in a fierce voice. Yi Yuan said without a care in the world, "You couldn't even beat me as a human. Could it be that you can still overturn the skies as a ghost? Calm down. With that kind of mentality, you might die in the first round. You killed so many people, could it be that you still don't have any awareness of getting killed? Without this sort of awareness, your accomplishments in this lifetime would just be like this too." Tan Sai was alarmed inwardly. Yi Yuan's words seemed to have the intention of giving pointers inside. Honestly speaking, the more people killed, the more afraid of death actually. Tan Sai was also a rare talent in practicing martial arts. He had not entered Azura City before, but he forcefully cultivated to the level of 5-star Soul General in the Slaughter Steps. But the strength of Slaughter Steps martial artists were limited. His accomplishments could only advance to this sort of extent too. Because he did not dare to enter the Azura Arena, so he returned to the chaotic Devil Sea. Straightened it out. If you thought it through, then enter the city. Chapter 873, Overpowering with Strength. Chapter 873, Overpowering with Strength. After 30,000 years of development, Azura City was extremely prosperous. Streams of people bustled about on the streets, crowded with horses and carriages, seemingly not much different from cities outside. But in the distance, there were currently several people chasing and plussing at each other. That was clearly not some game. This place was the chaotic Devil Sea. Killing could be seen everywhere. But killing on the streets did not have much help to one's own slaughter concept. Want to obtain the other party's slaughter concept, one must enter the Azura Arena. Yi Yuan did not wish to cause trouble and headed straight to the center of the city. That was where the Azura Arena was at. Walking to the central area, there was only a structure there. It was an Azura arena with a majestic and imposing manner. Entering this region, Yi Yuan felt his own glabella heating up and was seized with a sudden impulse to want to kill people. Indeed, well deserving of being a land of killing. The air is pervaded with the scent of slaughter, Yi Yuan praised. Paying the entrance fee, Yi Yuan brought Tan Sai into the Azura arena. The moment he entered the Azura arena, Yi Yuan felt like his divine soul was being surveyed by some kind of existence. He knew that this was the absolute kill token he refined playing tricks. Entering the Azura arena, the absolute kill token will automatically activate slaughter mode. The fighting arena will arrange fights for you every day. The first level fighting arena, you can only avoid at most 3 times. If you still don't accept the challenge the 4th time, you'll be directly blotted out, Tan Sai warned him. Under such rules, nobody dared to have any hint of slacking off. Each person was desperately improving themselves, then exerting the utmost effort to kill the opponent. Yi Yuan shot him an indifferent glance and said, "With your strength, you would be able to make it through the first level, right?" Tan Sai gave a cold snort but did not say much. "Go to the fighting arena first to take a look." Yi Yuan walked over towards the fighting arena in an ostentatious manner. Tan Sai followed behind like a bullied little wifey. "Kill, kill, kill, Wang Dong, kill that rookie." The moment they entered the fighting arena, the martial artists inside were all roaring like they were injected with stimulants, shouting at a martial artist on the stage to kill his opponent. The strength of that martial artist called Wang Dong was very formidable. His opponent was not on the same level as him at all. He was just toying with the opponent. Bang! Wang Dong raised his hand and punched, directly blasting his opponent into dregs. Seeing this bloody scene, the audience below the stage were incomparably excited, shouting Wang Dong's name loudly. "Wang Dong! Wang Dong! Wang Dong, I love you to death. Come to my room tonight." Wang Dong himself was also incomparably pleased with himself, waving his hand in the direction below the stage non-stop to send his greetings. This place was a paradise for the strong. As long as you had strength, you could obtain everything you want. Essence crystals, women, all that you desire. Yo, a fresh rookie? Only 2nd level heaven enlightenment strength. TSK, wonder how many days he can last. Haha. I bet that he'll be finished off in the first fight 4 days later. What do you think? That will have to depend on luck. If he also runs into a rookie, he might be able to live for a few days more. Yi Yuan, this new face drew other people's attention very quickly. But clearly, nobody was optimistic about him. There were newcomers here every day. But those truly able to keep a foothold were less than 10%. The vast majority of the people could not survive past the first 3 showdowns, which was also around a month's time. A 2nd-level heaven enlightenment like Yi Yuan virtually did not have the possibility of surviving past the first match. Too weak. Is there still anyone stronger coming up to let the exalted me enjoy myself to my heart's content? Wang Dong did not leave the fighting arena immediately but started taunting others to come up the stage. But regarding him provoking so haughtily, there was actually no one who dared to respond. Clearly, his strength was part of the very formidable existences in the first level. Yi Yuan looked over and discovered that Wang Dong was similarly a 3-star soul general. And on his forehead, the 4th star was faintly discernible. Clearly, he was already not far from 4-star condensation. 3 stars to 4 stars was a threshold. When the 4th star appeared on the forehead, the martial artist would be able to comprehend the first stage slaughter supreme true intent. Which was also to say that Wang Dong's concept comprehensions were going to break through to supreme true intent level very soon. Suddenly, Yi Yuan floated up and landed in the fighting arena. When Wang Dong saw a young man fly in, he could not help having an astonished look. He burst into laughter soon after and said, "Boy, it's your first day here, right? Overconfident fool. With just this bit of strength, you actually dare to provoke this honorable self." The audience below the stage guffawed with laughter too. "Brat, hurry up and concede." Wang Dong is in a good mood. Maybe he will spare you from death. That brat, Wang Dong is a strong compet. 1 Tor ranked 10th in the first level. If you go up like this, you'll die very horrible. Sigh, there are so many idiots nowadays. Coming to the Azura arena, they don't find out about the situation a little either, before going up to seek death impetuously. Really, enough is enough. There was no big deal in taking the initiative to admit defeat in the fighting arena. It was just that the loser's slaughter concept would have a portion extracted and enter inside the other party's absolute kill token. Of course, the prerequisite was that you had the ability to take the initiative to admit defeat. Some people did not even have time to say admit defeat, these 2 words, on the fighting arena before they were one-shotted. Wang Dong was already late-stage Heaven Enlightenment realm. His realm was similar to Tan's size. In other people's view, killing a second-level Heaven Enlightenment realm was too effortless. Yi Yuan extended a finger and said indifferently, with one move, I'll send you to the Western Paradise. Wang Dong's expression changed, and he said with a cold smile, arrogant punk. You'll be the same as that person just now, being blown apart by me. Wang Dong gave a howl, both fists akin to flood dragons heading out to the sea, charging straight at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan just stood where he was and did not move a muscle, quietly awaiting Wang Dong's arrival. Just as Wang Dong's fist arrived in front of Yi Yuan suddenly threw a punch out. 2 fists collided. A tremendous impact force bombarded Wang Dong akin to mountains toppling and the earth splitting. Bang! Wang Dong's body exploded like a watermelon, his death state virtually identical with that martial artist he killed previously. No way, right? Pulverizing Wang Dong with one punch. How can this brat be so strong? The originally excited audience were currently all SPA set out like wooden chickens. The contrast between reality and their imaginations was too great, resulting in them not reacting to it for a moment. An expert ranked 10th on the first level was actually finished off by someone with one punch. Yi Yuan extended a hand to grab, and Wang Dong's storage ring landed in his hand. While Wang Dong's absolute kill token floated in the air silently. A wisp of red smoke slowly spilled out from it and flowed into Yi Yuan's body. This is the slaughter concept. To actually be able to materialize a concept, this chaotic devil sea is really a magical place, Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. Possessing the absolute kill token, Yi Yuan could distinctly feel that his comprehension of the slaughter concept was currently rising. With a whoosh, Wang Dong's absolute kill token flew into the air and finally vanished from sight. Anyone else still coming up? If there's no body, I'll come again tomorrow, Yi Yuan said coolly. It was silent beneath the stage. That punch earlier was too shocking, resulting in no one daring to go up the stage to challenge Yi Yuan. Suddenly, a big and tall man leapt up the ring and said icily, "Brat who is still wet behind the ears. What are you being Kai about? Watch your lord who take care of you." Chapter 874, Sweeping Away. Chapter 874, Sweeping Away Lord who actually made a move. Lord who is a genuine 4-star soul general. He's a strong contender ranked 3rd on the first level. Lord who has already won over 100 matches in a row. There has never been a survivor under his hands. Winning 20 matches in a row can already go up to the 2nd level. But he insists on remaining at the 1st level. Clearly, he wants to consolidate his strength some more. This boy is dead for sure, to actually provoke Lord Who. Newcomers should be a little more low profile. Isn't being so wild courting death? The stalwart man appearing on the stage roused everyone's spirits. Yi Yuan's blow earlier frightened everyone. But regarding Yi Yuan, this new face, everyone all instinctively did not acknowledge. At the 1st level, Wang Dong's might was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Being finished off by Yi Yuan with one punch, everyone still felt that Wang Dong underestimated the enemy in their hearts. This time came a lord whose strength was more than a level stronger. They naturally did not think that Yi Yuan would win. Lord who held a pair of battle axes, looking incomparably fearsome. In truth, those able to force him to use a weapon were not many. If not for Yi Yuan's punch earlier being too shocking, he would not possibly use his weapon the moment he went up. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said coolly, "Come on." Lord Hu's face fell. Displeased, he said, "Brat, looking down on your Lord Hu, is it? Today, your Lord Hu will let you know, in this Azura arena, be a little more low profile." Done talking, Lord Hu's 2 feet exerted strength. That tall and strong body soared into the air. The speed was actually inconceivably fast. His axes swept up a fierce wind and cleaved down towards where Yi Yuan was standing at. An earth-shattering axe. This axe, he did not hold back in the slightest, urging essence energy to the limits. He figured that even if Yi Yuan's speed was any quicker, it was not possible to fully dodge this axe either. The only way was to contend head-on with him. Boom! A massive blast of wind spread out, blowing until everyone could not open their eyes. "Why, you have got to be kidding, right?" He used his hand to receive this chop head-on. One person rubbed his eyes, clearly not believing this scene he saw in front of him. Lord Hu's eyes stared like wide circles, feeling that this scene before his eyes was too unreal. He did not underestimate Yi Yuan. This chop was virtually flooded with all of his essence energy, plus the augmentation of the 4-star slaughter concept. It could be said to be an overwhelming force. An axe like this, how could a person possibly use one hand to forcefully receive it? That was right. Yi Yuan just used one hand and caught his axe. Yi Yuan stood where he was and did not even budge an inch. This kind of showdown simply made people find it too difficult to believe. One had to know that Lord Hu was in existence at the top of the 1st level. But he could not even break through one of Yi Yuan's hands. This gap was too great. How could they know that Yi Yuan, who had fused with the Primeval Dragon Bone, the strength of his arms already infinitely approached the level of a holy artifact? These few days, Yi Yuan was still refining the Primeval Dragon Bone bit by bit. The toughness degree of his arms had been rising non-stop. Adding in the augmentation of the scorching supreme true intent, it was nothing hard for him to receive this axe blow one-handedly. Seeing this scene, the expression of Tan Sai, who kept silent below the stage all along, also changed slightly. Yi Yuan's strength, he was completely unable to estimate it. But the strength of Yi Yuan's fleshy body was simply too outrageous. Bare-handedly catching this violent chop and not budging an inch, this Yi Yuan was simply a human-shaped lethal weapon. With a whoosh, Lord Hu's figure retreated explosively, directly retreating to the peripherals of the fighting arena. He looked at Yi Yuan vigilantly, apprehensive of him to the extreme. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "What? Still wanna go?" Seeing as Yi Yuan did not have the intention of pursuing vigorously and pummeling fiercely, no idea why, Lord Hu actually secretly let out a sigh in relief. He had already stayed at this 1st level for very long. This was still his first time encountering such a terrifying opponent. I admit defeat. Lord Hu did not have any unwillingness to resign himself to it, this sort of emotion. Instead, he had a feeling as if he was freed from a heavy load. This newcomer was seriously too scary. Following Lord Hu's seeding, his slaughter concept also slowly flowed towards Yi Yuan. With this, the 4th star on his glabella actually became somewhat dim. While Yi Yuan's glabella area, the 4th star was partially visible. It was actually on the verge of condensing into supreme true intent already. Where did this newcomer pop out from? Why have I never heard of him before in the past? I saw earlier, he seemed to have just entered the Azura arena. His strength is totally not suitable to stay on in the 1st level. This kind of strength is simply making a clean sweep at the 1st level. The audience whispered in low voices, all having a clear understanding regarding Yi Yuan's terror. This newcomer's age was unclear, his cultivation realm unclear. But his combat power was terrifyingly daunting. They found it very hard to imagine why such a small body contained such tremendous energy. Is there still anyone coming up? Yi Yuan asked with an innocent face. Right then, a middle-aged man in grey robes came to the fighting arena and said in a clear voice, "Within an hour, if no one challenges Yi Yuan, he'll directly obtain the qualifications to advance to the 2nd level." Time slowly trickled by. An hour's time, Pares said very quickly. But no one dared to come up to challenge Yi Yuan. That grey-robed middle-aged man said, "Congratulations, Brother Yi. A wipeout. You'll directly obtain the opportunity to advance to the second level as well as 20 slaughter point." Yi Yuan said, "Just 20 slaughter points. Isn't that a bit too little?" Yi Yuan knew that this Azura arena had some major rules. But the very specific matters, he was not clear. Slaughter point was one of them. In Yi Yuan's view, what was 20 slaughter points enough to do? The grey-robed middle-aged man explained with a smile, "Brother Yi mustn't look down on these 20 slaughter points. It can buy many things. Those able to obtain slaughter points at the first level can be counted on one's fingers. You'll know when you go to the Azura shop to take a look. Additionally, these slaughter points are even able to exchange for cultivation sites as well as purchase some things that essence crystals cannot buy." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Like this, huh? I understand. I wonder if I can delay a few days to enter the second level." The grey-robed middle-aged man nodded and said, "That's of course. You can even choose to not enter the second level. Moreover, unless somebody challenges you, otherwise, you cannot be arranged a match. This is all your freedom." Yi Yuan did not think that there was actually still such a good treatment. He nodded his head right away and said, "I naturally have to enter the second level. This first level is too boring. Presumably, the second level has as many experts as clouds. I'd better increase my strength a bit first." The grey-robed middle-aged man could not help being speechless when he heard that. That lord who was completely unable to test Yi Yuan's strength. Presumably, when he reached the second level, he was likely able to rank in the front too. This fellow actually still said that he wanted to increase his strength. But speaking of which, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was indeed a little low. Exiting the fighting area, Yi Yuan came to Tan Sai's side and said to him, "Your turn. With your strength, getting a wipeout should be any problem, right?" Tan Sai gave Yi Yuan a glance and entered the fighting arena with a leap. Chapter 875, Loophole. Chapter 875, Loophole. One should not look at how Tan Sai was beaten by Yi Yuan until he could not even raise his head. His strength still stood head and shoulders above the others at the first level. He took on 8 opponents in a row on the stage. Finally, no one dared to go and challenge him anymore. Tan Sai's attacks were still incomparably vicious. Toward opponents who were slightly weaker, he would always directly blot out. Except, just talking in terms of the spectacle, Tan Sai was far from as shocking as Yi Yuan. But 2 experts emerging consecutively within one day still caused quite a bit of a stir. It was just that these did not have anything to do with Yi Yuan. Leaving the fighting arena, Yi Yuan started strolling idly in this Azura arena. The Azura arena was very large. The fighting arena was only a small part of it. Regarding that Azura shop that grey-robed middle-aged man talked about, Yi Yuan was rather interested. Inquiring about it, Yi Yuan and Tan Sai actually directly entered the Azura shop through a transmission array. "Welcome, guests. May I ask if you need anything?" A beautiful female came up to welcome and asked politely. We're just casually looking around." This woman's attitude had nothing to nitpick about. But a look of disdain was concealed in her eyes. In a place like the Azura arena, Bebery was inevitable. Yi Yuan and Tan Sai were clearly newcomers at one glance, and the likelihood of newcomers obtaining slaughter points was very low. Newcomers like Yi Yuan, they all would generally come and look around after hearing about the Azura shop's reputation. After these people came here and walked one round, they would be endlessly covetous towards the things in the store. But without slaughter points, they could only stare greedily. Forget about the first level's newcomers, even to the second level, third level's powerhouses, slaughter points was also an extremely scarce resource. In this female's eyes, Yi Yuan and Tan Sai clearly belonged to this type of newcomers. "This way, please. Our Azura shop is divided into Essence Crystal area and Points area. The Essence Crystal area's things only need Essence Crystals to purchase. Of course, Points can as well. But the things in the Points area can only be purchased with slaughter points," the beautiful lady introduced to them. "Oh. In that case, the Points area's things should all be good stuff." Yi Yuan indeed became interested upon hearing. The female smiled slightly and said, That's hard for this lowly one to say. This Lord will know once you see it. Truly a brat who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Slaughter points were extremely hard to come by things, let alone that you're a newcomer. Many martial artists who have toiled for many years in the Azura arena might not even have it. Although the woman was smiling, the way she smiled, it was very fake. Yi Yuan was naturally aware of what this woman was thinking, but he was unconcerned. There was no need to stoop the level of a minor character like this. Under the woman's lead, Yi Yuan and Tan Sai came to the points area. Casually sweeping a glance, Yi Yuan could not help being somewhat astonished too. The points area really had quite a number of good stuff. Earthnet Essence Element, Sky Grand Flower, Night End Spirit Word. These spirit medicines were virtually very hard to come upon in the outside world. But the points area displayed them all. But once Yi Yuan saw the price of the spirit medicines, he could not help going into a daze as well. These extremely rare spirit medicines, the prices basically only varied from 3 to 10 slaughter points. Regarding the value of slaughter points, Yi Yuan also had a clear understanding. 20 slaughter points were indeed not considered little already. These spirit medicines, when placed in the outside world, would all start from 500 million Earth Essence crystals. And this was still with demand, but no supply. Calculating like this, 20 slaughter points was worth at least several billion Earth Essence crystals. Moreover, these spirit medicines were utterly not what Earth Essence crystals could buy. Only slaughter points could buy it. The points area still had some completed products. The prices were even more ridiculously expensive. Looking at Yi Yuan's appearance of judging each and every one of them, the woman was even more disdainful in her heart. Just looking and not buying, putting on an act for what? Yi Yuan browsed over each and every one. Suddenly, his footsteps paused, and he took up a piece of dark gold-colored ore. I really didn't expect that there is actually grey flame earth sun gold inside this Azura shop. Yi Yuan said rather delightedly. This grey flame earth sun gold was an extremely rare ore. It was a material that could be used to forge holy artifacts. But to Yi Yuan, the grey flame earth sun gold had one significant function, that was that it could let the origin magnetism spirit would evolve. These few years, Yi Yuan constantly nurtured the origin magnetism spirit would diligently. But its rate of progress was still a little too slow. At present, it had only just broken through to tier 6. This kind of evolving speed was truly a bit too slow to Yi Yuan. This chunk of grey flame earth sun gold was not small, sufficient for the origin magnetism spirit wood to evolve to tier 7. Making the origin magnetism spirit would evolve to tier 7, it could become a major assistance to Yi Yuan again. Hoo! A gust of wind howled past. A hand reached out from behind Yi Yuan and grabbed at the grey flame earth sun gold in Yi Yuan's hand. Yi Yuan's face fell slightly, his feet moving, directly disappearing from where he was at. That person clearly did not expect that Yi Yuan's movement technique would actually be so swift. He actually grabbed nothing all of a sudden, his body involuntarily stumbling. This person was wearing black tight-fitting clothes, his expression abnormally cold and stern. One look and it was clear that he was not some nice person. When the woman saw this man, she hurriedly gave a bow and said, "I've seen Lord Tu Gang. Boy, you actually dare to dodge." Tu Gang pointed at Yi Yuan and said solemnly. Yi Yuan could not help laughing in spite of himself when he heard that and said, "What a joke. You didn't even say HEL low before wanting to SNATCH my stuff. I'm not even allowed to dodge. Humph. You're a newcomer, right? Don't even have slaughter points. What did you come here pretending to be some big shot for? Give the grey flame earth sun gold to me, then give 2 loud kowtows for your lord too, and that matter just now will be considered settled. Otherwise." Tu Gang looked at Yi Yuan with malicious intentions and said. Yi Yuan looked at Tu Gang amusedly and said with a faint smile, "Otherwise what?" Although according to the Azura Arena's rules, second-level martial artists are not allowed to kill first-level martial artists, there's no problem at all in making you, this punk, lie down for a period of time, Tu Gang said. Hearing the meaning in Tu Gang's words, he was a martial artist of the second level. The first level and second level martial artists belonged to 2 different levels. Battles and living were all not together. Logically speaking, they would not have any interactions normally, but this Azura shop was an exception. The first 3 levels martial artists were basically all heaven enlightenment realm. The goods they required were naturally more or less the same as well. Therefore, the first 3 levels martial artists shared an Azura shop. This was also why Yi Yuan could only reach this place through a transmission array. That woman could not refrain herself when she saw Tu Gang and Yi Yuan getting into a conflict. She warned Yi Yuan, "Little brother, Lord Tu Gang is a well-renowned big shot in the 2nd level. He's an expert ranked 405 on the Earth Carnage Proclamation. Why haven't you hurry up and apologized to him?" The way the woman saw it, she was warning out of goodwill here already. A newcomer offending a powerhouse of the 2nd level was not some wise thing. But Yi Yuan chuckled when he heard that and asked, "Turns out that the Azura arena still had such a rule? I wonder if the 1st level's martial artists can kill the 2nd level's martial artists or not." The moment these words were uttered, the woman and Tu Gang both froze. But the Tansai, who did not speak the entire time, opened his mouth. "The Azura arena doesn't have this rule. This should be a loophole." Yi Yuan smiled very happy, and suddenly threw out a punch explosively. Chapter 876, Exalt. Chapter 876, Exalt. Seeing Yi Yuan make a move, Tu Gang did not get mad. He was delighted instead and said with a big laugh, "Came right on time." This punch of Yi Yuan's was not fast, looking not much different from ordinary 2nd level heaven enlightenment realms. Therefore, the way Tu Gang saw it, Yi Yuan was purely asking for a beating here. Tansai shook his head and said with a sigh, "Another dunce seeking death." When that attendant girl heard Tansai's sigh, her eyes were filled with confusion. She thought that Tansai would make a move and help. After all, Tansai's strength looked to be much stronger. But Tansai did not have the intention of taking action at all, and instead, he mocked Tu Gang. "These 2 people wouldn't be fools, right?" thought the attendant girl in her heart. Tu Gang also suddenly brandished his fist, his speed incomparably abnormal. It actually reached first despite launching after Yi Yuan. A faint mocking smile hung at the corners of his mouth. It was as if already seeing the appearance of Yi Yuan kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. But right at the moment the 2 fists intersected, Yi Yuan's fist suddenly vanished from sight. Bang! Tu Gang was originally standing. This punch of Yi Yuan's hit right on his temple, directly inverting his body, smars. Plussing a hole into the floorboards. The Azura shop had some customers in the first place. Seeing that conflict happened over here, they were naturally happy to watch it for fun. Of course, they were laughing at Yi Yuan. A newcomer dared to provoke a 2nd level's Earth Carnage Proclamation expert. This was simply utterly foolish. But when they saw this scene before their eyes, each and every one of them was baffled. This newcomer was too violent. Rank 405, is it? Indeed, have some skill to actually still be able to preserve an intact corpse. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, everyone could not help being speechless. Tu Gang was evidently completely dead already. Beating a strong opponent around Earth Carnage Proclamation rank 400 to death in one punch, and he was actually still not satisfied with this battle result. Those who lived in the Azura arena were long used to seeing life and death. Killing people, this kind of thing, they were long numbed to it. But an Earth Carnage Proclamation expert being beaten to death by someone in one punch, this kind of spectacle was still overly shocking. Now, can I buy this piece of grey flame Earth Sun gold? Yi Yuan could not be bothered to look at Tu Gang and immediately asked that female attendant. You really have slaughter points. The female attendant finally knew that this youth in front of her was not as simple as he looked on the surface. In truth, this Azura arena was a lair of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Who would really be simple? Those powerhouses ranked to the front of the Earth Carnage Proclamation were all very low profile. But their strength was unfathomable. These people completely could not be measured using the standards of ordinary martial artists. The female attendant originally would not make mistakes at this sort of thing. It was just that Yi Yuan was too young. Moreover, he was a newcomer, resulting in her overlooking many things. Yi Yuan nodded his head and took out the absolute kill token. That 20 slaughter points already arrived inside his absolute kill token after he advanced. When the female attendant examined Yi Yuan's absolute kill token, she could not help having a look of astoundment. 2 to 20, slaughter point. "Milord got a wipeout at the first level?" Yi Yuan said curiously. "Why? Is it very hard to believe?" "No. I'll exchange the Grey Flame Earth Sun Gold for your excellency right away," the female attendant hurriedly said. "You have got to be kidding. Even the second level's 2 gang was one-shotted. What was strange about getting a wipeout at the first level? It was just that this Azura Arena's first 3 levels were all Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artists. Those able to survive in the first level were all absolutely not mediocre. Wanting to kill until other people did not dare to take the field, this was a very difficult thing. Let alone that Yi Yuan was only second-level Heaven Enlightenment Realm. Very soon, the female attendant deducted 15 points from Yi Yuan and returned the absolute kill token to Yi Yuan. Being experienced, the female attendant had seen many grand spectacles before. At this time, she already recovered back to normal and ordered people to get rid of 2 gangs' corpse. Coming in front of Yi Yuan, she said with a broad smile, "Milord is a young hero, to actually be able to kill 2 gang with 1 punch. However, 2 gang isn't alone in the second level. He and the second level's rank 7, Lu Licheng, has a very good relations. HI+P Milord still need to be a little more careful after you enter the second level." Yi Yuan received the absolute kill token and Grey Flame Earth Sun Gold and said with a smile, "Just some dancing clowns. No need to take notice." The female attendant just smiled when she heard that and did not say anything else. On top of the Azura shop's corner tower, a middle-aged man in brocade watched Yi Yuan's departing back view and said to the woman beside him, "Exalt sup 1 sup, this boy's strength is unfathomable. The next issue of Earth Carnage Proclamation, maybe he can charge into the top 10. What makes people even more astonished is that his fleshy body is actually even more formidable than his essence energy cultivation rel. Letting him grow up for some time, he might be able to be of some help to our plan." The exalt the man was talking to was precisely that female attendant who served Yi Yuan. The man's attitude was very respectful toward her. This Yuna's summing female attendant actually had an extraordinary status. The exalt's temperament currently was like 2 different people from before. Her face had an indescribable frostiness. The Azura Arena's rule is that people of the second level are not allowed to kill first-level martial artists. But it didn't stipulate that first-level martial artists can't kill those at the second level. This loophole was probably a loophole deliberately left behind by the sovereign. But those able to make use of this loophole are a scanty few. "This young man is indeed not simple," the exalt said. The man in brocade nodded and said, "It wasn't that first-level martial artists killing second-level martial artists didn't happen before. But there absolutely would not be people so neat and tidy like him. Furthermore, his opponent is even a character close to rank 400 on the Earth Carnage Proclamation." The exalt said, "It's still this boy's first day entering the Azura Arena, and he actually has such strength already. There's a possibility that he's a genius junior groomed by some super holy land. We need to investigate his origins clearly first before making a decision. This matter will be handed to you." The man in brocade bowed and said, "Yes." Leaving the Azura Arena, Yi Yuan rented a residence in the Azura Arena and started to help the Origin Magnetism Spirit would absorb the Grey Flame Earth Sun Gold. This Grey Flame Earth Sun Gold contained extremely strong powers of gold element sup 2 sup. Using it to refine into a holy artifact could make the martial artist's attack even stronger. But Yi Yuan had the Star Moon Sword on hand and was not overly concerned regarding the need for holy artifacts. Rather, the Origin Magnetism Spirit would, using it well, would absolutely be a form of enormous assistance. Therefore, he let the Origin Magnetism Spirit would absorb the powers of gold element inside the Grey Flame Earth Sun Gold without the slightest hesitation. Just as Yi Yuan was refining the Grey Flame Earth Sun Gold, an uproar already utterly broke out at second level. The news of 2 gang being finished off by a newcomer spread like wildfire at the second level. This sort of thing truly made all the martial artists' jaws drop. Quite a few people were gasping in admiration at this newcomer's powerful strength. But the vast majority of the people still mocked Tu Gang's incompetence. To be able to survive in a cruel environment like the Azura Arena, every person had tremendous self-confidence. Being killed could only show that Tu Gang's strength was lacking. Of course, the one who lost the most face was still Lu Licheng. Tu Gang was his subordinate and also his right-hand hired thug. He did not think that Tu Gang was actually killed by a second-level's punk sup 3 sup. This was smacking his face. Investigated properly yet? Just what origins is that punk? Lu Licheng asked his subordinate with a grim look. Yes, we investigated his background. That boy just entered the Azura Arena today and directly got a wipeout at the first level. Tu Gang had long-eyed the Azura shop's Greyflame Earth Sun Gold, but he did not have sufficient points. This time, he finally managed to amass enough points to go buy it. Didn't expect that he actually got killed by this newcomer. Chapter 877, Addressing Each Other as Brothers. Chapter 877, Addressing Each Other as Brothers. Humph. Does that punk called Yi Yuan really think that he's invincible? In this Azura Arena, even a dragon has to coil up, Lu Licheng said with a cold snort. In this Azura Arena, there had never been a lack of geniuses. These Earth Carnage Proclamations experts, which one of them was not pitilessly talented, with strength far surpassing those in the same level? That punk probably also knew that he got into trouble. After leaving the Azura shop, he actually chose to enter seclusion and did not enter the second level, the subordinate said. Humph. He may get off today but not tomorrow. Keep a close eye for me. When he arrives at the second level, report to me immediately. I want to let him take a look at this Azura Arena's brutality. Yes, Your Excellency. It's just, if you have something, just say it. Don't hem and haw. There are quite a few rumors out there right now. Especially Lord Zhong Ta there. They are all laughing at us. Upon hearing this, Lu Licheng's expression became even more overcast. That Zhong Ta was similarly a heavyweight class SS figure in the second level. Regardless whether was its strength or forces, it was not at all inferior to him. Making such a big fool of himself this time, Zhong Ta would naturally grab hold and not let go, and give a good mocking. This damn brat, causing me to lose so much face. I must tear him from limb to limb. Lu Licheng gnashed his teeth in hatred, hating Yi Yuan to the bones. Regarding the things that happened in the second level, Yi Yuan was naturally unaware. Even if he knew, he would not care either. He set up an array formation to help the origin magnetism spirit would absorb the powers of gold element inside the Greyflame Earth Sun Gold, while he himself entered inside the vast Heaven Parji. Oda to cultivate. The likelihood of Yi Yuan making progress in supreme true intent was not too high within a short time. Therefore, Yi Yuan placed the focus of cultivation on the advancement of cultivation realm. At present, titanic transformations already happened to Yi Yuan's body. Even if he did not borrow the powers of medicinal pills, his cultivation speed was very fast too. Yi Yuan was currently comprehending the Bing character in the 9 characters true word formula. After violent essence energy went through the vast Heaven Parji, Oda's tempering, it was absorbed by Yi Yuan into his body. After entering the Heaven Enlightenment realm, each time Yi Yuan advanced a minor cultivation realm, it required massive amounts of essence energy. But ever since cultivating the Bing character, Yi Yuan's cultivation speed was several times faster compared to before. Same as the Lin character, the Bing character similarly seized the good fortune of heaven and earth. But the effects of the Bing character was completely different from the Lin character. It was able to make martial artists become more sensitive toward the energy between heaven and earth. Cultivation would also yield twice the results with half the effort. For such a long time, Yi Yuan discovered that the effect of each word was different through comprehending this 9 words true character formula. But there was one point: each word contained extremely profound maxims of the Great Tao. It could virtually let Yi Yuan reach the quintessence in an area. And this Bing character could let his cultivation speed increase tremendously. Yi Yuan believed that if he could cultivate the Bing character to an extremely high realm, his cultivation speed would probably be able to crush all of the Divine Realm's geniuses. Even using medicinal pills to pile up Cultivation Realm was probably nothing more than this too. After advancing to Heaven Enlightenment Realm, Yi Yuan deliberately slowed down cultivation speed and fastidiously comprehended the powers of laws. Although this way would make his cultivation speed become slow, it could let his comprehension toward heavenly Tao become even clearer and more comprehensive. After Heaven Enlightenment Realm, the most important was still comprehending the laws of heaven and earth, increasing concepts cultivation all round. If one did not pursue combat power, there naturally was no problem getting help from medicinal pills. But Yi Yuan was re-walking the martial path presently. This step was indispensable. The upper three realms could be said to be even more important than the 6 major cultivation realms before added up. Yi Yuan wanted to pursue the pinnacle of the martial path. He would rather walk a bit slower. But the Bing character plus the remolding of the Primeval Dragon Bone made his cultivation speed no worse than any genius in the Divine Realm. Furthermore, along with the comprehension of the Bing character, his cultivation speed would become faster and faster. A month later, Yi Yuan finally broke through to 3rd level Heaven Enlightenment. When he went to check on the Origin Magnetism Spirit Wood, he discovered that the Grey Flame Earth Sun Gold already turned into an ordinary chunk of rock. The power of gold element inside was already absorbed fully. Yi Yuan discovered to his joy that the Origin Magnetism Spirit Wood had indeed advanced to Tier 7. With this, the power of the Origin Magnetic Field increased greatly. This slaughter points is really good stuff. I'm going to inquire about it later to see if there's any way to obtain even more slaughter points. It's time to enter the 2nd level. Yi Yuan had seen quite a number of good stuff in the Azura Shops points area. Even he was quite moved as well. Congratulations to Yi Yuan, Tan Sai, for entering the Azura Arena's 2nd level. A melodious voice sounded out in the 2nd level. The entire Azura Arena all knew at once. Yi Yuan could not help laughing as he said, just advancing to the 2nd level. Is there a need to raise such a big rumpus? The 2nd level martial artist's strength is very formidable. We got to be a little more careful. It's said that the rank 1, Zhon Wushuang, his ranking reached 150th place on the Earth Carnage Proclamation. His strength is very formidable. Still remember that 2 gang you killed? Although his ranking wasn't high, the backer behind him is ranked 10 plus at the 2nd level. His ranking on the Earth Carnage Proclamation is also as high as around 200. Tan Sai said. This 1 month's time, Yi Yuan was oblivious to the outside world. But Tan Sai inquired about the 2nd level's situation very clearly. That punch of Yi Yuan's seemed to have poked the hornet's nest. He would probably be targeted the moment he came up. But Yi Yuan said totally unconcernedly, I hope that he has some common sense and doesn't come to provoke me like that idiot underling of his. The people in the Azura Arena, which one was not stained full of blood on their hands? Regarding killing 2 gang and his like, Yi Yuan did not have any psychological burden at all. Tan Sai had nothing to say. He could not figure out where the limits of Yi Yuan's strength lie either. But very clearly, when killing 2 gang, Yi Yuan did not use full strength. Just arriving at the 2nd level, Yi Yuan naturally had to stroll around a bit. But Yi Yuan barely walked 2 steps when he was stopped by a group of people. Boy, was it you who killed 2 gang? A burly man at the front questioned. What, are you all here to help him get justice? Yi Yuan said with a smile that wasn't a smile. That burly man was originally still sinister looking. But he suddenly lopped an arm around Yi Yuan's shoulders and said with a big laugh, ha ha ha, well killed. 2 gang that fellow, he has rubbed me the wrong way long ago. I'm called Jiao Chong. In the future, we'll be brothers, so let's get on more intimate terms. Yi Yuan still thought that he was here to find trouble. He did not think that this guy suddenly addressed him with great familiarity, looking not at all distant either. Yi Yuan jerked lightly, directly bouncing Jiao Chong off and said coolly, not everyone is qualified to address me as his brother. Who the hell are you people? State your names. Being easily bounced off by Yi Yuan, Jiao Chong could not help being startled inwardly. He originally thought that 2 gang getting finished off was because he underestimated the enemy. But just that bit earlier, This boy's strength could not be taken lightly. Heh, we're Lord Zhong Ta's subordinates. You killed 2 gang, Lu Liqing will definitely not be satisfied until he kills you. In the future, you follow Lord Zhong Ta around. With him SHI plus ELDing you, Lu Liqing won't even dare to let out a fart. Jiao Chong laughed and said,